Chapter 451, Unique Physique. Monarch of Time. Shenlong was stunned for a moment after seeing this kingdom-toppling beauty turning around and smiling at him and Lu Mei, while causing many young men from the holy sect to feel envy in their hearts in the process. After all, nearly every single one of the male disciples who had already passed the test, had already thought that they could happily take Xie Xing'ai as their servant if she happened to fail her own test. And yet, their hopes were quickly ruined, since not only did Shenlong seem to have a relationship with that white-robed, terrifying goddess of death, but even this stunningly beautiful girl ended up taking the initiative to smile at him. Even some young men from the holy sect who had already decided to court Xie Xing'ai felt dejected when they saw this scene, but most of them didn't choose to give up. After all, unlike the white-robed Lu Mei, Xie Xing'ai didn't seem to have any relationship with Shenlong. Besides, no matter how abnormal Shenlong was, inside the holy sect, they wouldn't have to restrict their cultivation to the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul. Regardless if it was in terms of strength or status, most of these outer disciples felt that they were definitely stronger than a peak rank 1 nascent soul cultivator from the Night Star continent like Shenlong. Of course, Shenlong was completely oblivious to the thoughts of the people around him, as he turned to look at Lu Mei next to him and asked in a curious tone, "Mei Yar, do you know her?" Lu Mei looked at Shenlong with her enchanting black eyes hidden behind her white veil, before she nodded her head a moment later and continued with that same radiant smile on her face. Longji should also know her. After all, her elder sister is Madame Xierong. Just like Lu Mei when she had first found out about Xie Xing'ai's identity, Shenlong was also stunned when he heard this. Although Xie Xing'ai did indeed resemble Xierong greatly, and Shenlong had already guessed that the two of them were most likely related one way or another, he hadn't expected that this girl was actually Xierong's younger sister. With that same smile on her face, Lu Mei then didn't hide anything, as she started to explain to Shenlong how she had met Xie Xing'ai in the third test, and what the two of them had been through together in the past 25 days. At the same time, standing at the center of the arena, Xie Xing'ai looked at the young man from the holy sect opposite to her and smiled lightly as she said, "Senior, let's start." Without waiting for a response, Xie Xing'ai's body was quickly covered with a black aura, before she suddenly disappeared from the arena under the astounded eyes of the yellow-robed young man in front of her. The young man from the holy sect didn't even have a chance to attack, before he saw the gorgeous blonde-haired young woman vanish instantly. Of course, as an experienced outer disciple of the holy sect, he wouldn't just sit there and do nothing when he was placed in a dangerous situation. Although he couldn't see where Xie Xing'ai was, as a nascent soul stage cultivator, he definitely wouldn't lose so easily against an opponent he can't locate. Closing his eyes, he immediately activated his soul sense and spread it around him, trying to find out where Xie Xing'ai disappeared to. At the same time, the white-robed Dao Emperor, Xiao Ling, stared at the scene at the center of the arena with a deep look in his eyes, before he mumbled to himself in a quiet voice. This girl was actually born with the Vanishing Shadow's unique physique. Although Xiao Ling's voice wasn't loud, the long-haired Dao King standing next to him clearly heard this, as he then stared at the scene in the arena with an incredulous look in his eyes. Elder Zwan already knew that the white-robed Dao Emperor next to him was extremely knowledgeable regarding the countless unique physiques under the heavens. Since he said that the green-robed young woman was born with the Vanishing Shadow's unique physique, it was most likely to be true. Even though Elder Zwan didn't know exactly how high level of a physique the Vanishing Shadow's physique really was, but to be able to garner Xiao Ling's attention, its level was definitely not low. At the same time, the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect was still standing at the center of the arena with his eyes closed, as he tried to locate Xie Xing'ai using his soul sense. Finally, a few moments later, he could sense something akin to a formless shadow circling around him at a very quick speed, almost as if that thing had burrowed itself inside the ground. With a smirk on his face, the young man from the holy sect took a step forward and said, "There you are." With extremely swift movements, the yellow-robed young man then took out a long, light yellow-colored spear from his spatial ring, and infused his chi inside it before he turned around and slammed it downwards on the ground behind him. At that moment, the entire arena started to rumble, before the nearly invisible shadow that had suddenly appeared behind him was struck by the yellow-colored spear's tip. And yet, a radiant smile actually appeared on Lu Mei's face when she saw this scene, as she continued to quietly stare at the nearly invisible shadow without any anxiousness in her eyes. At that moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the black shadow-like figure actually ignored the yellow-colored spear that had struck it, as it quickly reformed itself, revealing the silhouette of a stunning blonde-haired young woman dressed in green robes. Holding a silver dagger in her left hand, Xie Xing'ai grabbed the spear's handle that was slammed on the ground, before she moved forward, ready to stab the yellow-robed young man of the holy sect. At that moment, the yellow-robed young man's eyes suddenly widened, and seeing the small, silver dagger that was moving towards his chest, he decisively abandoned his spear as he stepped forward, opening up the distance between himself and Xie Xing'ai. And yet, at that moment, Xie Xing'ai's lips curved up in a mesmerizing smile before she said in a low voice, "Creeping Shadows." Chapter 452, A Chance to Strengthen Your Physique. Monarch of Time. At that moment, the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect felt a horrifying sensation suddenly gripping his heart, as a sense of danger overcame him. The first action that came to his mind was to quickly dodge and open up the distance between himself and the green-robed blonde beauty in front of him even further, when something completely suddenly unexpected happened. Black-colored, shadow-like tentacles extended from his own shadow from the ground below him, as they started to wrap themselves around his arms and legs, trapping the yellow-robed young man into place. This was the same low-grade martial skill that Xie Xing'ai had gotten from the barrier of knowledge during the second test, Creeping Shadows? This martial skill used up a large amount of her chi, but it allowed Xie Xing'ai to control an enemy's shadow for a few seconds. The young man from the holy sect was startled when he saw the shadow-like tentacles wrapping themselves around his arms and feet, while completely immobilizing him in the process. He knew that he had suddenly fallen into an extremely dangerous situation, but before he had enough time to break free and escape their entanglement, Xie Xing'ai suddenly took a few steps forward, and holding the silver-colored dagger in her hand, she thrust it towards the yellow-robed young man's throat. The yellow-robed young man's eyes widened as he felt the silver dagger's cold touch on his throat, while a droplet of blood slowly trickled off the dagger's surface before it fell on the ground. Silence once again filled the arena, as everyone stared at the green-robed beauty who was still holding the dagger against the yellow-robed young man's throat. Xie Xing'ai's lips once again formed a dazzling smile, before she turned her attention towards the white-robed Dao Emperor in the sky and took a step back as she slowly retracted her dagger. It was obvious that if she had pressured her dagger slightly further in, she would have most likely taken the yellow-robed young man's life. Nodding his head, the white-robed Cao Ling smiled amiably and asked in a voice that didn't hide his curiosity, "Little girl, what's your name? Which continent do you come from?" He. It's been a while since this old man has seen a new disciple with a rare physique like your Vanishing Shadow's unique physique. Xie Xing'ai bowed her head slightly and cupped her hands as she replied in a somewhat shocked voice. This junior's name is Xie Xing'ai and I come from the Xie family of the Night Star continent. Although Xie Xing'ai didn't express her doubts, how could Cao Ling not realize that she most likely had never heard the name of her unique physique before? Of course, although the white-robed Dao Emperor had been surprised that there was another genius from the weak Night Star continent, he still nodded his head with that same, amiable smile on his face. Before he said, "Although your physique is not suited for head-on battles, you are a naturally born assassin. Your Vanishing Shadow's unique physique is exceptionally suited for surprise attacks and assassinations rather than fighting your enemies head-on. But from what I have noticed, you can't remain in that state for too long? He. After entering the sect, you will really have a chance to strengthen your physique." Astonishment flashed past Xie Xing'ai's eyes, but she didn't ask Cao Ling what he meant by that. Instead, she bowed once again, thanking the white-robed Dao Emperor, before she flew back towards the audience seats. Regardless of what Cao Ling meant by a chance to strengthen her physique, she would definitely find out once she entered the sect. And yet, what surprised everyone was the fact that Xie Xing'ai wasn't actually returning back to her original seat, and instead, she was flying directly towards Shen Long's and Lu Mei's seats. At the same time, an ugly look flashed past Sheng Wang's eyes when he saw this scene, but the golden-robed prince suppressed his anger and killing intent as he remained seated instead. A few moments later, the gorgeous green-robed, blonde-haired young woman had already arrived in front of Shen Long and Lu Mei, before a dazzling smile appeared on her face for the first time since she had entered the Holy Sex test, as her eyes stared at the blue-robed young man and the white-robed young woman in front of her with excitement in her eyes. Without waiting for Xie Xing'ai to say anything, Lu Mei stood up as a mesmerizing smile appeared on her lips behind her white veil, before she said gently, "Xing Ai, congratulations." Although it was a simple line, it was filled with warmth and sincere happiness. "I am still not as strong as you, Mei," Xing Ai replied with a slight blush on her face, before she turned her attention towards the blue-robed young man next to Lu Mei. A deep look flashed past Lu Mei's eyes when she saw the look on Xing Ai's face, but her smile only widened without saying a word. Bowing slightly, Xing Ai stared at Shenlong with that same blush on her face, before she introduced herself. "My name is Xing Ai. Brother Long, it's nice to meet you." Shenlong was startled for a moment after hearing Xing Ai calling him Brother Long, but with a gentle look on his face he nodded his head and said, "Mei already told me that you are Madame Xierong's sister and how the two of you spent the last month together. Thank you for taking care of her." Xing Ai shook her head lightly when she heard this, and holding Lu Mei's hand she said with a serious look, "If someone has to say thank you then that's me. After all, it was Mei who saved me first, otherwise I would have definitely died during the third test." As she finished speaking, Xing Ai turned her gaze to the side, and threw a murderous glance at a purple-robed young man sitting in the audience seats. This was the same person who had tried to kill her during the third test, the person ranked 17th in the House of Rankings in the Night Star continent, Hua Ping. After failing to obtain Xing Ai's token, this purple-robed young man managed to obtain another token from a city not too far away from it. However, he knew that his chances of passing this fourth test were already very slim. If it wasn't because Xing Ai had been tired and had expended a lot of energy obtaining the Holy Sex token during the third test, then even if he and the other 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who were chasing after her could still join hands, they wouldn't dare to go after her for her own token. At this moment, Hua Ping's face instantly paled when he felt Xing Ai's cold glance, while his body involuntarily shivered. He knew that this woman who was ranked 5th in the House of Rankings wouldn't let his attack during the third test go. At the same time, Lu Mei smiled gently and had Xing Ai sit next to her, as the fights in the arena continued. Once the 921st fight ended, a cold smile appeared on Xing Ai's lips as the purple-robed Hua Ping got eliminated. Finally, 2 hours later, a young man from the Holy Sect landed at the center of the arena holding the token with the number 1000 in his right hand. This was the final fight before these disciples finally entered the Holy Sect. Chapter 453, Bai Longtian, Monarch of Time. Everyone's eyes stared at the bald, yellow-robed young man from the Holy Sect at the center of the arena with excited looks in their eyes. This was going to be the final fight of the fourth test. At that moment, the disciples sitting in the audience seats all turned their attention to the only person who had yet to step on the main stage. It was a handsome young man dressed in white robes, with long black hair, deep blue eyes, and sword-like eyebrows. A snow-white sword was strapped on his waist, as his hand held a golden-colored token with the number 1000 on it. This was the same young man who was staring at Shenlong with an intense gaze once his fight was finished, before nodding his head as a greeting. Seeing this white-robed young man fly towards the arena with a serious look in his eyes, the look in Sheng Wang's, Zhong Fang's, and Xing Ai's eyes instantly changed, turning extremely serious as well. In just a few moments, the white-robed young man had already appeared at the center of the arena, and staring at the bald, yellow-robed young man from the Holy Sect who was standing in front of him, he actually smiled and cupped his hands before he said, "My name is Bai Longtian. I come from the Holy White City of the Night Star continent." The moment that they heard the white-robed young man introducing himself, Shenlong's and Lu Mei's expressions slightly changed as well. At that moment, Shenlong didn't hold himself back from mumbling, "So this is the young white lord who is ranked 2nd in the House of Rankings in the Heaven's Dome City, Bai Longtian." Although his words sounded like a question, it was obvious that Shenlong was actually verifying his guess. After all, this was the first time that he and Lu Mei were seeing Bai Longtian. As the young white lord and the person ranked 2nd in the House of Rankings, Bai Longtian's fame in the Night Star continent wasn't inferior to even Sheng Wang's. At the same time, Shenlong seemed to have suddenly realized why Bai Longtian had showed so much interest in him earlier. As the person ranked 2nd in the entire Night Star continent, it was natural that he would be stunned after seeing someone else coming from the Night Star continent as well, who was able to pass the Holy Sex test with a cultivation at the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul. Turning her head to the side, Xie stared at the surprised expression on Shen Long's face and asked in a curious voice, "Brother Long, is this the first time that you are actually seeing Bai Longtian?" Of course, the reason why Xie was surprised was because she had seen Shen Long nod at Bai Longtian earlier, and she assumed that they must have already been acquainted with each other. She had also noticed that Sheng Huang seemed to have hated Shen Long for some reason, so she had ended up guessing that she was the only one who didn't know Shen Long and Lu Mei before entering the Holy Sex test. However, based on Shen Long's reaction, it seemed that he had no idea that this person was Bai Longtian. Nodding his head, Shen Long didn't hide anything as he explained directly. Me and Mayer spent the last 2 years training in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the city of Sin and didn't stay in the Heaven's Dome city for too long. Xie nodded her head in enlightenment when she heard Shen Long's answer. Since he and Lu Mei didn't spend too much time in the Heaven's Dome city, it wasn't too surprising that he hadn't met Bai Longtian before. After all, both Bai Longtian and Sheng Huang, and even the young lord of the Mercenaries Association, Zhong Fang, only showed up in the House of Rankings when they had a fight to attend to. Otherwise, they would spend the rest of their time training and preparing for the Holy Sex test. As for the reason why Sheng Huang seemed to have hated Shen Long, Xie didn't ask. Instead, a smile appeared on her face as she looked at the blue-robed young man who was sitting next to Lu Mei, before she then started to explain. Brother Long, although Bai Longtian and Sheng Huang have never fought with each other before in public, it is said that Bai Longtian isn't inferior to him at all despite being ranked second in the House of Ranking of the Heaven's Dome City. Actually, it was just a few days before the Holy Sex test started that Bai Longtian defeated Zhong Fang and was ranked second in the rankings. At the same time, there are rumors that Bai Longtian has comprehended a very rare Dao, not inferior to his Dao of Light at all. And yet, during his fight with Zhong Fang, Bai Longtian only revealed his Dao of Light. Unlike Shen Long and Lu Mei, Xie had spent a lot of time in the Heaven's Dome City. As the person ranked 5th in the House of Rankings, even if she hadn't fought with Bai Longtian before, she already knew about the rumors going around regarding this genius, who wasn't inferior to Sheng Huang. Shen Long nodded his head when he heard Xie explanation, as his eyes stared at the white-robed, handsome young man at the center of the arena with a curious look in his eyes. Of course, to be able to be mentioned in the same breath as Sheng Huang, Bai Longtian had to have comprehended a Dao that could at least put up a fight against Sheng Huang's Dao of Destruction. After all, no matter what, Sheng Huang had actually managed to pass this 4th test effortlessly. The bald, yellow-robed young man from the holy sect opposite to Bai Longtian snorted when he heard the white-robed young man introduce himself before passing the test, and with a mocking look on his face he said, "Kid, you are too arrogant. Aren't you afraid that you will lose and become a laughingstock?" Chapter 454, Do You Want to Give Up? Monarch of Time. Bai Longtian simply smiled when he heard this and cupping his hands a second time he answered, "Senior, you misunderstood. It's not that I am looking down on you, but I am indeed confident in my strength." Humph. The bald, yellow-robed young man from the holy sect snorted, but he didn't say anything in response. Instead, he waved his hand and took out a dark brown bow that seemed to have been made from some kind of wood from his spatial ring, and held it in front of his chest. A quiver filled with arrows had appeared on his back at the same time, as the bald, yellow-robed young man grabbed an arrow with his right hand and placed it on the bowstring, stretching it tightly. Then, with a smile on his face, he said, "Since you are so confident, let's begin." At that moment, the yellow-robed young man released the bowstring, as the sound of an arrow tearing through the air sounded, flying towards Bai Longtian at extreme speed. The look on Bai Longtian's face quickly turned serious as he placed both of his hands in front of his chest and clasped them together. A bright white light erupted from his body, immediately drowning his surroundings, as 2 light arrows were quickly condensed in the air above him. The 2 light arrows tore through the air, as they flew towards the bald, yellow-robed young man's arrow in an attempt to stop it. And yet, the moment that they collided together, Bai Longtian's arrows that were created from his Dao of Light were destroyed in an instant, as the yellow-robed young man's arrow continued to fly towards him. The bald young man from the holy sect smirked when he saw this outcome, almost as if it was completely expected, but the look on Bai Longtian's face didn't change. Instead, his body was quickly enveloped by a layer of light, before he suddenly disappeared. The arrow that the bald young man from the holy sect had fired seemed to have pierced through Bai Longtian's afterimage, before it landed on the ground a few tens of meters away from his original position. At the same time, Bai Longtian's figure that was covered in a layer of light quickly appeared a few meters away from the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect, but didn't directly attack him. Instead, Bai Longtian saw that the yellow-robed young man had that same smirk on his face as he knocked another arrow on his bow and said in a mocking tone, "Do you think that if you comprehend rare Daos like the Dao of Light, that you will be stronger than someone who had comprehended the Dao of Earth or the Dao of Wind? Let this senior teach you a lesson today then." As he finished his words, the bald young man from the holy sect released arrow after arrow from his bow, as he started to bombard Bai Longtian with his attacks. The white-robed young White Lord constantly used his Dao of Light to avoid the arrow attacks, while using his snow-white sword to fend off the arrows that he couldn't dodge. And yet, the force behind each arrow seemed to be no weaker than a full-powered attack from a powerful peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert. Even with his extreme speed from his Dao of Light, Bai Longtian noticed that he had no room to attack the bald young man from the holy sect. Every time he tried to approach him, the arrow attacks would completely block his path, while the bald young man would step backwards, opening up the distance between them. At the same time, the arrows in his quiver seemed to be endless, as he continued to fire them without a care. Of course, Shenlong, who was sitting in the audience seats, instantly noticed that the bald young man was using an ingenious way to retrieve the arrows he had fired, which was why they didn't seem to have an end. He used his Dao of Earth to retrieve every arrow that fell on the ground, before he returned them back to his quiver and fired them again. A few minutes later, the young White Lord stopped trying to dodge and stood still, as he stared at the yellow-robed young man opposite to him. The bald young man from the holy sect had the same smirk on his face as he looked at the white-robed young man in front of him and said, "Ha ha ha, have you figured it out yet? My arrows have all reached the same level as normal rank 3 gold grade weapons, and I don't have to be afraid that they will run out. No matter how fast you may be, as long as you aren't faster than my perception, then I can guess where you will go and block your path. It's impossible to get near me, and sooner or later my arrows will hit you. Even if you attack me with your own Dao attacks or that sword in your hand, it will still be impossible for you to destroy my arrows. Hehe, do you want to give up, junior brother?" Everyone in the audience seats could hear the mocking tone in the bald young man's words when he said the words junior brother. After all, if Bai Longtian gave up, he wouldn't enter the sect and become an outer disciple, so he wouldn't be able to call himself a junior brother. Surprisingly, Bai Longtian nodded his head when he heard the yellow-robed young man's words, and with a smile on his face he said, "Senior brother is right. I am indeed unable to defeat you with just my Dao of Light." The yellow-robed young man's lips curved up into a mocking smile as he then asked, "Are you going to complain that you lost because your sword is only a rank 2 gold grade weapon?" Bai Longtian shook his head, almost as if he hadn't realized that the bald young man from the holy sect was mocking him, and after returning his sword back in its sheath he smiled and said, "Senior brother is indeed very strong, so I will no longer hold back either." As he finished his words, Bai Longtian's body lit up with a bright white light, while at the same time, from the depths of the light, an indistinct golden color slowly appeared. Chapter 455, Bai Longtian's Dao. Monarch of Time. The golden light was originally extremely faint and almost impossible to discern with the naked eye, but as time passed, it started to turn brighter and brighter. In just a few moments, it had already covered Bai Longtian's body completely, making him look like an immortal that has suddenly descended from the heavens. His white robes fluttered with the wind, while the disciples of the holy sect and everyone else sitting in the audience seats had shocked looks in their eyes. The only one who seemed to be relatively calm was the prince of the Shengtian dynasty, Sheng Huang. And yet, despite being calm, a deep look flashed inside Sheng Huang's eyes as he stared at Bai Longtian's figure at the center of the arena. Although the world didn't know about it, as the prince of the Shengtian dynasty and the #1 genius of the Night Star continent, he had already fought against Bai Longtian in the past. Of course, back then, Sheng Huang didn't have his bronze warhammer, but even after using both his Dao of Destruction and his Dao of Metal, he was still unable to beat the young White Lord. Of course, he didn't lose the fight either, and they ended up calling this a draw. Although Sheng Huang believed that he was definitely stronger than Bai Longtian now that he had a peak rank 3 gold grade weapon, He also knew that the Dao that Bai Longtian had comprehended as his foundation Dao for his body refinement was an extremely terrifying one, a Dao that could actually match his Dao of destruction. At the same time, the white-robed Dao emperors, Cao Ling's eyes immediately widened when he saw this scene, while a look of disbelief instantly colored his previously calm eyes. His eyes first stared at the blue-robed Shen Long in the audience seats and Lu Mei who was sitting next to him, as well as the green-robed Xie Ai who was also sitting next to her, before he turned his attention towards the golden-robed prince of the Shengtian dynasty, Sheng Huang, and the chubby-faced young lord of the Mercenaries Association, Zhong Fang. Finally, a few moments later, he turned his eyes towards the white-robed Bai Longtian at the center of the arena, before he mumbled to himself thoughtfully. The Dao of space, Dao of death, Dao of shadows, Dao of destruction and now the Dao of the Buddha, is this be the change in the Night Star continent's fate? The reason why even Cao Ling was shocked by this, was because Bai Longtian who also came from the Night Star continent, had actually comprehended the Dao of the Buddha. This was an extremely rare Dao that wasn't even inferior to Sheng Wang's Dao of destruction, Xie Ai's Dao of shadows, Lu Mei's Dao of death, and even Shen Long's Dao of space. Of course, every Dao had its own strengths and uniquenesses, and neither one could be considered as clearly stronger than the others, but Bai Longtian's Dao of Buddha required one to have a heart that was extremely suited to practice Buddhism. At the same time, Bai Longtian was the sixth genius coming from the Night Star continent. The first one to pass the test was Sheng Huang, followed by Lu Mei and Shen Long, as well as Zhong Fang and Xie Ai, and now it was very likely that Bai Longtian would be the next. For so many years, there had been almost no geniuses from the Night Star continent who had ended up passing the fourth test, and today, there were already 5 of them, and Bai Longtian was definitely going to be the 6th. Of course, Zhong Fang wasn't necessarily weaker than the rest of them just because he hadn't comprehended a rare Dao like the Dao of the Buddha or the Dao of death. After all, each Dao had its own strengths and weaknesses. Even Bai Longtian who had already comprehended the Dao of light, was now forced to reveal his Dao of the Buddha against an opponent who had only comprehended the Dao of earth. As the golden light completely covered his body, Bai Longtian suddenly took a step forward causing an extremely thick golden barrier to appear around him, as his aura of a body refinement cultivator at the early 5th stage exploded outwards. The yellow-robed young man from the holy sect took a few steps back in response, but his hand didn't delay for a single moment, as he knocked another arrow on the bowstring. Although he was stunned that Bai Longtian was also a dual cultivator of both qi and body refinement, this wasn't the first time that this had appeared in the test today. At the same time, the bald, yellow-robed young man could also feel a sense of danger coming from the golden barrier, causing him to not hesitate to start firing arrow after arrow once again. However, as the first arrow left the bowstring and crashed on the golden shield around Bai Longtian, the scene that the bald young man from the holy sect had expected to see didn't happen. The barrier only rippled for a moment before it returned to its normal condition, instantly deflecting the arrow to the side. Bai Longtian didn't hesitate any longer, as he instantly shot forward at full speed, heading towards the yellow-robed young man. Although he could previously block Bai Longtian's advancement with his arrows earlier, the bald young man from the holy sect had his eyes widen, as he saw arrow after arrow being deflected, unable to penetrate the golden shield. In just a moment, Bai Longtian who took a straight path forward and was completely covered with the light from his Dao of light and his Dao of the Buddha, instantly appeared in the sky above the yellow-robed young man, before he swung his sword sideways. Before the bald, yellow-robed young man from the holy sect could react, the cold surface of a snow-white sword had already appeared in front of his eyes, before Bai Longtian's calm voice resounded throughout the arena, as he said, "Senior, I win." Chapter 456, A Chance to Change. Monarch of Time. The bald, yellow-robed young man tried to open his mouth in protest, but the snow-white sword was still hanging in front of his eyes making him unable to utter a word. Although he knew that there was no way for him to die, it was obvious that Bai Longtian was giving him face by not injuring him and allowing him to accept his defeat unharmed. However, this was even more difficult to the yellow-robed young man than if he was actually injured. Finally, a few moments later, he let out a sigh that was mixed with anger and helplessness before he said, "Fine, you won this time." As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow-robed young man turned around and flew towards the rest of the disciples of the holy sect in the sky, while at the same time, He also removed the restriction in his cultivation base, allowing it to rise all the way to the peak of rank 5 in one go. It was as if he was saying to Bai Longtian that although he had lost, it was only because he was suppressing his cultivation to the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul. Otherwise, even though he wasn't a body refinement cultivator like him, the yellow-robed young man would still beat him to the ground. Bai Longtian didn't seem to mind this as he turned his attention towards the white-robed Dao Emperor in the sky and cupped his hands. Cao Ling smiled amiably and nodded his head towards him, before he turned his attention towards the white-robed Elder Zhuan standing next to him, and with a calm look on his face he said, "Zhuanpeng, I will leave the rest to you." Without waiting for a response, the bald Dao Emperor waved his hand, and in front of all the disciples present, he immediately disappeared. At the same time, since Bai Longtian had already introduced himself before his fight, the white-robed Dao King, Elder Zhuanpeng didn't ask him any questions, and instead, he turned his attention towards the yellow-robed disciples of the holy sect behind him and said calmly, "You can disperse for now." The 1,000 yellow-robed disciples behind him all bowed their heads before they soared in the sky, all of them heading towards the huge mountain located at the south of the arena, whose peak seemed to have pierced through the clouds. Elder Zhuan ignored the yellow-robed disciples who left the arena and turned his attention towards those sitting in the audience seats and said with a smile on his face, "Congratulations! Starting today, all of you are now disciples of my holy section. I will soon explain everything you need to know, but first, let's enter the section." After he finished speaking, Elder Zhuan looked at the 93 disciples sitting in the audience seats who had already passed the 4th test, as well as Bai Longtian who was standing at the center of the arena, before he soared in the sky, heading towards the huge mountain in the distance where the yellow-robed disciples had already flown to. Shenlong, Lu Mei, Xie and the rest of the disciples sitting in the audience seats didn't hesitate, as they all followed after the white-robed Dao King, flying towards the large mountain as well. As they headed towards the mountain's peak, Shenlong noticed an enormous city erected at the other side, near the foot of the mountain. Even from so far away, Shenlong and Lu Mei could guess that this city was at least the same size as the Heaven's Dome city in the Night Star continent. Of course, it wasn't just Shenlong who had noticed this city but the rest of the disciples as well, but no one asked any questions as they continued to follow after the white-robed Dao King at full speed. Finally, an incense stick of time later, their group arrived at the mountain's peak, only to see a stunning scene appear in their eyes. A luxurious white palace was standing tall at the peak of the mountain, with its gates wide open. With just a glance, Shenlong immediately understood that this palace was actually much bigger than the city located at the foot of the mountain. This was definitely not just a palace, but an entire city instead. At the same time, he also noticed that in front of the palace gates, 2 white-robed elderly men standing guard with their eyes closed. The auras of these 2 elders were completely retracted inside their bodies, while the robes that they were wearing were identical to Elder Zhuan's. The moment that they sensed Shenlong's group approaching, the 2 elders opened their eyes and scanned the approaching group, revealing their auras at the peak of rank 9 in the Dao King realm at the same time. These elders were actually Dao Kings who had reached the absolute pinnacle, the same level of strength as Elder Zhuan. However, after seeing that it was Elder Zhuan who was leading this group, the 2 of them simply nodded their heads before they closed their eyes again. Elder Zhuan nodded his head as he greeted the 2 elders, before he turned his attention towards the disciples behind him, and with that same smile on his face he said, "Follow me." Seeing the white-robed Elder Zhuan enter the palace, the disciples following after him only hesitated for a single moment, before they followed after him as well. Finally, a few minutes later, after walking through a long corridor, Shenlong and the rest of the disciples around him found themselves inside a large, spacious room, when Elder Zhuan's voice reverberated inside their ears. "I officially welcome all of you to our holy sect. All of you are now considered official disciples of our sect. Before you enter the sect and become outer disciples, each of you will have a chance to change your future today." As he finished his words, Elder Zhuan turned around and walked towards the end of the hall, standing next to a large white-colored ball that was hovering in the air, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 457, Ball of Fate. Monarch of Time. Change our future. It was unknown who was the one who had asked this, as everyone stared at the white-robed Elder Zhuan standing next to the white-colored crystal-like ball, and waited for him to explain. Seeing the confused expressions in the disciples' faces, Elder Swan nodded his head and smiled as he then said, "Right, today is your chance to change your future. This white ball's name is the Ball of Fate. It can read your fate and predict your future to a certain extent. Depending on your results today, you may even attract the attention of an elder and be accepted as their personal disciple. Becoming a disciple of an elder will not only give you status in the sect, but you will also get more resources, a better training environment, and even personal guidance from the elder. Of course, every single outer court elder is at least a peak rank 9 Dao King realm expert. Now, let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed Elder Swan turned his attention towards a red-robed young man who was standing the closest to him. This was actually the same young man that Lu Mei had fought during the third test when they competed for the Holy Sex token. He had barely managed to pass through the fourth test and defeat an outer disciple of the Holy Sect. Of course, he had long since noticed Lu Mei taking the third test, and how easily she had dealt with her own opponent, making him shiver in the process. At the same time, a terrifying feeling had sprouted in his heart when he noticed the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators that Lu Mei had summoned during the fourth test. Although he hadn't seen what had happened to the old woman with the red armor during the third test, he clearly remembered that Lu Mei's enormous, hideous black beast had clearly eaten the old man in black robes and the snake-eyed middle-aged man, and yet, somehow, Lu Mei could actually command them freely? Of course, the red-robed young man had already sensed that even though Lu Mei was commanding them, the 3 of them were already dead. Even in death the 3 of them weren't free. Of course, aside from Lu Mei, the red-robed young man had also noticed other terrifying monsters who had passed the fourth test as well, including Shen Long, the black-robed Zhang Chen, the golden-robed Sheng Huang and many others. The geniuses who had appeared in the fourth test this time had already far exceeded his expectations, especially the blue-robed young man next to Lu Mei whose cultivation was only at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. After turning his gaze towards another young man in red robes who was silently standing a few meters away from him, the red-robed young man took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, as he slowly walked towards the Ball of Fate next to Elder Swan. Seeing the young man who was standing in front of him, Elder Swan nodded his head and turned his gaze at the Ball of Fate next to him, almost as if he was waiting for the red-robed young man to place his hand on top of it. The red-robed young man named Ziai Jinya stretched out his hand, and without any hesitation, he placed it directly on top of the crystal-like white ball. Everyone noticed that Ziai Jinya didn't even need to circulate his qi, as the crystal ball lit up with a pale yellow light. And yet, this light only lasted for a few moments, before it quickly turned white a few seconds later. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Elder Swan shook his head without a change in his expression, as he looked at Ziai Jinya and said in a calm tone, "You can at most become a Dao King in your life, but it's unlikely that you will even reach the late stages of the Dao King realm, let alone become a Dao Emperor." Next, Ziai Jinya felt his hopes being shattered while a stifling overcame him in an instant. Would at most become a Dao King? Wouldn't even become a late-stage Dao King, let alone a Dao Emperor? He was the descendant of an early rank 9 Dao King? His grandfather was a powerhouse and yet he had failed the fourth test of the Holy Sect in the past. Ziai Jinya was certain that since he had managed to do so, he would at least become a peak Dao King like Elder Swan, if not a Dao Emperor. Everyone's eyes were focused on the red-robed young man who had yet to move from his spot, almost as if he was in a daze, before Elder Swan's words sounded once again. "Did you think that every single one of you who passed the test would become peak Dao Kings at the very least, or even Dao Emperors? You never know what's going to happen in your life, and whether you will survive to see the sunrise tomorrow. As cultivators you should know that talent isn't everything. You also need luck, powerful comprehension ability, and most importantly, a strong will. Some of you may not even enter the middle stages of the Dao King realm in your lives, let alone the late stages. Of course, some of you may even become powerful Dao Emperors, but if you think that becoming a Dao Emperor is so easy, then think again. Those with terrifying talent will find it even more difficult to step into the Dao King realm in the future, let alone the Dao Emperor." As he said this, Elder Swan's gaze swept past Shen Long, Lu Mei, Zhang Chen, and the other terrifying geniuses that had caught his eye during the fourth test, almost as if he was warning them. The red-robed Ziai Jinya stepped away from the Ball of Fate, but a determined look had appeared in his eyes. He simply refused to believe that he wouldn't become a peak Dao King in the future. As Ziai Jinya stepped back from the Ball of Fate, Elder Zwan turned his gaze towards Lu Mei, and looking at her with a curious look in his eyes, he then said, "You are next." Chapter 458, Lu Mei's Fate. Monarch of Time. The moment that they heard Elder Zwan's words, everyone's attention was immediately focused on the white-robed, white-veiled young woman who was standing next to Shenlong. At the same time, Lu Mei turned her head to the side and stared at Shenlong solemnly for a moment, only to see him nod his head with a smile on his face. Finally, the apprehension in Lu Mei's heart eased slightly, as she took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. From the very beginning, Lu Mei had been wary of this ball of fate the moment that their group entered the hall. If this ball could really predict someone's fate, then Lu Mei, who was already Shenlong's woman, and knew a few things about his past and present situation, had a connection with a living dragon and had also accepted an extremely high-grade cultivation technique from him, was definitely going to attract a lot of attention no matter what. Het fate was definitely no longer simple. However, she also understood that refusing to test her future through the ball of fate was only going to make people even more suspicious. After all, the white-haired Peak Dao King, Elder Zwan, had clearly stated that this wasn't a test but an opportunity. At the same time, Xiaxing Ai didn't say anything either, as she calmly stared at the white-veiled Lu Mei who was walking towards the crystal-like white ball next to the white-robed elder. She already knew that Shenlong and Lu Mei had advanced from heaven-grade rookies to early-stage nascent soul cultivators in a short period of 3 years. To Xiaxing Ai, just this alone was nothing short of a miracle. At the same time, Xiaxing Ai had also seen how Lu Mei's cultivation had advanced from the early rank 1 all the way to the middle of rank 3 of the nascent soul within a few days. These things by themselves were certainly enough to cause a huge commotion during this test. Even Sheng Huang, who was considered an extreme genius in the Night Star continent, had all the resources of the Shengtian dynasty available to him and had also consumed countless treasures and pills that aided him in his cultivation. Took nearly 8 years to advance from the early rank 1 of the spirit realm to his current stage. Of course, this could also be related to his Dao of destruction as well. After all, the more unique a Dao was, the more difficult and more time-consuming it would be to comprehend it thoroughly. Even Xiaxing Ai herself, who had her Vanishing Shadow's unique physique and was extremely suited to comprehend the Dao of Shadows, took 6 years to advance from the early rank 1 of the spirit realm to the peak of rank 3 of the nascent soul. However, it was also obvious that Lu Mei's Dao of Death was definitely not inferior to her Dao of Shadows or Sheng Wang's Dao of Destruction. Thus, Xie Xinji had actually come to the conclusion that from the people inside this hall, aside from the peak rank 1 nascent soul Shenlong, and perhaps the black-robed Zhang Chen, Lu Mei probably had the most extraordinary fate. Of course, although the rest of the disciples inside the hall didn't know so many things about Lu Mei, everyone had already noticed her undead creatures during the 3rd test, and were already curious about her fate. Seeing the white-robed Elder Zwan nod amiably at her, Lu Mei closed her eyes for a moment, before she placed her lithe, pale white hand on top of the crystal ball of fate. The moment that Lu Mei's hand touched the ball of fate, the crystal-like ball instantly lit up with a bright white light that quickly turned yellow. However, in what seemed to be the blink of an eye, the yellow light had already turned black, causing Elder Zwan's heart to skip a beat. This light wasn't just a dim black light, but one that could swallow everything around it, including all light itself. And yet, just as Elder Zwan was about to end Lu Mei's test, a small part of the darkness at the center of the ball of fate slowly receded, giving way to a bright colorful light that seemed to contain every possible color inside it. At that moment, a tiny crack appeared on the crystal ball's surface, causing Elder Zwan, who had already fallen in a trance, to shout, "Stop!" Hearing the white-robed elder's voice, Lu Mei took a step back while retracting her hand at the same time, not continuing to test her fate any further. However, the light on the ball of fate still remained there for a few more moments until it slowly disappeared, returning the crystal ball to its original appearance. And yet, the tiny crack was still on the white ball's surface, like a small stain on a previously spotless jade. Everyone's eyes were focused on the white ball of fate, before they turned their attention to the white-robed Elder Zwan next to the crystal ball. However, the white-robed Dao King didn't pay any attention to the disciples inside the hall, as a complicated look appeared on his face, almost as if he had just realized something. At that moment, the ethereal voice of a woman resounded throughout the silent hall, as she said in a calm, uncaring tone, "Continue the test." Elder Zhuan's eyes quickly returned to normal the moment that he heard this voice, as he nodded his head and stared at Lu Mei for a few moments before he said in a thoughtful voice, "Your fate is complicated. The only thing I can tell you is that you will definitely have a chance to exceed the Dao King realm in the future." Everyone stared at Elder Zhuan curiously, but no one asked any questions as they saw Lu Mei bow to the white-robed elder and return to Shen Long's side. It was obvious that the white-robed Dao King didn't want to explain more things about Lu Mei's fate, and was ready to continue the rest of the test. At the same time, in a seemingly isolated room, a group of elders were staring at the white-robed Lu Mei in the screen of light in front of them, with a deep look in their eyes. Chapter 459, Immortal Fate. Monarch of Time. After a few moments of silence, a white-robed old man with deep wrinkles around his eyes and on his forehead was the first one to speak, as he looked at the elders on the table around him and asked in a deep voice, "What does everyone think about this little girl?" Silence filled the room for a few moments, before a beautiful middle-aged woman with her long black hair tied in a ponytail turned to look at the white-robed wrinkled elder next to her, as she then said in the same ethereal voice that resembled a fairy's and had resounded inside the other hall a few moments ago, "Elder Sun Wen, I think everyone here understands what that girl's fate entails. Death, murder, darkness, blood, and yet this isn't the first time that our holy sect is getting a disciple with such a deep and complicated fate. Besides, didn't everyone see the colorful light at the center of the ball of fate? I'm sure that everyone knows what that means. I don't even have to explain the crack at the ball of fate." An old woman with long white hair that flowed freely through her shoulders stood up from her seat and stared at the middle-aged woman a few seats away from her, before she spoke in a deep, wizened voice. "Xianjiao, don't forget that fate is only a possibility and not something certain. No one knows what may happen in the future. Although that girl's fate inside the ball of fate was indeed colorful, this means that there is only a small chance for her to become an immortal in the future. This is not a certainty. After all, there have been plenty of other disciples with immortal fates who have died before they could reach their full potential. What I am more concerned about is that tiny crack on the ball of fate's surface. This is the first time that something like this happens." The white-robed old man, Sun Wen, had a deep look in his eyes as he stared at the screen at the center of the hall, before he said in the same deep voice a few moments later, "Have Elder Cao Ling see if he can find that little girl's background. There are very few things that can really tamper with fate like this." A middle-aged man with long brown hair and deep blue eyes stared at Elder Sun Wen for a few moments, almost as if he had suddenly come to a realization, before he then asked curiously, "Elder Sun, are you saying that there is someone very powerful backing that girl?" The white-robed old man, Sun Wen, nodded his head with a deep look on his face before he replied seriously, "At the very least, it is someone who has exceeded the Dao Emperor realm long ago. Perhaps, it is even someone at the same level as the sect master." Silence immediately filled the room the moment that the rest of the elders around him heard Sun Wen's inference, before everyone stared at the screen of light at the center of the hall without saying a word. Finally, a few moments later, the middle-aged man with deep blue eyes stared at Lu Mei's figure in the screen of light and asked in a cautious tone, "In that case, wouldn't it be better if we gave that girl special treatment? Perhaps Elder Xianjiao, Mao Jing, or some other female elder could accept her as a personal disciple. After all, although our holy sect isn't considered weak by any means, striking a relationship with a senior at the level of the sect master is important even for us." Staring at the screen of light in front of him, the white-robed elder, Sun Wen, didn't even turn his head to the side to look at the elders around him, before he shook his head and said calmly, "If that person sent her here through the tests of our sect, he obviously doesn't want her to be treated specially." Turning his head towards the beautiful middle-aged woman named Xianjiao, the old woman with long white hair named Mao Jing, and another female elder at the end of the table, Sun Wen nodded his head lightly before he continued, "Of course, if any of you want to accept her as an in-name disciple, then that's still acceptable. After all, her talent definitely warrants at least that much attention. Then, what about that blue-robed kid who seems to be close to her?" Another elder asked curiously as he stared at Shenlong's figure next to Lu Mei. "Let's wait for his results first." Although Sun Wen's tone was calm, it was obvious that he was placing a lot of attention on Shenlong as well. At the same time, at the center of the hall where Shenlong and the rest were in, the white-robed Dao King, Elder Zhuan, continued the test. 10 more disciples tested their fates after Lu Mei on the ball of fate. Among them, disciples who were fated to become Dao emperors started to appear, but after the commotion and shock that Lu Mei's fate had caused, the subsequent scenes weren't as shocking. Finally, as the 15th disciple tested himself, the white-robed Elder Zwan turned his attention towards a short, red-robed young man with spiky black hair, standing a few meters away from him. The moment that Elder Zwan's gaze fell on the red-robed young man, everyone's attention including Shen Long's fell on this young man as well. Shen Long clearly remembered that this was one of the few people that was worthy paying a lot of attention to during the 4th test. This person's name was Jun Ren, an early rank 4 nascent soul stage genius, the same level as the black-robed Zhang Chen. However, the reason why Shen Long had placed so much attention on him was because this young man had comprehended an extremely rare Dao, the Dao of War. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on him, the red-robed Jun Ren's lips curved up into a smile, as he took a step forward and quickly appeared in front of Elder Zwan and the crystal-like ball, before placing his right hand on top of the ball of fate. Chapter 460, Extraordinary Fate. Monarch of Time. The moment that his palm touched the white-colored ball of fate, a bright red light instantly erupted from the depths of the ball, before it covered its surface in its entirety. This bright red color resembled the color of blood, while at the depths of the crystal ball, there was a faint, almost indistinct mix of colors, that was similar to Lu Mei's colorful light that had appeared during her test. The only difference was, that Jun Ren's light was actually much fainter than Lu Mei's. And yet, regardless of how faint it was, the moment that this light appeared, it didn't stop Elder Zwan's expression of shock from showing on his face. The white-robed elder clearly knew that even if Jun Ren didn't have the same chances as Lu Mei, his fate was also considered an immortal fate. This meant that Jun Ren also had a chance of becoming an immortal in the future. Although immortal fates weren't too rare in the Holy Sect, they definitely weren't common enough for two of them to appear during one selection process from the disciples that came from the continents surrounding the central region. After all, Elder Zwan also knew that even in the Holy Sect's previous selection that took place 2 months ago, there were only 3 geniuses with immortal fates. A few moments later, Jun Ren's expression slightly changed as he retracted his hand from the ball of fate while his eyes stared at the white-robed elder in front of him with an impassive look. Despite the shock on Elder Zwan's face, Jun Ren could clearly see that the colorful light that had appeared on the ball's surface just now wasn't as bright as Lu Mei's. Although he didn't know exactly what this light symbolized, he still had a certain guess in his mind, causing his expression to turn somewhat ugly. Jun Ren didn't wait for Elder Zwan's instructions, as he turned around and stared at the white-robed young woman next to Shenlong with a deep look in his eyes, before he turned his attention towards the blue-robed young man who also had his gaze fixed on him. Was Lu Mei stronger than him? Did she have a more promising future than him? Then what about that blue-robed young man with that terrifying bloodline? No, it's impossible for a single ball to predict my future. Whether it is talent, luck, or willpower, I am not inferior to anyone in the world. The red-robed Jun Ren shook his head firmly while a determined look had appeared in his eyes at the same time, and after staring at the blue-robed Shenlong for a few more moments, he walked back to where he previously stood as he waited for the test to continue. At the same time, Shenlong also cast another deep look at this red-robed young man, before he turned his attention towards the white-colored ball of fate. Just like everyone else inside the hall, he had already guessed that the colorful light inside the ball of fate signified something extraordinary, making even the elders of the Holy Sect pay close attention to it. Besides, although Jun Ren's colorful light wasn't as bright as Lu Mei's, it didn't mean that Shenlong would underestimate him. Instead, this made Shenlong pay even more attention to this red-robed young man who had comprehended the Dao of War. After all, although others didn't know about it, Shenlong clearly knew that Lu Mei's fate had already been tampered with. By coming in contact with Shenlong, who had a terrifying secret inside him, as well as coming in contact with Little Black and obtaining an extremely powerful cultivation technique from him, it would instead be weird if Lu Mei's fate wasn't abnormal. And yet, the red-robed Jun Ren had such a result without coming in contact with a king of magic beasts. No matter what, his fate was definitely extraordinary, which was enough for Shenlong to pay some attention to him. Besides, Shenlong wouldn't trust the Holy Sect's ball of fate completely. It wasn't that he didn't believe in fate, but he refused to accept that one's future could really be divined. At best, this is just a vague prediction. Even if someone is really talented enough to become a powerful cultivator in the future, it's possible for him to die before he can mature. At the same time, even someone who isn't fated to become powerful enough, if they obtain the legacy of a powerhouse or if they find a rare treasure that helps them advance their cultivation, their future may change. Having comprehended the Dao of Time to his current level, Shenlong had already understood that fate was impossible to truly predict. And yet, this didn't mean that the Ball of Fate's test wasn't important. At the very least, it showed the path that one would follow in their life. After all, it was also unlikely that someone with a very weak fate would end up becoming a powerhouse, unless they met something completely unexpected in their lives. As Shenlong reached this conclusion, he turned his attention towards the white-robed elder next to the Ball of Fate, waiting to see whom he was going to choose next. At the same time, the white-robed elders remained silent as well, not commenting on Junren's fate, as everyone waited for Elder Zhuan's decision. Elder Zhuan's eyes swept past the disciples in the hall for a few moments, before they finally landed on the figure of a devilishly handsome young man in black robes, with brown eyes and a single scar below his left eye. The moment that Elder Zhuan's figure landed on him, everyone immediately turned their attention towards the black-robed Zhang Chen. And yet, the black-robed young man had a leisure look on his face, seemingly not caring about the attention of the people around him. Surprisingly, Zhang Chen turned his head to the left, and stared at Shenlong seriously for a few moments, before his lips curved up into a smile, as he slowly took a step forward and appeared in front of the crystal ball of fate. Chapter 461, 3 left. Monarch of Time. Even Elder Zhuan and the elders observing from the other room were all curious to see Zhang Chen's results. Without wasting any time, the handsome, black-robed young man raised his right hand and placed his palm on top of the white ball. The moment that his hand touched the cold, crystal-like ball, a deep darkness immediately erupted from the depths of the ball, completely filling its white surface in nearly an instant. And yet, Zhang Chen's darkness was different from Lu Mei's. This wasn't the pitch-black darkness of death. Instead, the fate in Zhang Chen's darkness seemed to have been mixed with a bright red color, one that wasn't too different from Junren's red color a few moments ago. Just as everyone kept staring at the white ball of fate and waited for a certain result to appear, a colorful light gradually appeared from the ball's depths, as it slowly emerged towards the ball's surface. And yet, before the colorful light could completely emerge, the darkness that was mixed with the color of blood quickly surrounded it, before they drowned it completely, leaving out only a single, tiny speck of this colorful light, that seemed to be ready to be extinguished at any time. Everyone's eyes, including the black-robed Zhang Chen's, widened at this scene, as they all stared at the white-robed Elder Zhuan and waited for his explanation. However, just like with Lu Mei's fate, Elder Zhuan actually shook his head before he said in a seemingly calm voice, "Your fate is very complicated." Zhang Chen stared at the white-robed elder in front of him with a deep look in his eyes, but seeing that he wasn't getting an answer, he turned around and walked back to the place he was standing without another word. However, before Elder Zhuan could continue the test, the deep voice of an old man resounded throughout the room, as it said in a serious tone, "You are doomed to die, but you will have a chance to live a normal life if you so wish. Give up on your dreams and live a normal life. In that case, not only will you not die, but you will also become very powerful. However, you need to know that, if you chase something too deeply, you will really lose your life." A trace of shock flashed through Elder Zhuan's eyes when he heard this voice, before he turned his attention towards the black-robed young man who had just taken the test. Elder Zhuan remembered that even when Lu Mei had cracked the ball of fate, or during Junren's test of his immortal fate, the elders didn't give an explanation. And yet, Elder Sun Wen had personally spoken to give advice to the black-robed young man. It was obvious that there was a deep reason why the elders decided to interfere this time and explain things to Zhang Chen. Everyone inside the room had turned their attention towards the handsome young man in black robes, who looked shocked after hearing what this deep voice had said. However, the look in Zhang Chen's eyes only turned hazy for a few moments before a resolute look appeared on his face, as he shook his head without saying a word. The old voice sighed lightly, before it gradually turned distant and disappeared from the hall. The entire room immediately fell silent, as the white-robed Elder Zhuan stared deeply at the black-robed Zhang Chen for a few more moments, before he continued with the test. More than 20 disciples tested themselves after Zhang Chen, including the young lord of the Mercenaries Association, Zhong Fang, but the colorful light didn't appear in the ball of fate's surface. Even when the turn of the golden-robed prince from the Shengtian dynasty came, the colorful light still didn't appear, no matter how hard he tried to make it appear. An expression filled with anger and fury appeared on the golden-robed prince's face when he saw this result, but he still suppressed it barely a moment later, as he retracted his hand from the crystal-like ball and walked away, while he stared at Shenlong, Lu Mei, and Xie Xingyi from the corner of his eyes. Of course, although others were surprised that Sheng Huang and some other powerful geniuses didn't trigger the colorful light, the white-robed Elder Zwan wasn't surprised, and instead, he felt that this was only normal. Although the disciples here didn't know what the colorful light meant, as an elder of the holy sect, he obviously knew that it represented immortal fate. If every single disciple had an immortal fate, even Dao emperors wouldn't be rare in the holy sect, let alone peak Dao kings like him. As they watched the tests that took place one after the other, Xie Xingyi turned her head to the side and stared at Shenlong with a gentle look in her eyes, before she asked curiously, "Brother Long, do you think that the colorful light means that one will surpass the level of a Dao emperor in the future?" It wasn't just Xie Xingyi, but Lu Mei, and even the surrounding disciples that weren't too far away from the three of them and overheard this question, that turned their attention towards Shenlong, as they waited for his answer. Although Shenlong was just a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, no one underestimated him. Shaking his head, there was a deep look inside Shenlong's eyes as he stared at Xie Xingyi, before he said seriously, "Even for the holy sect, it should be impossible to predict someone's fate. Although the colorful light probably means that someone has the chance to surpass a Dao emperor in the future, in the end, that's only a chance. Willpower, comprehension ability, talent, and luck are all more important than fate in the end." A profound look flashed past Elder Zwan's eyes, as he nodded his head with a look of admiration inside them. In the past, Elder Sun Wen had said the same thing. Although the holy sect tests the fate of the new disciples, this fate is only a small path that they can follow. Willpower, comprehension ability, luck, and talent are all equally as important as one's fate, if not even more important. Cultivators fight against the heavens, so why should they be restricted by their own fate? One born weak should strive to become strong, while one born strong should strive to become even stronger. Elder Zwan hid the look of admiration deep in his heart, as he continued with the tests of fate. In the end, no matter what, one's fate was still important. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye as the tests continued, and finally, only 3 disciples were left that had yet to test their fates. Chapter 462, Last One. Monarch of Time. Elder Zwan turned his attention towards the 3 remaining disciples that had yet to test themselves, almost as if he was deciding which one to test. Finally, his eyes fell on the stunning green-robed beauty with blonde hair who was standing next to Lu Mei. The moment that she saw Elder Zwan's gaze landing on her, Xie Xingyi nodded her head with a serious look in her eyes, before she took a few steps forward and appeared in front of the crystal-like ball of fate. Without any hesitation, she then placed her palm on the white ball's surface, as her eyes stared at the ball's color that had instantly started to change. At that moment, the ball of fate split in 2 colors, a white light that covered half of the ball's surface, and a black light that covered the other half. The 2 colors didn't merge together, but they coexisted with each other in perfect harmony, almost as if they were 2 parts of a bigger whole. And yet, before Xie Xingyi could retract her hand, a hazy, colorful light appeared from the depths of the ball of fate, before it slowly emerged towards the ball's surface, causing another wave of shock to rise in everyone's heart. Even though the light was hazy and was much dimmer than even Zhang Chen's colorful light, it was obvious that Xie Xingyi was actually the 4th person who had actually summoned this colorful light during this test. Even the elders of the holy sect who were watching this scene from another room couldn't hide their astonishment, as the old woman with long white hair, Elder Mao Jing, said in a disbelieving voice, "A 4th immortal fate. And this girl seems to have a relationship with that white-veiled little girl from earlier. Elder Sun, what does this girl's fate signify?" After hearing the old woman's question, every single one of the elders inside the room turned their attention towards the white-robed old man, whose forehead and the area around his eyes were filled with wrinkles. Elder Sun continued to stare at the screen of light in front of him, before he sighed and slowly said in a calm voice, "That girl has a unique physique called the Vanishing Shadows physique, but that by itself is still not enough for her to possess an immortal fate. Even if she could awaken her physique to its fullest potential, it still wouldn't be easy for her to surpass the Dao Emperor realm in the future. As for the current her who has only awakened 20% of her physique, that's even more impossible. At the same time, although she possesses an immortal fate, it's extremely hazy and weak, even weaker than the black-robed brats from the Zhang family, which means that she hasn't acquired it yet. This is probably a chance that will appear for her in the future. The moment that the white-robed elder Sun Wen finished his words, the eyes of the rest of the elders around him widened in shock. At the same time, a white-robed old man who was sitting with his eyes closed and had stayed completely silent previously, suddenly snapped his eyes open like a sword that had left its sheath, and looked at Elder Sun Wen before he asked in disbelief. The Zhang family? Sun Wen, that black-robed kid is really from the Zhang family? I thought that the Zhang family didn't have any branches outside of the central region. Compared to disciples who had extremely weak immortal fate like Xiezing Ai, something that involved the Zhang family was obviously much more important and interesting to this elder. Elder Sun Wen nodded his head seriously as he kept staring at Xiezing Ai's figure inside the screen of light, before he said in a calm but certain tone, "I actually looked at some of the fights during the fourth test and saw that little brat fighting. Although few people know about it, the golden saber that he used during the fourth test is Zhang Tianfeng's weapon that he used when he roamed the central region in the past, the Golden Dream." The room of elders instantly fell silent the moment that the name Zhang Tianfeng was spoken, as everyone stared at the calm elder Sun Wen in shock. Sun Wen's eyes, however, were still focused on Xiezing Ai's figure at the huge screen of light, before they were focused on the figure of a blue-robed young man standing not too far away from her. At the same time, Xiezing Ai also removed her hand, before she bowed slightly at Elder Zwan, and walked back next to Lu Mei. Although she had seen the colorful light appear in the ball of fate, she knew that the white-robed Elder Zwan wouldn't explain anything even if someone asked him about it. The elder's eyes stared at Xiezing Ai for a few more moments, before he turned his attention towards two young men who weren't standing too far away from each other. One of them was a handsome, blue-robed young man, with short black hair and deep black eyes, while the other one was a handsome young man in white robes, with black hair and deep blue eyes, with a snow-white sword strapped on his waist. Gritting his teeth, Elder Zwan decided to leave Shenlong for last, as he turned his attention towards the white-robed Bai Longtian. Bai Longtian nodded his head and cupped his hands at the white-robed elder of the holy sect, before he took a few steps forward and placed his hands on the ball of fate in front of him. The moment that Bai Longtian's hands touched the white, crystal ball at the center of the hall, the ball of fate suddenly lit up with a bright golden light that covered the entirety of the ball's surface. Even after touching the ball for nearly a minute, however, no other result appeared. The golden-robed prince of the Shengtian dynasty seemed to have heaved out a sigh of relief, and was about to turn his attention towards the last person who had yet to test himself, when his pupils suddenly dilated, almost as if he was seeing something that he couldn't accept. From the depths of the golden light, a hazy, dim, and almost indistinct colorful light slowly emerged as well, one that was just as bright as Xiezing Ai's light a few moments ago. Unable to hold himself back any longer, a cold look that was filled with killing intent finally appeared in Sheng Wang's eyes, as he barely held himself back from shouting, "Impossible!" He was the strongest genius of the Night Star continent, and yet there were 3 other people from the same continent as him, whose fates seemed to be even stronger than his own. Despite seeing the hazy, colorful light that had appeared during his test, there was no look of excitement in Bai Longtian's eyes. The look on his face was calm, as he voluntarily retracted his hands from the ball of fate and slightly bowed at the white-robed Elder Zwan, before he turned around and walked back to the place he was standing previously. At that moment, as he walked in front of Shenlong, Bai Longtian flashed an amiable smile and nodded his head at him, while a look of curiosity appeared deep in his eyes, curious to see the result of this blue-robed young man's fate. Chapter 463, Shenlong's Fate. Monarch of Time. Seeing that everyone had turned their attention on him, Shenlong took a deep breath, before he took a few steps forward and appeared in front of Elder Zwan and the crystal ball of fate. Looking at the white-robed elder in front of him, he hesitated for a while before he asked in an uncertain voice, "Should I begin?" Of course, Shenlong wouldn't hesitate to participate in any other test, but a test of fate was completely different. If even Lu Mei's fate was altered due to her contact with him and Little Black, then Shenlong had no idea what would happen once he placed his hand on top of the ball of fate. As the owner of the Stone of Time, Little Black's master, and a peak cultivator who had already split his soul into 3 parts before reincarnating, Shenlong knew that his fate was anything but simple. If Lu Mei's test managed to create a tiny crack on the ball of fate, it would be a miracle if the crystal ball managed to remain intact after testing Shenlong's fate. Elder Zwan didn't answer right away, as he turned his attention to the roof of the hall. Although he was an elder of the holy sect, the truth was that he was just an outer court elder. Considering how abnormal Shenlong was, he didn't want to be the one to take the blame if anything really happened. At that moment, the white-robed elders, Sun Wen's voice resounded throughout the hall, as the old man said seriously, "Go on." Elder Zwan heaved a sigh of relief, before he turned his attention towards the blue-robed young man in front of him and nodded his head somewhat warily. Gritting his teeth, Shenlong no longer hesitated, as he placed his right hand on top of the white ball of fate. The moment that his hand touched the white ball, he instantly felt a cold and refreshing feeling enveloping his hand, before it started to spread through the rest of his body. At that moment, every single disciple inside the hall, including the white-veiled Lu Mei, the green-robed Xiezheng, the young white Lord Bai Longtian, the black-robed Zhang Chen, the golden-robed prince of the Shengtian dynasty Sheng Huang, the red-robed young man who had comprehended the Dao of War Jun Ren, the young lord of the Mercenaries Association Zhong Feng, and every other disciple, as well as the white-robed Elder Zwan, and even the old man who had spoken a while ago, Elder Sun Wen, they had all placed their attention on the ball of fate and the blue-robed young man at the center of the hall. As soon as Shenlong's hand touched the ball of fate, a blinding blue light mixed with a deep golden hue immediately erupted from the ball's surface, before a sound that was similar to ice cracking resounded throughout the entire hall. The moment that his hand touched the crystal-like ball of fate, the white ball that had previously tested everyone's fate actually shattered into countless pieces, under everyone's astounded eyes. Silence instantly filled the hall, as everyone stared at the shattered ball of fate with different looks in their eyes. Lu Mei seemed to have already expected such a result, while Xiezheng's mouth was wide open from shock. Bai Longtian's expression looked calm on the surface, but it was obvious that his heart was in turmoil. The black-robed Zhang Chen stared at Shenlong with an extremely deep look in his eyes, almost as if he had finally decided on something, but his actual thoughts were a mystery. Meanwhile, excitement had actually appeared in the red-robed Jun Ren's eyes, as he stared at the blue-robed young man at the center of the hall with a hungry look, similar to a hunter staring at his prey. At the same time, killing intent instantly erupted from Sheng Wang's body as he stared at the shattered remains of the ball of fate on the ground, while a single question appeared in his mind. What kind of fate was that? The blinding gold and blue light had even forced him, a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert, to actually close his eyes. Even the colorful light from Jun Ren, Lu Mei, and the rest didn't have such a result previously. As for the chubby Zhong Feng, his expression wasn't much different from the red-robed Jun Ren's. He didn't seem intimidated by Shenlong's result. Instead, his eyes were actually filled with fighting intent as he kept staring at the blue-robed young man in front of Elder Zwan. Of course, Elder Zwan had yet to process that the ball of fate had actually shattered after testing Shenlong's fate, as he kept staring at the blue-robed young man in front of him with a blank look in his eyes. He didn't know what to say about Shenlong's fate, and instead, he hoped that the elders could provide him with some help. However, what Elder Zwan didn't know was that he wasn't the only one who was staring at Shenlong with an absent-minded look in his eyes. The group of elders that were watching the test through the screen of light all had stunned looks on their faces as they stared at the blue-robed young man in front of him and the remains of the crystal-like ball on the ground, before they slowly turned their attention towards the white-robed elder, Sun Wen. At that moment, the middle-aged elder with long brown hair and deep blue eyes who was sitting next to him, could no longer hold himself back from asking, "Elder Sun, what kind of fate was that? Is it really possible for the ball of fate to be unable to withstand a disciple's fate?" Everyone stared at the middle-aged elder who had just spoken, before they turned their attention towards Elder Sun Wen as they waited for his answer. After all, even when Lu Mei had caused that tiny crack on the ball of fate, the elders could still accept it since there was a powerhouse behind her. But destroying the ball of fate simply because it tried to peer through someone's fate, this had never happened before. Elder Sun Wen took a deep breath, while his eyes continued to stare at the shattered remains of the ball of fate inside the screen of light with a serious look inside them, before he slowly said, "There are 3 possibilities of why the ball of fate actually shattered." 3. The elders around Sun Wen were confused, but they also waited to hear his explanation, so no one dared to interrupt him. After all, Sun Wen was the most knowledgeable of them all in here in the domain of fate. Nodding his head, the white-robed elder Sun Wen continued with a serious look in his eyes. The first possibility is that this young man's fate is actually so terrifying that even the ball of fate cannot withstand it. If that's the truth, then I can't fathom what that kid has experienced so far, and what he is going to experience in the future. The second possibility is that a powerhouse who stands at the top of this world is actually backing him, making anyone who tries to peer through this kid's fate suffer to a certain degree. Of course, although this possibility is low, it isn't actually impossible. As for the third possibility, this isn't any less scary than the first one, but if this is actually the case, then the results will be even more terrifying than the previous two scenarios. Seeing that Elder Sun had stopped speaking and had actually fallen into a trance, the old woman called Mao Jing could no longer restrain her curiosity, as she was the first one to ask, "What is the third possibility?" After taking a deep breath, Elder Sun Wen nodded his head solemnly before he continued. The third possibility is that this kid is actually hated by the heavens. Chapter 464, Entering the Holy Sect. Monarch of Time. Hated by the heavens. This wasn't the first time that these elders were hearing this term, but it was the first time that they were actually meeting someone who could actually be hated by the heavens themselves. Seeing the astonished looks on the rest of the elders' faces, Sun Wen nodded his head before he continued. Of course, it's also possible that that kid actually has such a terrifying fate, which is the reason why he is hated by the heavens? I am sure that all of you understand what being hated by the heavens means. If that's really the case, then this kid won't even become a Dao King in the future, let alone a Dao Emperor. During his breakthrough to the Dao King realm, he will definitely be annihilated by lightning tribulation. The moment that the words lightning tribulation left Sun Wen's mouth, every single elder in the room had serious looks on their faces as they nodded their heads. Every single cultivator who broke through to the Dao King realm for the first time would have to withstand lightning tribulation, and these elders here were no different. At the same time, the stronger a cultivator's fate and talent is, the more powerful their lightning tribulation would be. As for someone who actually has a fate so terrifying that even the ball of fate couldn't withstand it, one could only guess who powerful this person's tribulation would be. In case that such a person was also hated by the heavens, there would practically be no room left for survival. The rest of the elders around Sun Wen immediately fell silent, with none of them speaking, as they all stared at the screen of light in front of them. Some of them had already dreamt of taking Shenlong as their disciple and doing their best to groom him. However, if Shenlong was really hated by the heavens, all of their love and attention would be wasted after he fails to break through to the Dao King realm in the future. Elder Sun Wen's expression slightly eased, before he continued with a light smile on his face. If he is actually not hated by the heavens, he may actually survive his lightning tribulation in the future. In that case, it won't be too late for you to take that kid as your disciple after he has broken to the Dao King realm. The elders' eyes lit up with a bright light, as they all stared greedily at Shenlong's back in the screen of light. Right? If he doesn't fail his breakthrough, which one of them wouldn't want to take an extremely talented disciple as their personal disciple? Regardless of whether it was in terms of status, wealth, or experience, there were countless Dao Kings who were begging these elders to take them as their personal disciples. In that case, what are we going to do with the ball of fate? If it was just a crack or two, it could still be repaired, but now, Elder Sun Wen shook his head before he said seriously, "I will ask the sect master for another one. Although the ball of fate is a rare treasure, in the end, it's not priceless. As long as we pay a sufficient price, we can easily buy another one." The elders around Sun Wen heaved out in relief when they heard this. Although they knew that the ball of fate could be replaced, no one aside from Sun Wen wanted to be the ones who would inform the sect master of this matter. At that moment, Sun Wen stood up from his seat, and staring at the absent-minded elders one in the screen of light, he then said in a calm but domineering voice, "The test is over. The test is over. The test is over." Sun Wen's voice resounded throughout the hall 3 times, as it entered Elder Zhuan's ears and woke him up from his reverie. At the same time, every single disciple including Shenlong, Lu Mei, and the rest, all heard this voice as well, as they turned their attention towards the white-robed Elder Zhuan in front of them. Although Shenlong's test was extremely abnormal, since the holy sect didn't seem to care too much about it, then they wouldn't care about it either. Instead, they were more concerned about the holy sex rules and everything else. Elder Zwan nodded his head and cupped his hands in the air, as he then turned his attention towards the blue-robed Shen Long in front of him, and the rest of the disciples standing behind him, before he said with a smile on his face, "As you have all already heard, the test is now over. Since you are all considered as official outer disciples of my holy sect, it is time for me to explain the rules of the sect to you. However, before that, follow me." As he finished speaking, Elder Zwan turned around and walked towards the huge wooden door behind him, before he pushed it open with both hands. The gigantic wooden door creaked slightly, before it was slowly opened by the white-robed Dao King, who was the first one to step inside it. Shen Long and the rest didn't hesitate as they all followed after Elder Zwan and stepped past the wooden door, before a completely different scene appeared in their eyes. Sunlight filled Shen Long's, Lu Mei's, and the rest of the disciples' eyes, as an enormous city that spanned further than the eye could see appeared in front of them, while thousands of yellow and gray-robed disciples appeared in their vision. At the same time, the moment that he stepped past the wooden door, Shen Long could feel a wave of extremely pure qi assaulting his senses, one that was actually of an even higher level than his heaven-swallowing vine's qi when it absorbed low-grade spirit stones. Turning around, Elder Zwan stared at the 94 disciples in front of him, and with the same smile on his face he then said, "Let me officially introduce myself. I am Zwan Peng, and I am the outer court elder responsible for the new disciples who enter the sect. Since you are all official disciples of our holy sect, it's time for you to learn how the sect operates as well as the sect's rules." Chapter 465, Sect Rules and Factions. Monarch of Time. After he finished speaking, Elder Zwan took out a small, golden-colored token from his robes that looked almost identical to the token that Shen Long and the rest had obtained during the third test, and held it in his hand before he said seriously, "The token that you obtained during the third test of the sect is your sect identification token. If you inject your qi inside it now, you will become the owner of the token. Remember, your sect identification token is extremely important. Every time you accept a mission in the assignment hall, or when you compete in faction wars and faction rankings with other disciples, you will need your sect identification token." Faction wars? Faction rankings? Shen Long and the rest of the disciples around Elder Zwan were confused, but Elder Zwan simply smiled as he started to walk forward, almost as if he was touring through the sect, while he continued explaining. "The rules of the sect are very simple. No matter what, you are not allowed to cripple or kill a fellow disciple. If there is an irreconcilable feud between you and another disciple, you are allowed to fight in a death match in the arena, if both disciples are agreeable to it. However, if one disciple doesn't agree, the death match will not take place. If anyone is caught killing or crippling another disciple of the sect in secret, there will only be one outcome for that person regardless of his talent or status: death." As he said those words, Elder Zwan turned around and stared at the disciples behind him while the look in his eyes had turned cold, obviously having no tolerance over those who didn't adhere to the sect's rules. Seeing that the disciples in front of him all had solemn looks on their faces, the white-robed Dao King's expression slightly eased, as he turned around and continued touring through the sect, while he continued his explanation. "At the same time, if you are caught fighting with other disciples outside of the arena, both parties will be temporarily detained by disciples of the enforcement hall, before the sect figures out who instigated the fight. If there are any other issues, they will also be dealt with by the disciples of the enforcement hall. Now, it's time for you to understand how the sect truly works." As he finished speaking, Elder Zwan suddenly halted his steps as he arrived in front of an enormous building, where hundreds of outer disciples were coming and going in it at all times. Raising his head, Shen Long saw two words plated in gold right above the building's entrance, two words that actually exerted pressure to anyone who laid their eyes on them. "Assignment Hall." Turning around, Elder Zwan stared at the disciples behind him before he said with a smile on his face, "This is one of the most important buildings throughout the entire sect, the Assignment Hall. This is where you will be allowed to obtain missions, both those that are issued from the sect, or those issued by other disciples. Any disciple can issue a mission, and as long as you pay enough of a price, there will be other disciples who will accept it. As disciples of the sect, you need to complete at least one yellow rank mission every 3 months, or 4 yellow rank missions within a year. You can choose to complete all 4 missions together if you want to keep cultivating without being bothered by the sect for a whole year. However, if you keep cultivating in seclusion inside the sect without completing the missions, the disciples of the enforcement hall will come and detain you. As for the missions rankings, you will understand everything once you enter the assignment hall later on. As he said this, Elder Zwan actually didn't enter inside the assignment hall, but he continued walking forward almost as if he was taking a stroll, while he continued explaining. Now, as you are all newly promoted outer disciples of the sect, it's time for me to explain the most important thing to you, the faction rankings and faction wars. Every single disciple in the sect has to enter a faction if they want to participate in the faction rankings and obtain more resources from the sect aside from the mission rewards. What are factions, you will ask? They are groups of disciples inside the sect that form a team which fights together, and even completes missions together. There are many big and small factions inside the sect, and all of them fight in faction wars to get to the top of the faction rankings. The factions at the top of the rankings in the outer court not only get to obtain lucrative rewards from the sect, but they even have a chance to fight some inner disciples factions and get a chance to become inner disciples as well. The moment that he finished his words, Elder Zwan arrived in front of a large tablet that was filled with 100 names. Staring at the top of the tablet, Shenlong saw 2 big words that were written there, and yet the aura they emitted wasn't inferior to the words on top of the assignment hall. Faction rankings. First place, Yang Hui's faction. Second place, Xiaomin's faction. Third place, Dong Cheng's faction. The moment that his eyes landed on the words faction rankings, Shenlong's gaze was immediately attracted by the 3 biggest words that followed after them, the top 3 factions. Elder Zwan's lips curved up into a smile when he saw everyone's eyes focused on the top names of the faction rankings, before he continued. These are the strongest factions made by the strongest geniuses of the outer court. Each one of them is actually not inferior to many strong inner disciples of the sect. Although all of you are talented enough to become outer disciples of the sect, these people are the true kings of the faction rankings. Chapter 466, Martial Roll of Honor. Monarch of Time. When they heard Elder Zwan's words, the disciples in front of him sucked in breaths of cold air. What did it mean to be the strongest geniuses of the outer court of the holy sect? To be called kings among outer disciples, it was certain that their strength was extremely terrifying. Seeing how he had roused everyone's interest, Elder Zwan nodded his head before he continued. However, don't hold any hopes that you will be able to join any of the strongest factions anytime soon. First, you have to prove yourself, and show that you are strong enough to become a part of them. After all, every top faction has to split the resources they obtain with the rest of their members, so gaining more members would mean fewer resources for everyone else. Shenlong and the rest nodded their heads when they heard this. Indeed, no matter how many resources the top factions obtained from the holy sect, in the end, they would have to split it with their members equally. Obtaining more members would definitely increase their strength, but it would also decrease the amount of resources that everyone else would obtain at the same time. At that moment, a young man whose body was completely covered by a beast hide looked at Elder Zwan, and with a fearless look in his eyes he asked, "Then, how does one qualify to enter the top 100 factions?" Elder Zwan looked at this young man whose cultivation was at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, and with a serious look on his face, he shook his head before he answered, "I suggest that you don't even think about it. To enter one of the top 100 factions, you need to first reach the top 1000 spots in the Martial Roll of Honor. The Martial Roll of Honor is the ranking for the 1000 strongest outer disciples within the sect, and it's a tournament that only happens once every year. However, forget about the you of right now. Even in 3 years, it's possible that none of you will be able to take the 1000th spot." As Elder Zwan's voice trailed off, every disciple's fighting spirit was immediately provoked when they heard this. After all, each one of them were the strongest geniuses of their respective continents. Even against the 1000 strongest disciples of the holy sect, they believed that it was only a matter of time until they overtook them as well. At the same time, however, Shenlong noticed a look of pity appearing in Elder Zwan's eyes when he saw this scene. It was obvious that the white-robed Dao King didn't really think that these disciples had any hope of entering the top 1000 spots in the Martial Roll of Honor anytime soon. Shaking his head lightly, Elder Zwan then continued. The next tournament for the Martial Roll of Honor rankings is still 10 months away. Until then, I suggest that you try to familiarize yourselves with the other outer disciples, and hopefully try to enter the smaller factions in the outer court. Don't think that the slightly weaker factions will accept you just because you have passed the sex test. You need to remember that the disciples that you fought against today were the weakest members of the 100 weakest factions of the outer court. Finally, the disciples in front of Elder Zwan had serious looks when they heard this. Even when the disciples of the Holy Sect had suppressed their cultivation to the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, less than 10% of the original disciples that were participating in the fourth test managed to join the sect, while more than half of them had nearly lost their fights and had barely clinched victory through the skin of their teeth. Even Shen Long, Zhang Chen, Bai Longtian, Jun Ren, and the rest of the strongest geniuses actually had serious looks on their eyes when they heard this. Seeing the solemn looks on the disciples' faces, Elder Zwan smiled before he added in, "Of course, this doesn't mean that no faction will accept you. The weakest factions may even be willing to kick the disciples that lost against you and allow you to take their spots. After all, being in a sect is no different than participating in a huge competition. Only by competing with each other will you become stronger. At the same time, if no faction is willing to take you in, you can also choose to form your own faction and accept other disciples as well. That way, you won't have to be afraid that no faction will accept you, or that you will get kicked by the faction and be replaced by other disciples in the future. However, only by completing faction missions issued by the sect or challenging other factions in faction wars and rising in the faction rankings, will you be allowed to obtain resources from the sect to strengthen yourselves and your faction." Elder Zwan's words instantly roused up everyone's interest. Being able to create their own faction indeed sounded attractive, but having to compete with the stronger factions was practically impossible for any new disciples. Most of the disciples of the Holy Sect should be, at the very least, at the middle stages of the nascent soul stage. As for those at the top 1,000 rankings of the martial roll of honor, no one knew how strong they really were just yet. Just this realization alone immediately extinguished the idea of creating a faction from most of these disciples' minds. And yet, there were still many of them who seemed to have the thought of creating their own faction and get more disciples to join them. No matter what, creating their own faction inside the sect sounded much better than joining others. At that moment, Shen Long also noticed Lu Mei's and Xie Xingai's gazes that were glued on him, causing a wary smile to appear on his face. It was obvious that it wasn't just Lu Mei by herself, but Xie Xingai as well, who seemed willing to follow him, no matter whether he decided to join some faction or if he decided to create his own. Seeing that so many disciples were interested in creating their own factions, Elder Zwan turned his attention towards a huge building and continued with that same smile on his face. "The next place that you will see is only second to the assignment hall in the outer court in terms of importance." Chapter 467, Come with me. Monarch of Time. Shen Long followed Elder Zwan's gaze as his eyes landed on a huge black building with the words Administration Hall written on top of it, before Elder Zwan's voice once again sounded in his ears. "Whether you want to create your own faction, obtain servants that will follow you inside the sect, obtain your sect uniform, or even find out where you are going to live in the sect from now on, you can only do so after you enter the Administration Hall." Without waiting for any questions, Elder Zwan stepped forward, as he moved towards the huge black building in the distance. After exchanging a few glances with each other, the disciples behind him didn't waste any time as they quickly followed after him. The moment that he passed through the Administration Hall's gate and entered inside, Shen Long saw many different counters inside the hall, like the faction registration counter, the servant registration counter, the living quarters counter, as well as many others. At the same time, at the center of the hall, he also saw the white-robed Elder Zwan chatting with another white-robed old man who had almost no hair left on his head. The moment that the two old men saw the disciples that entered inside, Elder Zwan smiled at them and looked at the white-robed elder next to him before he said, "Welcome to the Administration Hall. This old man here is Elder Ji, and he is the elder responsible for this place." The white-robed Elder Ji nodded his head with a relatively strict look on his face as he stared at the disciples that had just entered the Administration Hall, before he said seriously, "I don't think there are many things that this old man has to explain to you. If you want to pick a servant from the disciples that failed the third or the fourth test of the sect, apply it in the servant registration counter before you come to me. Otherwise, try not to disturb this old man for no reason." After he finished speaking, the white-robed Elder Ji first nodded his head at Elder Zwan, before he turned around and disappeared at the depths of the hall. It was obvious that he was not someone that was willing to hold a conversation for very long. Elder Zwan didn't seem to mind this, almost as if he was already used to Elder Ji's behavior, as he turned his gaze and stared at the disciples that were standing in front of him instead, before he turned his attention towards the living quarters counter a few tens of meters away from him and said, "Before you choose any servants or try to form your own faction, you should first register yourselves in the living quarters counter and obtain an official identity inside the sect, your outer disciples' robes, as well as the place where you will live from now on. After that, you can go and find Elder Ji if you want to obtain servants from the previous 2 tests. Aside from the assignment hall, the enforcement hall and the administration hall, remember that there are countless other places inside the sect as well, such as the Golden Treasures Hall where you can even buy and sell all kinds of treasures, rare pills and even pill formulas that have gone extinct in your own continents, high-grade medicinal herbs, rare ores for formation masters to smelt and create powerful runes, and even high-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills. Hehe. In the Golden Treasures Hall there is even a chance for you to find the second and even the third parts of the cultivation techniques and martial skills that you chose during the second test from the Barrier of Knowledge." Excited looks appeared on the disciples' faces when they heard this, while even Shenlong was moved by this. The might of the first move of the Thunder God's slash when paired with his black, star-rank sword had already exceeded his estimations during a fight. Hearing that he would have a chance to find the second and the third parts of this saint-grade martial skill in the Golden Treasures Hall made him eager to have a look at it. However, the most important matter was still to first register themselves in the living quarters counter and obtain the sect robes as well as a place where he and Lu Mei were going to live. After queuing up with the rest of the disciples, it was Shenlong's turn to register himself barely 10 minutes later. Since he wasn't hiding his cultivation, a shocked look appeared on the outer disciple's face behind the counter when she saw the handsome blue-robed young man's cultivation at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. However, she still nodded her head and extended her hand before she asked in a curious tone, "What's junior brother's name?" After passing his holy sex token to the disciple in front of him, Shenlong nodded his head in greeting and said calmly, "Shenlong." The outer disciple in front of him obviously hadn't participated in the 4th test, so she had no idea who Shenlong was or how he had managed to pass the 4th test with such a low level of cultivation. After using the help of a black jade to carve Shenlong's name on his holy sex token, she passed the golden-colored token back to him, as well as 3 different sets of yellow robes that the outer court disciples wore and said seriously, "As long as junior brother injects his chi in his sect identification token, you will be guided towards your own courtyard. Remember that each courtyard only has 3 rooms, 1 main room for you, and 2 rooms for your servants. Of course, if you want to obtain more than 2 servants, you can do so as well, but the sect won't give you a bigger room to accommodate them unless you become a member of a top faction and be awarded one in their areas. As for your outer court robes, if you end up damaging them, the sect can replace them for you, but you will have to pay a certain fee every time you do so." A shocked look flashed deep inside Shenlong's eyes when he heard about the benefits of being a member of a top faction, but he still nodded his head and cupped his hands at the young woman in front of him as he said, "Many thanks, senior sister." The outer court young woman behind the living quarters counter cupped her hands in response and smiled lightly as she looked at Shenlong, who turned around and stared at the rest of the counters in the hall. Although this young woman had no hope for any of these disciples that came from the small continents that surrounded the central region to ever enter the top factions, it was true that if one managed to enter a top faction, they would be awarded a much better room than the common ones. After all, this was one of the benefits that the sect gave to the top factions. Thus, as this was part of her job, she had to explain this to every single disciple that entered the sect for the first time, as a way to motivate them to strive to become stronger. After Lu Mei and Xiezing Ai had their names carved in their sect identification tokens and obtained their outer court robes as well, the 2 women walked by Shenlong's side before Lu Mei asked curiously, "Longji, do you want to create a faction?" Shenlong noticed that both Lu Mei and Xiezing Ai had sparkles in their eyes when Lu Mei asked this question, and even Lu Mei's veil was unable to conceal the curiosity and eagerness in her voice. After thinking about it for a few moments, Shenlong nodded his head seriously before he said, "Probably. However, let's go to our courtyard first and check the place where we are going to be staying. Since this is the holy sect, I am curious how good their courtyards really are." Seeing that Shenlong had no intention of obtaining a servant, the two girls nodded their heads generally as they saw him inject his qi inside the sect identification token in his hands. A thin white line created from his qi immediately appeared in his vision, guiding Shenlong outside the hall. However, the moment that the three of them were about to walk outside of the hall, a young man in black robes suddenly appeared in front of Shenlong and the two girls, staring at him with a serious look on his face. Zhang Chen. This name appeared in Lu Mei's and Xie Xingai's mind at the same time, as they stared at the young man in front of them warily, ready to fight if they really had to. Although Zhang Chen was extremely strong, the two girls weren't weak by any means. Especially considering that Zhang Chen had already made use of his bloodline power, even with his higher cultivation, it was likely that he may not be stronger than Lu Mei and Xie Xing'ai if the two girls joined hands to fight him. Every single disciple inside the hall had suddenly stopped what they were doing, as they stared at the black-robed young man with curious looks in their eyes. And yet, Shenlong actually smiled as he looked at the young man in front of him, before he said calmly with that same smile on his face, "Come with me." Chapter 468, The Domineering Zhang Chen. Monarch of Time. Without waiting for a response, Shenlong took a few steps forward and walked past Zhang Chen, as he stepped out of the administration hall. Looks of surprise instantly appeared in the faces of the disciples inside the hall when they heard Shenlong's calm voice, as his words and actions astounded every single one of them, including Lu Mei and Xie Xing'ai who were ready to fight Zhang Chen a moment ago. According to what they knew, Shenlong and Zhang Chen didn't know each other before today, nor had they met each other during the third test either. Thus, Shenlong saying "come with me" while walking past Zhang Chen and stepping out of the administration hall made them both stunned and confused for a few moments. Even Bai Longtian was confused by this, as his eyes stared at Shenlong's disappearing back with an astounded look on his face. And yet, the most shocking part was that Zhang Chen actually turned around and followed Shenlong a moment later, completely ignoring the two girls that seemed ready to fight him at any moment. Lu Mei and Xie Xing'ai turned to look at each other, before they immediately stepped out of the administration hall as well. What? Zhang Chen really went with him? Could it be that he and Shenlong have known each other before today? Perhaps they have met each other before the Holy Sex test. After all, nobody knows which continent Zhang Chen came from. No way. Shenlong may truly be a rogue cultivator from the Night Star continent, but Zhang Chen definitely isn't. Otherwise, there is no way I wouldn't know about it. The one who was the first to refute this claim was the young lord of the Mercenaries Association of the Heaven's Dome City, Zhongfeng. Although Shenlong was a genius, if he wanted to stay low-key before they entered the Holy Sex test, it was possible to do so with his cultivation at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. After all, no one would pay any attention to someone who had barely just entered the nascent soul stage before the Holy Sex test started. But for Zhang Chen to do the same was virtually impossible. Forget about an early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator like him. Even the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators attracted a lot of attention in the Night Star continent when they were all gathered together outside the Heaven's Dome City to enter the Holy Sex test, and Zhongfeng knew every single one of them. And yet, although Zhongfeng's words were accepted by many disciples around him, as he had already introduced himself as the young lord of the Mercenaries Association of the Heaven's Dome City when he passed the 4th test, there were also many others who weren't convinced by this answer, as they looked at the chubby silver-haired young man and asked questioningly, "If they didn't know each other from your Night Star continent, isn't it possible that they met sometime during the 3rd test? Don't tell me that you were personally monitoring Shenlong and Zhang Chen during the 3rd test as well." Zhongfeng was stunned for a moment as he realized that he didn't have a way to refute this, while a sharp glint flashed through his eyes as he looked at the disciple who had asked this question with a mocking tone. And yet, that disciple didn't shy away from Zhongfeng's gaze, obviously not being afraid of the chubby young man in the slightest. At the same time, many other disciples seemed to have nodded their heads when they heard this, as they curiously stared at Zhang Chen's disappearing figure as well, as he stepped out of the administration hall too. Indeed, the only possible explanation seemed to be that he and Shenlong had met each other during the 3rd test. However, at that moment, another disciple shook his head when he heard this guess, while a look of fear flashed through his eyes as he then said, "There is no way that Shenlong and Zhang Chen had met each other during the 3rd test. Although I have no idea what Shenlong did during the 3rd test, what you all don't know is that Zhang Chen is a true madman." During the third test, not only did he take over an entire city by himself, but he didn't go into hiding after obtaining the Holy Sex token, and he instead sat on top of the city walls and cultivated as he waited for the third test to be over. Every time that someone attacked him, he would kill them without hesitation. Shock and disbelief flashed every disciple's eyes when they heard this, before they turned their attention towards the white-robed Elder Swan almost as if they were asking for confirmation. After all, considering that the Holy Sect would almost certainly be observing them during the time of the tests, and as the elder responsible for the new disciples that entered the sect, Elder Swan must definitely know about this issue as well. Even the red-robed Junren, who was an early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator as well, seemed to have turned his attention towards Elder Swan as he waited for his answer. However, unlike most other disciples, he had a calm and collected look on his face, almost as if this wasn't of much importance to him anyway. Of course, Junren wasn't surprised that Zhang Chen had managed to take over a city by himself. If Junren wanted to, he could easily conquer 10 cities at the same time. The reason why he seemed interested in this was to find out why Zhang Chen stopped Shenlong. At that moment, the white-robed Elder Swan smiled and simply nodded his head as he stared at the entrance of the administration hall, leaving the entire hall dead silent. Of course, the reason why the disciples in the administration hall were so interested in Shenlong and Zhang Chen, aside from the fact that the two of them had attracted the attention of the white-robed Cao Ling during the fourth test, was because both of them were extremely powerful. If the two of them had somehow formed a connection with each other and had become friends, there was no way that this wouldn't affect the rest of the disciples as well. This was even more so after the results of the test of fate, that had caused everyone to pay even more attention to Shenlong. At the same time, unaware of the commotion that his words and Zhang Chen's actions had caused to the disciples in the administration hall just now, Shenlong continued following after the white line of qi that had appeared in his vision as he walked towards his courtyard, completely ignoring the black-robed young man that was following after him. And yet, Zhang Chen wasn't impatient, as he followed after Shenlong with a calm look on his face. Lu Mei and Xie Ai were both stunned when they saw this scene, but despite their curiosity, none of them spoke, as they followed after Shenlong as well. Finally, less than an hour later, after being guided by the white line of qi, Shenlong arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard that was surrounded by many other courtyards as well. This was the place where most of the outer disciples of the sect actually lived. Although his courtyard didn't seem to be big in size, it was actually surrounded by many formations, including protective formations that Shenlong was unable to break through even if he attacked them with his full strength for days. Even though Shenlong had only studied formations briefly in the last 2 years that he and Lu Mei spent in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and he could only be considered a rookie among formations masters at best, he immediately understood that these formations could even take on the attacks of early-stage Dao kings without too much trouble. With a calm smile on his face, he then extended his hand, as he pressed his sect identification token on the courtyard's gate. As soon as the sect token touched the courtyard's gates, the protective formations around the courtyard were instantly lifted, while the wooden gates opened at the same time. Shenlong could feel waves after waves of pure qi assaulting him the moment that he stepped foot into the courtyard, causing his eyes to widen in shock. At the same time, without any hesitation, Zhang Chen followed after him and stepped inside the courtyard as well, while Lu Mei and Xie Ai did the same. Lu Mei's expression immediately changed when she felt the pure qi that had filled the courtyard, as she immediately turned her eyes towards Shenlong as well. This was the second time that Lu Mei had felt such pure qi in the air around her, and it was only inferior to the pure qi that she had absorbed from the heaven-swallowing vine in the past. Although this qi wasn't at the same level as the heaven-swallowing vines, it was actually not too inferior to it either. Of course, due to her blood absorption art, Lu Mei could no longer absorb any qi from the air around her and cultivate normally. Instead, she could only absorb the qi from other cultivators before turning it into her own. This was part of the reason why Little Black had also said to Shenlong that the blood absorption art cultivation technique was extremely difficult to train in. Once someone could only absorb the qi from others to become stronger, it was easier to start killing mindlessly or fall into qi deviation in the future, unless they had enough help to keep themselves in check every time. However, thanks to this, Lu Mei could also advance her cultivation extremely quickly, as long as she was lucky enough to find plenty of strong cultivators that she could absorb qi from. At the same time, Xie Ai's and Zhang Chen's expressions changed as well, as soon as they stepped inside the courtyard and felt the qi around them. Unlike Shenlong and Lu Mei, they had never felt such pure qi before. The pure qi that filled Shenlong's courtyard was like heaven for them, as they barely resisted the urge to sit cross-legged and cultivate right then and there. After staying still for a few moments, Shenlong stared at the small house in front of him, before he walked directly towards what seemed to be the main room. The moment that he pushed open the door and entered inside, an extremely plain room appeared in his vision. There were no decorations or anything else inside the room, aside from a single bed and a white meditative cushion on the floor. After taking a look inside the room's interior, Shenlong then turned around and stared at Zhang Chen, who had followed after him and entered the room as well without saying a word, followed by Lu Mei and Xie Ai. Seeing that everyone had entered the room, Shenlong's lips curved up into a smile before he sat on the white meditative cushion in front of the small bed, and looking at the black-robed Zhang Chen in front of him, he then said calmly, "You were staring at me for quite a while during the fourth test. Was it because of my bloodline?" Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, before he waved his hand and took out a black meditative cushion from his spatial ring and placed it on the floor opposite Shenlong's white cushion as he sat on it and stared at Shenlong silently. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei also did the same, as she took out two small cushions as well, one for herself and one for Xie Ai before they sat by Shenlong's side. At that moment, Shenlong saw the handsome black-robed young man in front of him nod his head with a serious look in his eyes, and after hesitating for a moment he then said seriously, "So you knew already? In that case, I only have one question. Are you from the immortal dimension?" Chapter 469, Shenlong's Wine. Monarch of Time. Shenlong's eyes instantly narrowed when he heard Zhang Chen's question, before his lips actually curved up even further. At the same time, Lu Mei's expression instantly turned cold as she stared at the black-robed young man in front of Shenlong, while Xie Ai's gaze was filled with shock and confusion. She had already heard of the ancient legends that mentioned a world of immortals both from her father and her grandfather. Could it be that he is talking about this same world of immortals as well? Its real name is the Immortal Dimension? However, why would Zhang Chen ask Brother Long if he is from the Immortal Dimension? Could it be because of his bloodline? It actually originates from the world of immortals, the Immortal Dimension. Although Xie Ai didn't know many things about Shenlong, she was an extremely clever girl and it only took her a few moments to connect the dots between the legends that she knew of, Shenlong's question to Zhang Chen and Zhang Chen's own response, to understand the reason why Zhang Chen would ask something like that. Turning her head to the side, she also noticed Lu Mei's cold gaze as well as Shenlong's nonchalant smile, making her even more curious to hear Shenlong's answer. Staring at the black-robed young man in front of him, Shenlong's eyes instantly turned extremely deep before he asked in a calm voice, "If you have the bloodline of an immortal-grade magic beast, don't you think it's normal for others to have it as well?" This time, it was Zhang Chen's turn for his eyes to narrow as he stared at Shenlong with a curious look, almost as if he was trying to figure out whether the blue-robed young man in front of him was bluffing or if he had really guessed something. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to ask another question, Shenlong waved his hand and took out a very big wooden barrel from the Stone of Time and placed it by his side, before he also took out 4 small cups of wine as well. Swinging his sleeve, he instantly removed the barrel's top, causing an intoxicating smell to fill the room, a scent that would make anyone drunk with a single sniff of it. It wasn't just Zhang Chen or Xie Ai who stared at Shenlong in shock, but even Lu Mei, who was sitting on her cushion, had a surprised look in her eyes when she saw him bringing out this wine. She already knew that Shenlong had brewed this wine during their stay in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the city of Sin in the past 2 years, but she also knew that Shenlong didn't want to sell this in the Heaven's Dome city, no matter how many spirit stones it would bring them. He had only kept it for himself and Lu Mei to drink and hadn't shared it with anyone else just yet. And yet, he brought it out today to share it with a person he had never met before. While sitting on the cushion, Shenlong tilted the barrel slightly, instantly filling the 4 wine cups to the brim before he gave one each to Lu Mei, Xie Ai, and Zhang Chen. Seeing Zhang Chen and Xie Ai stare at the bright red liquid in their cups while still enjoying its fragrance, Shenlong then said, "Have a taste." Raising his hand, he then emptied the small cup of wine in his mouth, while a slight smile of enjoyment appeared on his face. At the same time, as he savored the heavenly taste of the wine, Shenlong could feel his body being filled with so much qi that he could probably condense the 8th silver ball of qi at any moment. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei also mirrored Shenlong's movements, as the intoxicating smell and taste of the wine instantly filled her mouth. Lu Mei clearly knew that this was the best wine that Shenlong had created until today. Whether it was in terms of the wine's effects or its taste, it was simply incomparable to the wine that he had brewed back in the floating cloud sect. What she didn't know, however, was that to create a single barrel of this wine, Shenlong had mixed hundreds of rank 3 and rank 4, as well as more than 40 rank 5 medicinal herbs together before burying it in the herb garden inside the Stone of Time for more than 500 years. Just the wine's effects alone were no different than if a cultivator was actually consuming a high-grade rank 5 medicinal pill. Even Shenlong had to control himself, and Lu Mei hadn't tasted this wine before reaching the late stages of the spirit realm, due to how powerful the wine's effects were. As for its taste, it was actually even better than its effects. Although Shenlong didn't have the memories of his past life unlocked, and even after breaking through to the nascent soul stage he only had some fragments of his previous life available, he was certain that this wine's taste could definitely rival that of an immortal's wine. He was certain that even Dao kings and Dao emperors would go crazy after tasting his wine. As for Little Black, who was a wine lover, Shenlong knew that the Black Dragon would probably be unwilling to taste his previous wine again. Seeing that both Shenlong and Lu Mei had already emptied their cups, Zhang Chen and Xie Ai no longer held back either, as they drank their wine as well. A look of excitement appeared on Xie Ai's face the moment that she tasted the bright red wine in her cup, while even the cold Zhang Chen wasn't able to completely hide the look of enjoyment on his face. "What do you think?" Shenlong's voice resounded throughout the room, as he looked at Zhang Chen and Xie Ai with that same calm smile on his face. Xie Ai nodded her head excitedly like a little kid, while at the same time, she extended her little tongue and licked her lips, almost as if she was trying to taste the rest of the wine that had touched her lips just now. As for the black-robed Zhang Chen, he simply closed his eyes as he completely took in the wine's taste to the fullest. Opening his eyes, he stared at Shenlong with a deep look in his eyes before he said seriously, "Even my father's prized wine isn't as good as yours." Chapter 470, Zhang Chen's Story. Monarch of Time. Of course. No wine is as good as Longji's. Surprisingly, Lu Mei was the first one to answer when she heard Zhang Chen's words, while her words were filled with pride and admiration. Zhang Chen looked at her for a moment, but he surprisingly nodded his head and didn't refute her claim, as he turned his attention towards Shenlong. At the same time, the look in his eyes turned serious, almost as if he had finally decided on something, as he placed the empty cup of wine in front of him and said, "I don't know how you are connected to the immortal dimension, but you are definitely connected to it one way or another, and the power behind you is definitely not weak. I also believe that you are not someone who is willing to join a weaker faction in the sect, and you would much rather create one yourself. So, I will actually promise to join your faction as long as you are willing to help me. No, as long as the power behind you is actually willing to help me, I will not only join you, but I will even agree to any terms. Even if I have to join the power behind you or do anything else that they ask, I will still agree to it as long as they help me." A surprised look that Shenlong was unable to hide appeared on his face, as his eyes examined the black-robed young man in front of him who was staring at him seriously. Zhang Chen had barely spoken from the first time that Shenlong had seen him during the 4th test, to the moment before he had drunk his wine. And yet, not only did he now decide to speak, but he also dropped a huge bomb at Shenlong's feet. Even Lu Mei and Xie Ai were shocked and confused by his words, but they still stared at Shenlong and Zhang Chen seriously without saying anything. With a calm look on his face, Shenlong first refilled his cup and Zhang Chen's, before he sat cross-legged on the ground once again and stared at the handsome black-robed young man in front of him, as he then asked curiously, "What kind of help do you want?" Zhang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He wasn't afraid that his guess had missed its mark and that Shenlong wasn't actually someone who had a connection with the immortal dimension. After all, Zhang Chen had clearly felt that just Shenlong's bloodline alone was something extremely terrifying. Even his own bloodline trembled slightly in front of it. What Zhang Chen was afraid of was that Shenlong wouldn't be allowed to discuss anything about the power behind him, or that he didn't have enough authority to decide things. In that case, he would definitely decline without listening to Zhang Chen's request. After taking a deep breath, The black-robed Zhang Chen then said seriously. This story starts even before I was born, nearly 50 years ago. My father's name is Zhang Tianfang and he was born in a relatively powerful family of the central region. He was actually considered as one of the strongest geniuses of the family, and in just 110 years, he had actually managed to reach the Dao King realm. As he roamed throughout the central region, one day, my father met an extremely powerful and beautiful woman, one whose beauty he had never seen before. The moment that he saw her, he felt his heart stirring and decided to court her with everything he had. Finally, 2 years later, he managed to obtain her love and affection, and 3 more years later, they had a child together. However, before the child could turn a year old, the woman's family actually found her. Before she and my father had gotten together, the woman told my father that she came from a very powerful family, one that was situated in the immortal dimension. Zhang Chen suddenly paused for a moment before he closed his eyes and emptied the cup of wine in front of him, almost as if he was suppressing his rising emotions. Finally, a moment later, he opened his eyes again and stared at Shenlong before he continued. When the woman's family found out that she was no longer pure, they were furious and wanted to vent their anger. However, since the woman's position in her family wasn't low, they couldn't kill her or cripple her no matter how angry they were. Thus, they decided to kill the man who had tainted her as well as their child, and bring their heads back to the family. Although the woman tried to stop them, she wasn't a match for the people from her family. Of course, my father also decided to fight with them, but despite having considered himself strong in the past, he wasn't a match for any of those people either. He wasn't even able to take a single blow before he was sent flying and was rendered helpless in front of them. However, right as they were about to kill my father and the child, the woman threatened the people from her family that she was going to kill herself unless they stopped. If they stopped, she would agree to go back with them as long as they let my father and her child go. The woman's family had to choose whether they wanted to take revenge, or take her back with them. Finally, the most senior out of their group, an old man whose eyes were completely black, was the one who took the final decision. He chose to take the woman back while he personally cut off my father's right arm. Of course, since my father was also a body refiner cultivator, the old man made sure that my father wouldn't be able to regrow his right arm ever again in the future. And yet, despite losing his arm, my father wasn't angered. Even though that was the arm that he used to hold his blade with, he still accepted this begrudgingly. After all, although he wasn't afraid of death, he knew that he was unable to take the woman back at that moment. Only if he became stronger in the future would he have a tiny sliver of hope. However, the old man hadn't finished venting his anger just yet, and in front of my father, who had just lost an arm and was being suppressed by 2 members of that family, and the woman who was also detained by 3 more, the old man then grabbed their child from the neck while he took out a small black dagger from his robes at the same time. Then, in front of my father's and the woman's eyes, the old man slowly pressed the dagger below the child's left eye, creating a finger-sized scar. As Zhang Chen finished speaking, Shenlong's eyes slowly landed on the small scar below Zhang Chen's left eye, but he didn't say a word. He could hear Zhang Chen's voice that had turned angry, while there was also a hint of helplessness inside it. After taking another deep breath, Zhang Chen then continued. That woman was the mother that I never met, a mother who decided to be voluntarily trapped by her family just so I and my father can stay alive. That woman is my mother. Chapter 471, Assessment. Monarch of Time. When Zhang Chen said the word mother, Shenlong saw the proud young man's previously cold expression slowly melting, as hints of pain and suffering appeared on his face, along with 2 translucent tears that rolled down from his cheeks. It was obvious that Zhang Chen felt that he owed his mother too much, and couldn't accept her situation. He was determined to do anything he could to save her, no matter what the consequences were for himself. This was the reason why he decided to take this risk and approach Shenlong to ask for the help of the power behind him, even though he knew that it was possible for him to become a slave in the future. After all, no one would possibly satisfy Zhang Chen's request without asking him to pay an enormous price for it. Thus, before Shenlong could give his answer, Zhang Chen decided to explain everything without holding back. In the end, only if Shenlong and the power behind him knew about his enemies would they be able to confidently tell him whether they could help him or not. Otherwise, if they decided to go back on their word in the future after learning of the power of his enemies, Zhang Chen would be the one to suffer. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen then touched the finger-sized scar below his left eye with his forefinger as he then continued speaking in a self-mocking tone. My mother comes from the Yu family of the eternal darkness world, and this scar means that I have been rejected by the elders of the Yu family. Although I carry their bloodline, I am not a part of their family, but just an outcast. As Zhang Chen finished his words, he stared intently at Shenlong's eyes, almost as if he was trying to see if there was any fear inside them after hearing the name of the Yu family. Of course, although Shenlong didn't have the knowledge of his past life available at this moment but only a few fragments of them, and he didn't know how strong the eternal darkness world and the powers on it really were, he clearly understood that, to be situated in the immortal dimension and to possess the bloodline of a powerful magic beast, the Yu family definitely had more than just a few immortals backing them. Most likely, they were a really powerful force, one that couldn't be taken lightly by most other powers in the immortal dimension. Zhang Chen's dreams of getting revenge on that family wouldn't be easy even if he managed to somehow become an immortal in the future. Shenlong had an extremely deep look in his eyes as he stared at the young man in front of him, before he said in a calm tone, "It's going to be nearly impossible for you to take revenge. Even if you train with the best resources and the best cultivation techniques and martial skills, even if you have the best sparring partners in this world and manage to become an immortal in the future, you will still be unable to shake a big family in the immortal dimension by yourself. Even if another huge power is backing you, they will still be unwilling to fight a war for your sake, regardless of what you have to offer." Shenlong's words were like a heavy hammer striking in Zhang Chen's heart. This was the answer he wanted to hear the least, and yet, at the same time, he also understood that Shenlong was right. How many people would have to fight in a war between two powers in the immortal dimension? And yet, Zhang Chen didn't show any despair on his face when he heard Shenlong's answer. Instead, he nodded his head calmly with an uncaring look in his eyes, as he stood up from his seat and turned around to leave the room. He had already been prepared to be rejected from the beginning. He knew that the chances that someone would agree to his request were extremely low. Even if Shenlong had enough authority inside the power that was backing him to decide something like that, who would easily choose to fight another strong power in the immortal dimension for the sake of one person? And yet, there was still a determined look in his eyes as he started to walk towards the door of the room, completely ignoring the blue-robed young man who was still sitting on the white cushion and the two young women by his side. Shaking his head, Shenlong stared at the figure of the black-robed young man that was walking towards the door before he said in a calm voice, "Although the purity of the bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness in your body has already reached 40%, you won't be able to take on an entire family in the immortal dimension. You won't even be able to fight against their strongest geniuses. You will die before you know it. What you don't know is that in the immortal dimension, the stronger families are even able to increase the purity of the bloodlines of their descendants through special pills and rare techniques, making them even stronger. Someone who is born with a 40% purity of their bloodline can even reach 80% if they are groomed by their family. Do you think that you can fight against such a person? What will you do if you have to fight against someone who is naturally born with 60, 70, or even 80% purity of the same bloodline as you? Can you even stand up to someone like that who has been born in the immortal dimension and has enjoyed the best resources from the very beginning of his birth?" Zhang Chen's footsteps halted as he turned around and gazed at Shenlong, who was speaking calmly at him with a shocked look on his face, almost as if Shenlong wasn't crushing his dreams with his words right now, and instead, was stating the most natural fact. At the same time, Zhang Chen was extremely shocked in his heart that Shenlong had actually recognized the origin of his bloodline so easily. The demonic crow of darkness was a rare magic beast even in the immortal dimension, one that not many people knew of. And yet Shenlong had managed to recognize it with a single glance. However, despite wavering for a moment, the look in Zhang Chen's eyes still remained firm in the end as he said in a determined tone, "Even without your help, I can still take revenge." Shaking his head, Shenlong slowly stood up from his seat at that moment, and pointing his finger at Zhang Chen's chest, he stared at the young man in front of him with an extremely profound look in his eyes before he said calmly, "It's useless. Even your unique physique won't be enough to allow you to compete with the best geniuses of your mother's family in the immortal dimension by itself." Suddenly, Zhang Chen's movements turned rigid as he stood rooted on the spot. Chapter 472, Shenlong's Goal. Monarch of Time. Shenlong's last sentence resounded in Zhang Chen's mind again and again, causing him to stare at the blue-robed young man in front of him with eyes filled with incredulity and shock. Even in the fourth test when he was fighting a nearly desperate fight, Zhang Chen still hadn't revealed the fact that he had a unique physique. Of course, the reasons behind it were that firstly, his body refinement cultivation was only at the early 5th stage and wasn't strong enough to help him win the fight against his opponent, the young woman named Huo Ryu, who was at the middle of rank 5 in the nascent soul stage, while the second reason was that since he had already revealed his most important trump card, his bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness, he still wanted to keep at least his unique physique a secret for a while. And yet, Shenlong had actually managed to see through it and easily pointed out the fact that he possessed a unique physique. At the same time, both from the look in his eyes, as well as the tone in which he said it, Zhang Chen was almost certain that Shenlong wasn't just grasping for straws. Shaking his head, Shenlong stared at the black-robed young man opposite to him before he continued with a calm voice. Even though you managed to hide it well enough, it's nearly impossible to completely conceal a unique physique when you fight. Even if you don't make use of its special traits, it is still possible for others to find out about it due to the fluctuations of energy around your body. Zhang Chen's eyes were filled with skepticism and disbelief when he heard this, as he curiously stared at the blue-robed young man in front of him without answering right away. Even his own father wouldn't be able to point out that he possessed a unique physique if he didn't reveal it by himself, and yet Shenlong could actually do so almost effortlessly. And yet, although Zhang Chen didn't want to believe it, it seemed that Shenlong wasn't bluffing either. At the same time, although he had noticed that Zhang Chen hadn't fully believed his words, Shenlong didn't seem to mind. As he sat back down on his white cushion and with a calm look on his face he continued. You are actually not the only one who hid his unique physique during the fourth test. There is another guy who also did the same thing as you. However, even with your demonic crow of darkness bloodline and your eternal darkness physique combined, you will still be unable to shake a family in the immortal dimension by yourself. You may not even be able to fight against the absolute strongest geniuses of your mother's family before you die. Although Zhang Chen wasn't daunted by Shenlong's words previously, his confidence was finally shaken after staring at the unfathomable young man in front of him. No matter what, to be able to see through him directly and expose every secret of his almost effortlessly, he could no longer disregard Shenlong's words. And yet, he couldn't give up on his revenge either, nor could he give up on his plan to save his mother. Seeing the struggle in Zhang Chen's eyes, Shenlong's lips finally curved up into a smile as he looked at the young man in front of him, before he then said calmly, however, although you can't do it just by yourself, it doesn't mean that it's something completely impossible to do either. Follow me, stand behind me in the future, both as my friend and as a general. I will not only help you to save your mother, but even eradicate that family if you so wish. Although Shenlong was still sitting in the white cushion at the center of the room, his body was exuding an aura of majesty, tyranny, and absolute confidence as he said these words, while his calm black eyes had an extremely deep look inside them as he stared at Zhang Chen's eyes. It was almost as if a monarch was recruiting his general while declaring the course of the future. At that moment, Zhang Chen's body shivered as he looked at Shenlong with eyes filled with disbelief. Unable to hide his confusion any longer, he finally asked, why? Didn't you say that no power would do it for my sake? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Shenlong didn't move from his seat as he stared at the black-robed young man in front of him before he said, you are right. No power would do it for your sake. The risk of fighting a huge power in the immortal dimension for the sake of one person is too big. However, I will do it. I will create my own power before ascending to the immortal dimension in the future. Every sentence that left Shenlong's mouth made both Zhang Chen and Xie tremble in their hearts. At the same time, Zhang Chen seemed to have realized the meaning behind Shenlong's previous words. Although no power would be willing to go to war against the Yu family for him, Shenlong would be willing to do so. He isn't planning of asking for help from the power that's backing him, but he wants to create his own power instead. As this thought flashed through Zhang Chen's mind, realization suddenly dawned on him. What Shenlong was offering him was a promise but nothing more. As long as Zhang Chen was willing to stand by his side as Shenlong created his own power, then in the future, Shenlong would help him take revenge on the Yu family of the Eternal Darkness world. However, could Zhang Chen really trust Shenlong? If Shenlong had promised that he would ask for help from the power behind him, then Zhang Chen would have agreed without any hesitation. But creating a power by himself? especially one that would be strong enough to rival a huge power from the immortal dimension. How difficult was that going to be? Of course, Shenlong had already thought about this matter long ago, whether it was to find out more about the secrets of the Stone of Time, or to unveil the mystery behind Little Black's past. It was very likely that he would have to fight countless enemies and even clash with one of the 9 emperors of the Dragon Realm, Little Black's father, Long Tianyu. Thus, Shenlong had to prepare himself and start creating his own power before he went to the immortal dimension. And Zhang Chen was the perfect person to become his first general. Not only was he extremely talented and possessed the bloodline of a powerful magic beast from the immortal dimension as well as a rare unique physique as well, but his will wouldn't bend no matter what, and he was someone who loved his parents and would do everything for them. Thus Shenlong had already taken a liking at him and decided to make him his first general. At the same time, Shenlong also understood how difficult something like this would be for Zhang Chen to accept. This was no different than placing a bet and hoping that Shenlong's dream would succeed. Chapter 473, Shenlong vs Zhang Chen. Monarch of Time. The entire room immediately fell silent as Lu Mei and Xie Ai first stared at Shenlong for a few moments before they turned their attention towards Zhang Chen. From Shenlong's words alone and from the fact that he was willing to promise something such as fighting against the Yu family in the future for him, even if the two girls didn't understand how strong a power of the immortal dimension really was, they still realized the importance that Shenlong placed on Zhang Chen. At the same time, as he stared at Shenlong, the struggle in Zhang Chen's eyes was obvious. No matter what, it was almost impossible for him to simply believe that Shenlong would be able to create a power strong enough that it could rival the Yu family of the Eternal Darkness world in the future, regardless of how confident he was. And yet, he also knew that Shenlong's previous words were correct. No power would possibly go to war with the Yu family just because of his sake. Even if a power was strong enough to do so and fight against the Yu family, how many experts would die in such a war? Would they really risk so much just for Zhang Chen to join them? Besides, for the Yu family to exist for so many years while possessing the bloodline of the demonic Crow of Darkness, they likely had many enemies that hated them, and yet they were still standing tall. After all, there was no powerful force that didn't have at least a few enemies or struggles with other powerful forces. Whether it was to vie for more territory or resources, the Yu family had definitely accumulated enough enemies within the years. Thus, if it was that easy to destroy such a powerful family, the Yu family's enemies would have done so long ago and wouldn't wait for Zhang Chen to do it. Staring at the blue-robed young man in front of him, Zhang Chen looked at him deep in the eyes before he asked seriously, "What makes you think that you can create a powerful force strong enough to fight against the Yu family in the future? If I really am to trust you, you need to be someone worthy of me following you." At that moment, Shenlong's eyes narrowed as he saw Zhang Chen's cultivation at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul exploding out of his body. And yet, it only exploded outwards for a single moment before Zhang Chen quickly suppressed it. Peak of rank 3, middle of rank 3, early rank 3. In just a few breaths of time, he had already suppressed his cultivation at the same level as Shenlong's, the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul. Staring at the blue-robed young man in front of him, Zhang Chen then said seriously, "Since we have both used our bloodline powers today, it's impossible to use them again now. Let's fight. I have suppressed my cultivation at the same level as you, the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul. I will also not use my unique physique either. As long as you can beat me, I will take this bet with you and follow you, helping you create your own power. However, if you lose today, you will be the one to follow me instead." At the same time, Zhang Chen took out his golden saber from his spatial ring, and held it with his right hand, ready to fight against Shenlong at any time. A deep light flashed through Shenlong's eyes when he heard this, before he nodded his head and said in a calm tone, "You are right. If you win, it's only fair that I follow you. After all, the strongest is always the king." As he finished his words, Shenlong's eyes immediately turned golden, as the invisible figure of an hourglass filled with 7 silver balls of qi appeared above his head while his cultivation at the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul exploded out from his body. "Let's go." As his words resounded throughout the spacious room, Shenlong blinked forward, appearing in front of Zhang Chen in an instant before he punched out with his right hand towards his chest. Zhang Chen was startled for a moment, but he still held his saber horizontally in front of his chest as he welcomed Shenlong's attack. However, right before Shenlong's punch could hit the golden saber, Shenlong's lips curved up into a smile as a gust of wind appeared around his feet, bringing him by Zhang Chen's side. Mystic high-grade martial skill, Gale Steps. Lu Mei was startled when she saw Shenlong using this martial skill that he hadn't used for a long time. It was obvious that he wasn't fighting against Zhang Chen with everything he had, as he still hid his Dao of Time. At the same time, although he hadn't seen Shenlong use this movement technique during the fourth test, Zhang Chen was still prepared for any trump card that Shenlong may have had, as a pair of pitch-black wings that were burning with dark red flames sprouted from his back. Saint low-grade martial skill, Demonic Wings? The moment that his demonic wings appeared, Zhang Chen's speed instantly increased by many times, even exceeding Shenlong's own speed by a huge margin. His black-robed figure left countless after-images inside the room, as he completely surrounded Shenlong. Due to the demonic Dao that he had comprehended, Zhang Chen's affinity with the demonic wings was much higher than Shenlong's affinity with his Gale Steps. Even if the Gale Steps were a Saint low-grade martial skill, it still wouldn't be enough to bridge the gap between Shenlong's speed and Zhang Chen's, mainly due to Zhang Chen's comprehension of his Dao. The golden saber flashed in the room, attacking Shenlong again and again, pushing him in a desperate position. Even if he used blink, within the small premises of the room, Zhang Chen would easily catch up with him before he continued his barrage of attacks. And yet, despite his increased speed, Zhang Chen noticed that he was unable to hit Shenlong with his attacks no matter how much he tried. It was almost as if Shenlong could actually foresee where he would attack, and would avoid every single one of them just in time. As for those attacks that he couldn't avoid, Shenlong was actually able to parry them with an illusionary purple-colored blade that had appeared in his right hand. Even against his golden saber, Zhang Chen noticed that Shenlong's purple blade wasn't destroyed, but it simply rippled a few times before it regained its previous form. Of course, this exhausted Shenlong as well. His illusionary purple blade was created from his Dao of space and it used the energy from his body refinement cultivation. Since Shenlong had yet to break through to the early 5th stage of body refinement, his energy was being rapidly depleted. After clashing with Zhang Chen's golden saber 3 times, Shenlong felt that he was almost out of energy. If his purple blade was destroyed one more time, he wouldn't be able to sustain it during this fight. Finally, after enduring Zhang Chen's barrage of attacks, Shenlong actually stood still at the center of the room, as a faint blue light appeared around his body. His golden eyes stared at the countless after-images that Zhang Chen had left behind as he moved around the room at extreme speed, before he said in a low voice, Monarch's Domain. Chapter 474, Shenlong's Secret. Monarch of Time. The after-images in the room all froze as Zhang Chen's figure had suddenly gone still. With a cultivation at the same level as Shenlong, it was impossible for Zhang Chen to move within Shenlong's monarch's domain. At that moment, even the 2 young women in the room were affected by it, as their reactions and their thought process slowed down dramatically. Using blink, Shenlong instantly appeared in front of Zhang Chen, before he placed the illusionary purple blade in his right hand on the black-robed Zhang Chen's throat, before he stopped circulating his monarch's domain and said in a calm tone with a smile on his face, "You lose." Zhang Chen's eyes instantly widened when he saw the illusionary purple blade appearing in front of him in an instant, before he immediately halted his movements, as he stared at the blue-robed young man in front of him with a mix of incredulity and disbelief in his gaze. Seeing the calm smile on Shenlong's face, he had immediately understood that he had lost, and yet he couldn't help ask in a low voice, "How?" At the same time, although Lu Mei was calm and had a proud smile on her face as she stared at the fight in front of her, having obviously expected this result, Xie Xingyi had a look of shock as she stared at Shenlong's and Zhang Chen's figures. Even with her experience and talent, she still couldn't understand what Shenlong had done to forcibly stop Zhang Chen's movements completely. At the same time, it was obvious that Zhang Chen hadn't realized what was going on either, as he looked at Shenlong in disbelief while he waited for his answer. With that same smile on his face, Shenlong dispersed the spatial blade in his hand that was on the verge of dissipating by itself, as he had nearly run out of energy from his body refinement cultivation already, before he walked back to the white cushion in front of his bed and sat back down on it. Shenlong thought seriously for a while as he stared at the curious Zhang Chen. Although he knew that sooner or later he would actually have to reveal his Dao of Time, he had planned on keeping it a secret until he had no other choice. However, he also realized that, if he wanted to have Zhang Chen be his first general as well as a real friend, he had to be honest with him. After all, Zhang Chen had revealed everything about his life already, and he was only curious about the Dao that Shenlong had just used. Finally, after staying silent for a few moments, the look in Shenlong's eyes turned serious as he first looked at Lu Mei for a moment, before he turned his attention towards Xie Xing'ai and then back to Zhang Chen. Shenlong stared at the black-robed young man in front of him, before he said, "This is my own secret as well, and aside from Mayor, you and Miss Xie are going to be the first ones to learn about this." As he looked at Zhang Chen in front of him, the bright golden light in Shenlong's eyes started to emit a blue hue deep inside it before he continued. "The Dao that I have comprehended for my Qi Refinement Foundation isn't the Dao of lightning nor the Dao of space, but the Dao of time." A look of confusion appeared on Zhang Chen's and Xie Xing'ai's faces when they heard this. The Dao of time. Neither of these two geniuses had ever heard of someone comprehending the Dao of time before, nor did they know what kind of powers Shenlong had. However, seeing the solemn look on Shenlong's face as he said this, Zhang Chen understood how serious he was. It was obvious that his Dao of time was one of his most important secrets, and yet he had still decided to share it with him in the end. With a smile on his face, the black-robed Zhang Chen suddenly turned around and walked towards the door of the room. Finally, just as he reached the door handle, he said calmly with his back still facing Shenlong and the two girls, "I am going to cultivate for a few days. After the fourth test, I can feel myself being just a step away from breaking through. After I finish my breakthrough, I will return here again. Don't go back on your promise in the future." Shenlong's lips curved up into a smile as he looked at Zhang Chen, who didn't wait for a reply, as he opened the door of the room and left without any hesitation. Despite the awkwardness in his tone as he spoke, Shenlong could still understand that Zhang Chen's words were sincere. After Fatty Fu, this was the second friend that Shenlong seemed to have made. After staring at Zhang Chen's figure that disappeared from his courtyard, Shenlong then turned his attention to the green-robed young woman next to him. The reason why he didn't mind exposing the secret of his Dao of time to Xie Xing'ai was because Shenlong had already heard from Lu Mei about how the two young women had shared life and death with each other during the third test, and because Shenlong could also feel that this beautiful young woman's gaze when she looked at him was completely different than the gaze she had when she stared at the rest of the outer disciples. Shenlong had noticed that there was a warm expression in Xie Xing'ai's eyes when she looked at him, while her gaze was filled with admiration and curiosity along with many other mixed feelings, making her gaze not too different from Lu Mei's when she stared at Shenlong. Seeing how Shenlong was staring at her with a curious look in his eyes, Xie Xing'ai blushed lightly before she hurriedly stood up and said, I have to go cultivate as well." Without even bidding farewell to Lu Mei, the blonde-haired kingdom-toppling beauty whose face had already turned red then ran towards the door of the room. However, right before she left the room her feet abruptly stopped, as she turned around and stared at the blue-robed young man sitting on the white cushion and the white-veiled young woman next to him before she said, "Brother Long, I will also join your faction. I will see you in a few days." Without waiting for a response, Xie Xing'ai's body instantly blended in the shadows, as she disappeared from Shenlong's courtyard. Chapter 475, Lu Mei's Problem. Monarch of Time. Lu Mei's lips curved up when she saw this scene, forming a beautiful smile, as she turned her attention towards Shenlong and said in a tone filled with joy, "I knew that Longji is the strongest." Shenlong smiled when he heard this as he then stood up from his white cushion and pulled Lu Mei into a hug. At the same time, he also activated his sect identifying token to lock the courtyard and make sure that no one could enter without permission, before he removed Lu Mei's veil from her face, and after staring at her for a few moments he then said, "Zhang Chen is actually very strong. Even if we are at the same cultivation level, I still need to use my Dao of time in order to beat him." Lu Mei nodded her head seriously when she heard this, but there was still a look of pride on her beautiful face. Regardless, so far, there was no one who could stand up to Shenlong at the same level of cultivation when he used his Dao of time. Even Zhang Chen was completely incapacitated inside his monarch's domain. The only person who could do so was Kui Kuliang, but he was still a Dao king who had suppressed his cultivation while retaining his insights into the Dao of water during the fight. If Shenlong and Kui Kuliang fought again under the same circumstances, Shenlong was certain that he could take care of the Dao king within a few moves at best. Of course, This was only assuming that Kui Kuailiang would restrict his cultivation at the same level as Shenlong, otherwise it would be impossible for Shenlong to last even a few moves against a Dao King. At the same time, staring at the bashful expression on Lu Mei's face as she looked at him caused a hot feeling to arise in Shenlong's heart. Although he wasn't really a lustful person, after not having seen each other for an entire month, Shenlong couldn't simply let Lu Mei go and start cultivating right away. Taking her in his arms, he carried her all the way to the bed, as he took off his own robes before he started to unrobe her as well. Lu Mei's flawless body once again appeared in front of Shenlong's eyes, and paired with Lu Mei's somewhat bashful expression only caused the fire in his heart to burn even wilder. No matter how many times he saw this scene, Shenlong always felt excitement in his heart. It was the same feeling as if he was unwrapping the same present every time, only to find the same expected result that made his heart beat wildly in response. Sounds of pleasure filled the room for the next 2 hours until they finally quietened down. Lying by Shenlong's side with her head placed on his chest, Lu Mei stared at Shenlong with a gaze filled with love and affection before she said a few moments later, "Longji, there have been some changes to my undead creatures after breaking through to the nascent soul." Shenlong looked at Lu Mei with a curious look in his eyes as she then continued, "I can feel that my undead creatures have their own consciousness and I have to use my soul sense to suppress them during a fight so they don't go out of control, but they are also much stronger than before." While they were still watching the rest of the fights during the 4th test, Lu Mei couldn't find an opportunity to mention this to Shenlong as there were too many disciples around them. She could only mention the things that she had experienced after she had been separated from Shenlong once they entered the Holy Sex test, as well as everything that she had experienced together with Xiezing Ai. After all, this matter regarding her undead creatures was a secret that could potentially risk her own life if it was exposed to a lot of people. Shenlong fell silent when he heard this, before he patted Lu Mei's head gently a moment later and said seriously, "Try not to summon that giant black beast if it's too taxing for your soul sense, at least until you increase your spiritual strength." Hearing the concerned tone in Shenlong's words made Lu Mei feel warmth in her heart as she nodded her head. At the same time, Shenlong also decided to ask Little Black about Lu Mei's situation as well. A few moments later, after changing himself into his yellow-colored outer disciple robes, Shenlong closed his eyes and sat on the white cushion in front of his bed, before he entered back inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. As soon as he appeared in this space, an excited Little Silver greeted Shenlong, as well as Little Black who was still asleep. Even though 20 years had nearly passed inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, and Little Black had already finished absorbing the energy inside the Dragonstone long ago, he still hadn't woken up yet. However, Shenlong could feel that Little Black's situation was still fine. After all, for a dragon, 20 years were nothing more than a single nap. After petting Little Silver for a while, Shenlong decided to let it outside in the real world to keep company to Lu Mei. After all, Lu Mei didn't need to cultivate normally thanks to her blood absorption art, and Little Silver's existence wouldn't be found out even by the elders of the Holy Sect thanks to the protective formations surrounding every courtyard. Of course, although an early rank 6 magic beast didn't hold any allure towards any elder of the Holy Sect, Shenlong wouldn't be able to explain where he found such a magic beast in the first place since he had only entered the sect today and it was impossible for anyone to carry magic beasts through spatial rings. After letting Little Silver return to his room and stay with Lu Mei, Shenlong sat cross-legged in the foggy space in the Stone of Time and took out the heaven-swallowing vine as well as more than 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones and placed them in front of him. During the last 2 years that he and Lu Mei had been to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the city of Sin, Shenlong had earned plenty of low and middle-grade spirit stones, especially from his shop in the city of Sin, which was the most profitable business for him. However, in order to advance in his cultivation during these last 2 years, he had spent plenty of spirit stones as well. Now, even with the 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones from senior brother Kaiying, the spirit stones inside Kui Kuailiang's spatial ring and what Shenlong had earned from his shop in the city of Sin, Shenlong's total wealth was a little more than 1,300,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Chapter 476, An Unexpected Visit. Monarch of Time. Although such wealth was much more than that of an average middle-stage Dao King in the Night Star continent, it still wasn't enough to support Shenlong's expenditure for a long time. Shenlong had already noticed that with his increase in his cultivation, the amount of spirit stones that he needed had also increased by a lot. The moment that it noticed the 10,000 middle grade spirit stones that Shenlong had placed in front of it, the heaven-swallowing vine instantly started to absorb them, as it filled the air inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time with extremely pure qi. Closing his eyes, Shenlong circulated his monarch's hourglass as 7 silver balls of qi appeared inside it. With the residual energy inside his body that he had absorbed from his wine earlier as well as the pure qi in the air around him, Shenlong condensed the 8th ball of qi in nearly an instant before he started to condense the 9th one as well. Like this, a month had quickly passed for Shenlong inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. While he was still sitting cross-legged on his seat, he could clearly feel the 15 bright silver-colored balls of qi that were now floating above his head inside the monarch's hourglass. In this last month, Shenlong had used up more than 40,000 middle-grade spirit stones, but he had successfully reached the middle of rank 2 in the nascent soul. And yet, Shenlong still didn't stop his cultivation this time as he continued to stay in seclusion with his eyes closed, allowing the heaven-swallowing vine to absorb even more spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, another month quickly passed as 18 balls of qi were now floating inside the monarch's hourglass, allowing Shenlong to reach the peak of rank 2 in the nascent soul. It was only then that Shenlong finally opened his eyes before he slowly stood up. More than 60,000 middle-grade spirit stones disappeared like that. Even the golden-robed young man's spatial ring only had 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones inside it. At this rate, I am not sure if I will even be able to reach the late stages of the nascent soul before I run out of spirit stones. Staring at the number of spirit stones that the heaven-swallowing vine had absorbed to provide him with pure qi during this time, Shenlong finally felt the pinch after advancing to the nascent soul stage. If he needed 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones just to advance from the middle of rank 2 of the nascent soul to the peak of rank 2, then 1 million spirit stones may actually not be enough to last him until he reached the late stages of the nascent soul. Of course, this was only something that Shenlong had to deal with due to the monarch's hourglass and its extremely strict requirements, as well as the fact that every subsequent ball of qi after the first one that he condensed needed to be purer than the previous one, which required even more qi to do so. If it was an average peak rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator, he wouldn't even need 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones to reach the rank 9 of the nascent soul in the future. As he stood up from his seat, Shenlong first cast a look at the sleeping little black next to him and patted his head lightly, before he closed his eyes and imagined himself leaving the foggy space. In the next moment, Shenlong could feel his surroundings change as he found himself back inside his room. Dressed in her holy sex robes, Lu Mei was sitting on her meditative cushion next to Shenlong's as she brushed Little Silver's black fur. Lu Mei's gorgeous black eyes and Little Silver's yellow eyes were both focused on Shenlong's figure the moment he appeared, while a dazzling appeared on Lu Mei's face when she noticed Shenlong's cultivation that had already reached the peak of rank 2 in the nascent soul. Shenlong's lips curved up when he saw the unconcealed joy on Lu Mei's flawless face, before he once again used the monarch's hourglass to completely conceal his cultivation and asked her seriously, "Mei Yar, how are you feeling?" Since he had already heard from Lu Mei about how difficult her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage really was, and how she had been close to falling into qi deviation with just her first breakthrough after cultivating in the blood absorption art, Shenlong had told Lu Mei to simply rest for now. Although Lu Mei hadn't exerted herself during the time that she and Xiezing were hidden in the cave during the third test, the mental wariness that they could be attacked at any time made the two girls really tired. This was especially so for Lu Mei, who hadn't completely calmed her mind after her breakthrough during the third test as well, making the burden in her mind even more intense. At the same time, Shenlong had also thought of another way to help Lu Mei during her breakthrough, one that would be even more efficient than turning a rank 5 dreamy ash flower into a pill. However, he still needed to purchase something from the holy sect before doing so. After all, herbs like the dreamy ash flower that had the ability to calm someone's mind and expel their mental demons were extremely rare to begin with. Although people in the City of Sin and perhaps the entire Night Star continent didn't know of the flower's usage, Shenlong wouldn't underestimate every single alchemist in the holy sect and think that no one would know of the flower's effects either. And even if they did, those medicinal herbs that nobody knew much about were the rarest ones in the end. Nodding her head, Lu Mei smiled brightly at Shenlong and said, "Longji, I am fine. A couple of days were more than enough to rest completely. In these past 6 days I even meditated and slowly increased my spiritual strength as well." Shenlong nodded his head when he heard this, as he had already planned to visit the Golden Treasures Hall and see if he could find any medicinal herb that could be used to concoct a pill that could increase the spiritual strength. However, the most important thing to do first was to create his faction in the sect. Seeing Shenlong stand up from his cushion, Lu Mei seemed to have guessed his thoughts, as she took a deep breath and said with a curious look on her face, "Longji, a few hours after you entered seclusion, that young White Lord from the Night Star continent came to visit." Chapter 477, There is no need to do it any longer? Monarch of Time. Shenlong's brows were raised in surprise when he heard this, as he hadn't expected for Bai Longtian to come visit him. Although this young White Lord had shown an amiable face towards Shenlong from the first time that they saw each other during the 4th test, he definitely didn't know about Shenlong's bloodline, which made this visit seem a bit out of place. Lu Mei stared at the thoughtful expression on Shenlong's face with an equal confused look, but she still continued speaking. "He said that he will enter seclusion first and enter the middle stages of the nascent soul before he comes and visit Longji again. Apparently he has something that he wants to discuss with you." Nodding his head, Shenlong placed this thought at the back of his mind a few moments later before he turned his attention towards Lu Mei and said, "Mayar, let's go." Realizing that Shenlong was going to go to the administration hall to create his own faction, a brilliant smile appeared on Lu Mei's face before she put her white veil back on. However, Shenlong simply shook his head and removed Lu Mei's veil with his right hand before he said seriously, "Mayar, there is no need to wear a veil any longer. Covering your face so that others won't covet your beauty isn't something that you should have to do from the beginning. Doing so while we were still weak in the Night Star continent was already humbling enough. If anyone dares to set their eyes on my woman, I will make sure to have them regret it." Lu Mei was stunned for a moment as she looked at Shenlong with a stunned gaze, before the look in her eyes quickly turned into an even warmer look of love. Even before she had left the Floating Cloud sect, she had decided to wear a white veil to cover her face because she had already understood that being too pretty was a sin. It could attract the attention of countless people who coveted her due to her looks and bring trouble to Shenlong and her. This was why she had voluntarily covered her face from the very beginning. However, it would also be a lie to say that she didn't long to take the veil off her face as well. Although she didn't care about other people, she still wanted Shenlong to be able to see her. After all, which woman didn't want their man to openly admire their beauty? And yet, she also hadn't expected that Shenlong would suddenly decide to tell her to no longer wear a veil. As a sudden warm feeling filled her heart, Lu Mei simply nodded her head in response while tears trickled from her eyes. Of course, Shenlong had also thought about this issue long ago. After entering the holy sect, he had decided that he could no longer allow Lu Mei to wear a veil. Not only was Lu Mei not ugly, but her beauty transcended any other woman that Shenlong had seen. The only one whose looks could be considered to be on par with Lu Mei's were Xiezing Ai's. Although Shenlong knew that he and Lu Mei were now in a much more dangerous place, he could no longer allow Lu Mei to keep wearing a veil just so that she wouldn't bring trouble to them. Shenlong's pride as a man could no longer accept this either. At the same time, both Shenlong and Lu Mei could be considered strong enough that they could at least protect themselves. Seeing Lu Mei nod her head, a smile appeared on Shenlong's lips, as he first had Little Silver return inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time before he held Lu Mei's hand and stepped past the courtyard's gates as he headed towards the administration hall. As soon as they stepped out of the courtyard, Shenlong could feel the surrounding disciples' gazes landing on himself and Lu Mei, but he didn't pay any heed to them as he continued walking forward. It was natural that Lu Mei would attract the gazes of the surrounding outer disciples, especially since she had been hiding her appearance during the Holy Sect's entrance test. Who are these two? Are they new outer disciples? I have never seen that woman before. I have heard that there is an extremely beautiful girl among the new disciples named Xiezing Ai. I wonder if it's her. No, I heard that Xiezing Ai has blonde hair. However, I have no idea who this one is. Even though he clearly heard the discussions of the disciples around him and Lu Mei, Shenlong completely ignored them as he kept heading towards the administration hall. Of course, although Lu Mei's appearance attracted a lot of attention, the disciples that followed after her and Shenlong to find out her identity were very few in the end. After walking at a leisure pace with Lu Mei for nearly an hour, Shenlong arrived at the huge black building that Elder Zwan had taken them a week ago, the administration hall. Just like the last time, the administration hall didn't have too many people inside it. Although it was an important building in the sect, the disciples only came here when they needed to do something, while most of the time they would spend their time in the assignment hall. Walking past through the hall's gate, Shenlong quickly spotted the faction registration counter before he walked towards the young man situated behind it. Surprisingly, the young man that was sitting behind the counter wasn't wearing yellow robes, but a set of plain robes without the holy sect's insignia on it. After thinking about it for a while, Shenlong only needed a moment to realize that this person was someone's follower or servant. Of course, since the holy sect allows disciples to work for the sect and obtain sect points as well, why wouldn't those disciples have their followers do their work for them while they either cultivated or they completed their own missions? That way they can gain sect points while not doing anything. As he realized this issue, Shenlong stared at the rest of the young men and women behind the rest of the counters, and noticed that the only official outer disciple doing this job was the yellow-robed young woman sitting behind the living quarters counter. It was unknown if she was doing this because she didn't want to have her own servants to do her work or because there was something special about that counter and the sect wouldn't allow a servant to be in charge of it. Walking in front of the faction registration counter, Shenlong looked at the young man behind the counter and said, "I wish to create my own faction." The young man who was almost dozing off behind the counter raised his droopy eyelids and barely looked at the person in front of him before he extended his hand and said, "Sect token." Nodding his head, Shenlong handed his sect identification token to the young man behind the registration counter, only to see a confusing scene take place. The moment that the young man received Shenlong's token and saw Shenlong's name on it, his sleepy eyes instantly widened, as he stared at the young man in front of him without even noticing the peerlessly beautiful young woman next to him, as he then asked in a shocked voice that everyone inside the administration hall could hear, You are Shenlong." Chapter 478, Offered a Spot. Monarch of Time. Every single disciple inside the administration hall, including those who had followed him and Lu Mei because they were waiting to find Lu Mei's identity, all turned their attention towards Shenlong at the same time. Shenlong wasn't too surprised that the young man in front of him had heard of his name. After all, although Shenlong knew that he was definitely not famous throughout the sect, it was only natural that a few people would pay attention to him as the person who managed to pass through the Holy Sect's test with a cultivation at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. Things were exactly as Shenlong had imagined them to be. His name had actually started to spread among the weaker outer disciples' ears, and was known as a person with an extremely powerful bloodline, attracting the attention of even some of the relatively stronger outer disciples. Of course, Shenlong wasn't the only one who had attracted some attention from the newest batch that had entered the Holy Sect. Lu Mei, Xie Xing'ai, Zhang Chen, Bai Longtian, Sheng Huang, Jun Ren, and the names of a few other powerful new disciples had also started to spread in the ears of those people as well. However, what surprised Shenlong was that the young man in front of him actually seemed to have expected his arrival here. Noticing the doubtful look on Shenlong's face, the young man behind the faction registration counter took a deep breath before saying, "Brother Shenlong, you probably don't know this, but you being ready to create a faction has already been known by some outer disciples already." Shenlong's brows furrowed when he heard this, but the young man behind the counter didn't seem to mind as he continued explaining. "Actually, this is all because of Zhang Chen. Nearly a week ago, senior brother Qian Tao personally approached Zhang Chen and offered him a spot in his faction, but Zhang Chen refused without a second thought, saying that he would only join your faction. This is why I knew that sooner or later you would come to create your own faction." A sharp look flashed past Shenlong's eyes when he heard this. Of course, he wasn't angry at Zhang Chen for exposing the fact that he was going to create his own faction before he did so. After all, creating his own faction wasn't going to be a secret to begin with. What Shenlong was most surprised about was that someone had actually approached Zhang Chen at the very first day after they had joined the sect. Based on what Zhang Chen had said and considering his own character as well, after leaving my room he would definitely go straight to his own courtyard and start cultivating. So, that senior brother Qian Tao could have only approached him before he reached his own courtyard. He really acted fast. Too bad that it's only a fool's dream to try and steal away someone I have set my sights on. Almost as if he had guessed part of Shenlong's thoughts, A mocking smile appeared on the face of the young man behind the faction registration counter as he looked at Shenlong, but he quickly suppressed it before he continued. Brother Shenlong probably doesn't know about this, but even after registering your own faction you still won't be eligible to join the faction wars and obtain any resources from the sect for your own faction. To obtain resources from the sect your own faction, you first need to join the faction wars and beat other factions, thus entering the faction rankings, before you are able to obtain any resources. However, to even become eligible to enter the faction wars, your faction first needs to complete 5 D-rank faction missions and a single C-rank one. As for senior brother Qian Tao's faction, it's already a faction that belongs to the top 1000 factions of the sect. Seeing the stunned look on Shenlong's face, the young man behind the faction registration counter smiled brightly before he continued in a more amiable tone. Actually, if brother Shenlong is interested, senior brother Qian Tao has said that he is willing to accept both you and your wife into his faction along with Zhang Chen. As he said this, the young man turned his eyes towards the ice-cold Lu Mei who was standing next to Shenlong before he gulped a mouthful of saliva in the process. This was the most beautiful woman that he had seen in his life. With just a glance, he immediately realized that this was the same white-robed young woman who had covered her face with a white veil during the 4th test. At the same time, Shenlong was a bit confused when he heard the words D-rank and C-rank faction missions. He clearly remembered that a week ago, when Elder Zwan had introduced the assignment hall to the newly entered disciples, he had said that every disciple needed to complete at least a yellow rank mission every 3 months and 4 yellow rank missions every single year. However, there was no mention of any D rank or C rank missions. It looks like I have to pay a visit to the assignment hall soon. Nodding his head at the young man behind the faction registration counter, Shenlong shook his head, before he turned his attention towards his own sect identification token that he had already handed to the man in front of him and said, I am not interested in joining someone else's faction, regardless of who that person is. Why do you really want to refuse senior brother Qian Tao's goodwill? The young man hadn't expected such a response after he took so much time to patiently explain everything regarding the new factions to Shenlong. He was certain that after hearing the difficulty of completing 5 D-rank missions and a single C-rank, paired with senior brother Qian Tao's high ranking of his faction inside the sect, Shenlong would definitely know what to choose. However, the cold and uncaring look in his eyes as he said that he is not interested in joining another faction left the young man speechless. Even the surrounding disciples inside the administration hall couldn't believe that Shenlong had rejected senior brother Qian Tao's offer without a second thought. Are you certain about this? You still have time to change your mind. If you really refuse senior brother Qian's offer you won't get a second chance. The young man behind the counter didn't seem willing to accept this as he stared at Shenlong seriously while he warned him, hoping to change his mind. And yet, Shenlong wasn't planning to spend his entire day refusing to join another person's faction even if that senior brother Qian Tao was standing here in front of him, let alone when someone else was insisting on it. With a cold look in his eyes, he stared at the young man in front of him before he said seriously, I already refused once. I don't care what kind of relationship you or the person you are following in the sect have with that Qian Tao, but I don't have the habit of repeating things. Seeing that Shenlong refused to even consider his offer and wasn't willing to give anyone any face, the young man behind the faction registration counter snorted before he said, just a mere rank 1 nascent soul stage rookie and you want to create your own faction? Fine. Let's see how it will do then. Without waiting for a response, the young man took Shenlong's sect identification token from the counter with an angry look on his face, before he placed it on top of a palm-sized white-colored jade that was hidden placed below the counter. Shenlong's sect identification token suddenly lit up with a white light, while the words Shenlong's faction appeared on the jade's surface for a moment before they quickly disappeared barely a moment later. The young man then took Shenlong's sect identification token and placed it on the counter in front of him before he said mockingly, your faction is officially registered in the section. I have to tell you that to accept someone in your faction you need to have them place their sect identification token next to your own token for a few moments and infuse your qi inside it. However, aside from Zhang Chen, I doubt that anyone will even be willing to join your faction even if you beg them. Chapter 479, Elder Xianjiao's Offer. Monarch of Time. It was obvious that the young man behind the faction registration counter was angry at Shenlong and would no longer mince his words. If he wasn't obliged to do it, he wouldn't even be willing to explain how Shenlong could accept someone else in his faction. At that moment, his eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the peerlessly beautiful black-haired young woman next to Shenlong, while a flattering smile appeared on his face as he then continued. "You are Sister Lu Mei, right? Although Shenlong has refused senior brother Qian Tao's offer, the offer still stands for you. As long as you are willing, you can join senior brother Qian Tao's faction by yourself. For someone like you, I am sure that senior brother Qian will be very happy to accept you in his faction." As he finished his words, an eager look flashed past the young man's eyes, certain that he would definitely receive a sizable reward if he could really get one of the geniuses of this batch to accept this offer. This was even more so for Lu Mei, Xie Xing'ai, Zhang Chen, Bai Longtian, and Jun Ren, since word of all 5 of them possessing an immortal fate had already started to spread among some disciples of the sect. Although those who possessed immortal fates within the sect weren't too rare, they weren't common either. Everyone knew that those with immortal fates were the most talented ones in the sect, and they could very likely even reach the top 100 rankings of the Martial Roll of Honor. Someone at the top 100 rankings in the Martial Roll of Honor was even qualified to enter one of the top 10 factions. Having someone at the level of the 100 strongest disciples in the future in his own faction in the future would definitely make even senior brother Qian Tao mad with joy. As he thought of this, the young man behind the faction registration counter stared at Lu Mei eagerly as he waited for her answer. However, contrary to his expectations, Lu Mei only shot him a derisive look that was filled with contempt, before she looked at Shenlong and asked gently, "Longji, can I be the first one to join?" The young man's face suddenly turned extremely stiff and looked like he had just swallowed a fly. He couldn't believe that not only Lu Mei would reject his offer in public without a second thought, but she would even ask Shenlong if she could be the first one to join his faction. This was no different than if she was slapping him in the face. After all, he had just said that no one else would join Shenlong's faction aside from Zhang Chen, but his words were swallowed before Shenlong had even left the administration hall. Besides, she wasn't just rejecting him, she was also rejecting senior brother Qian Tao's offer as well. Shenlong's lips curved up as he patted Lu Mei's head with a smile on his face, before he nodded his head and extended his right hand that had just grabbed his sect identification token from the counter in front of him, and said, "Here." Without any hesitation, Lu Mei placed her token next to Shenlong's, before a white light covered her own token a few moments later. The words Shenlong's faction appeared on the back of her token for a single moment, before they quickly disappeared. Not paying any attention to the young man behind the faction registration counter any longer, Shenlong held Lu Mei's hand as he turned around and walked out of the administration hall. After walking through the sect for a while, Lu Mei looked at Shenlong and asked curiously, "Longji, are we heading to the assignment hall?" Lu Mei clearly remembered that Shenlong had mentioned how he wanted to purchase some things from the sect, so she had assumed that they would go towards the Golden Treasures Hall right away. However, the direction that they were headed towards was the assignment hall instead. Shenlong nodded his head as he said, "I am actually a bit curious about the missions of the sect and their classification. Let's take a look at those faction missions before we look for the Golden Treasures Hall." Lu Mei nodded her head, as she too was curious about the sect's missions after hearing the words of the young man behind the faction registration counter. From his words, it seemed like the C-rank and even the D-rank faction missions that one needed to complete for one's faction to become eligible to join the faction wars wouldn't be easy. After all, regardless of whether he was just a follower or not, it was true that the young man behind the faction registration counter had reached the peak of rank 4 of the nascent soul. A few moments later, Shenlong and Lu Mei arrived just a few meters away from the gates of a bustling, enormous building, where hundreds of outer disciples were coming and going from its entrance. At the top of the building, the 2 words that were plated in gold instantly attracted Shenlong's attention. Assignment Hall. At that moment, however, before he and Lu Mei even had the time to start walking towards the assignment hall, Shenlong felt a gust of wind that carried the fragrance of a perfume sweeping past his face, as a beautiful middle-aged woman appeared in front of him and Lu Mei practically out of nowhere. This woman was dressed in white robes, while her facial features were gentle, with limpid black eyes, a small nose and curved eyebrows. However, what surprised Shenlong and Lu Mei the most, was her white robes that were similar to Elder Cao Ling's. During the fourth test, Shenlong had noticed that the white-robed Dao Emperor's elder Cao Ling's and the Peak Dao King's elder Zhuan's robes had some differences. Cao Ling's and this woman's robes had 2 golden threads around their waist, while elder Zhuan's robes only had one of them. The beautiful middle-aged woman who had her hair tied up in a ponytail first looked at Shenlong for a few moments while her lips formed a bright smile, before she then turned her attention towards the yellow-robed Lu Mei next to him. The beautiful woman's smile turned even more enchanting as she stared at the peerlessly beautiful young woman in front of her, before she asked in a gentle tone, "You are Lu Mei, right? Hehe, you did well not covering that pretty face any longer. My name is Xian Jiao and I am an inner court elder of the sect. After taking a look at your fight during the fourth test and after seeing your fate, I have taken a liking to you. Hehe, you are the only disciple in the entire sect who has comprehended the Dao of Death, and I am also the only elder who can give you some guidance into it. Are you willing to accept me as your master?" Chapter 480, Lu Mei's Decision. Monarch of Time. Both Shenlong and Lu Mei were taken aback by Xianjiao's offer. Although they had already expected that an elder may want to take them as a disciple, this was still too sudden. Lu Mei looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, but she didn't directly respond, as she turned her attention to Shenlong who was standing next to her. Oh! A smile appeared on Xianjiao's bright red lips when she understood what was going on, as she too turned her attention to the handsome yellow-robed young man who was standing next to Lu Mei and waited for his answer. It was obvious that Lu Mei was asking Shenlong's opinion on this matter and wouldn't decide just by herself. Shenlong snorted inwardly when he heard Xianjiao saying that she had taken a liking to Lu Mei after her performance in the fourth test and after seeing her results from the Ball of Fate. Of course she would take a liking to a potential disciple who had comprehended the Dao of Death and had an extraordinary fate. Regardless of what the colorful light from Lu Mei's fate signified, just from Elder Zhuan's reaction at that time, it was obvious that it wasn't something common inside the sect. Thus, every single disciple like Lu Mei, Xie Ai, Zhang Chen, Bai Longtian, and Jun Ran, would all attract the attention of the elders who learn about their results. At the same time, Shenlong was certain that this Xianjiao wouldn't be the only elder who would be interested in taking Lu Mei as her personal disciple. However, it is also true that this woman is the first elder who approached Mayer to take her as a disciple. This by itself shows that she is genuinely interested, even if it is just for her to obtain a powerful disciple in the future. Regardless of whether she is saying the truth about being able to guide Mayer with her Dao of Death, accepting a master inside the sect will most likely have more benefits than drawbacks for Mayer. At the very least she will obtain a backing within the sect and may even be able to gain more resources as well. Although spirit stones are practically useless to Mayer, having a master can still help her gain rare pills, medicinal herbs, martial skills, or even powerful weapons and protective artifacts. Besides, let alone the fact that this woman will gain nothing if she wanted to harm me or Mayer, if that was really the case, there is no way for 2 early nascent soul stage cultivators to resist a Dao Emperor. Although Xianjiao had completely retracted her aura, not allowing even one bit of it to leak out, from the 2 golden threads of her robes and the fact that she was an inner court elder, Shenlong could guess that she was definitely a Dao Emperor. As he came to this conclusion, he instantly snapped out of his daze and looked at Lu Mei who was still staring at him before he nodded his head and said seriously, "Mayer, if you are really willing to accept a master, it may not be a bad thing in the end." Shenlong's answer was short but Lu Mei immediately understood that he wasn't against it. Whether she really agreed to accept the woman in front of her as her master or not would be up to her. Xianjiao nodded her head when she heard Shenlong's answer, before she looked at Lu Mei and waited for her response. After thinking seriously for a few moments, a resolute look appeared on Lu Mei's face, as she nodded her head and bowed deeply at the beautiful woman in front of her as she said, "Master, disciple is willing." Xianjiao's lips formed an enchanting smile when she heard Lu Mei's resolute answer, before she nodded her head and said laughingly, "Hehe, very well. I'm also happy to obtain such a beautiful and talented disciple." As she finished speaking, Xianjiao took out a golden-colored token from her bosom with the word Xian engraved on it, and handed it to Lu Mei before she continued. "Our master and disciple ceremony will take place in my home in the inner court in 3 days from now. You can use this token to enter the inner court if you want to find me. This is also proof that I have accepted you as my disciple. Hehe, don't be late little girl, otherwise this elder sister will be angry." There was a teasing tone in Xian Jiao's words as she said the last few words, before she winked at Shen Long and was about to take her leave. Understanding that Xian Jiao was going to leave, Lu Mei hurriedly took a step forward and asked her newly accepted master. Master, can Longji attend our ceremony as well? Xian Jiao was stunned briefly as she turned her eyes towards Shen Long and studied him seriously, before nodding her head a moment later as she said laughingly. Hee, all right. I don't mind having one more person present. Besides, it's not going to be just you and me there. Lu Mei heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this, while even Shen Long seemed to have warmed up a bit to the white-robed elder in front of him. After all, since it was Lu Mei's ceremony of accepting a master for the first time, he wasn't willing to be absent. After she finished speaking and made sure that Lu Mei didn't have any more questions, the beautiful inner court elder waved her hand with that same smile on her face, before she disappeared in front of Shen Long's and Lu Mei's eyes, as her body turned into 100 flower petals that dispersed with the wind. At the same time that Elder Xian disappeared, Shen Long also noticed a thin, almost invisible barrier shattering around him and Lu Mei. He actually hadn't noticed this barrier that had covered him the entire time. At the same time, Shen Long also noticed that not a single one of the surrounding disciples had turned their eyes to look at the beautiful inner court elder that had appeared in this place during this time. It was almost as if she had only existed in front of Shen Long and Lu Mei. Paired with the barrier that had shattered, Shen Long instantly understood that this was Elder Xian's technique, and this was also the reason why no one else had noticed the white-robed elder this entire time. With a calm look on his face, Shen Long placed the matter of Elder Xian at the back of his mind, before he turned his attention towards the enormous assignment hall in front of him. Chapter 481, Assignment Hall. Monarch of Time. Without any hesitation, Shen Long walked directly towards the assignment hall's entrance where hundreds of other outer disciples were also coming and going from with every passing moment. After walking through the enormous hall's 5-meter-tall gates, a bustling scene appeared in front of Shen Long's and Lu Mei's eyes. With just a glance, more than 1,000 outer disciples all dressed in yellow robes, were followed by their own followers as they filled the interior of the assignment hall. Unlike the administration hall, the assignment hall didn't have too many counters, but each one of them was operated by an outer disciple. The busiest one seemed to be the huge exchange counter in the center of the hall, that had 3 outer disciples working behind it at the same time. A huge row of disciples or their followers were queued up in front of this counter, as they all handed in their missions and obtained their rewards. It was obvious that this exchange counter was the place where one could hand in the missions that they had already completed in exchange for sect points. In sharp contrast to the exchange counter was the registration counter that was erected right next to it. There was only a single outer disciple working behind this counter, while only a handful of outer disciples were queued up in front of it. Shen Long had originally thought that he and Lu Mei would have to register themselves in the registration counter, but a few moments later he realized that that was not the case. The registration counter accepted the missions that a disciple wanted to list, and listed them along with the sect's missions, on the huge mission board behind the exchange counter. At that moment, Shen Long's and Lu Mei's eyes were both focused on the enormous mission board that had hundreds of outer disciples in front of it, before Shen Long walked closer towards it. The moment that his eyes landed on the mission board, Shen Long immediately noticed the first words written on it, causing a wave of realization to fill his heart. Rules. Missions are split into 3 types: personal missions, faction missions, and disciple missions. Every disciple must complete at least 1 D-rank personal mission every 3 months, or 4 D-rank missions every year, otherwise, there will be a punishment meted out from the enforcement hall. Every disciple can freely accept any mission regardless of its level without any limitations. After completing a mission, it must be handed in at the exchange hall to receive the corresponding rewards. During personal missions, you are not allowed to receive the help of anyone else, including other members of your faction. During faction missions, you are not allowed to receive the help of anyone else, aside from members of your own faction. So personal missions are the ones that Elder Zwan mentioned that we need to complete every month, but we are not allowed to receive any help while completing them. I guess this is also a test from the sect, trying to hone its disciples. As this thought flashed through his mind, Shen Long continued reading what was written on the mission board, causing his eyes to slowly widen in astonishment at the same time. Mission rankings. Missions are split into 5 different colors corresponding to their own ranks. each of them representing the difficulty of each mission. The colors are split into yellow, orange, red, blue, and purple. Yellow D rank - a cultivation level at the middle stages of the nascent soul is required to complete these missions. Orange C rank, a cultivation level at the late stages of the nascent soul is required to complete these missions. Red B rank - a cultivation level at the peak of the nascent soul or at the early stages of the Dao King realm is required to complete these missions. Blue A rank - a cultivation level at the middle stages of the Dao King realm is required to complete these missions. Purple S rank - a cultivation level at the late stages of the Dao King realm is the minimum requirement to complete these missions. Shenlong was stunned when he noticed that even the weakest D rank missions needed a cultivation level at the middle stages of the nascent soul, while at the same time, he also noticed that the description of the S rank missions was somewhat different from the previous mission ranks descriptions. Unlike the A rank missions, the S rank missions stated that the minimum requirement to complete an S rank mission was a cultivation level at the late stages of the Dao King realm, which Shenlong assumed that meant that even a late-stage Dao King may not necessarily be able to complete an S-rank mission successfully. This caused a wave of shock to fill Shenlong's heart as he clearly remembered that even the outer court elder that had guided them through the sect a week ago, Elder Zwan, was still at the peak of the Dao King realm? Did this mean that even elders can accept sect missions, or that there are actually disciples at the late stages of the Dao King within the sect? Shenlong found himself shocked when he reached the second possibility. Although he wasn't afraid of a late-stage Dao King even if he couldn't fight one just yet, he was certain that his cultivation in the future would easily reach the level of a Dao Emperor and it would even exceed that. However, having disciples at the late stages of the Dao King within the sect was still something shocking, as even the strongest cultivators within the Night Star continent were only at the peak of the Dao King realm as well. This caused Shenlong to re-evaluate the strength of the holy sect in his heart. I suppose that this is why every single peak power of the Night Star continent, and even from the surrounding continents around it, did everything they can to send their descendants or their disciples to become disciples of the holy sect. The strength of the central region is simply incomparable to the surrounding continents in the end. As Shenlong had this thought, he continued to read further below and decide which mission he was going to choose for himself, as well as take a look at the faction missions that he needed to complete and their rewards. Chapter 482, Choosing Missions. Monarch of Time. D-rank personal mission, apprehend or kill the middle rank 5 nascent soul stage criminal named Jinbo, who is terrorizing a village 300 miles away from the holy city. Reward, 120 sect points if he is captured alive or 90 sect points if he is dead. D-rank faction mission, eradicate the den of thieves led by the female bandit Dangbao. Since this is a faction mission and the bandit leader's cultivation has reached the early rank 6 of the nascent soul, a faction with at least 8 to 10 middle stage nascent soul outer disciples are recommended to take on this mission. Reward, 700 sect points. C-rank personal mission, travel to the seaside plains and kill the middle rank 8 nascent soul stage succubus that is sucking off the life of the unsuspecting men in the region. Reward, 1000 sect points. As he kept looking at the missions on the mission board, Shenlong realized the average corresponding rewards per mission as well as each mission's difficulty. A single, personal D-rank mission gave on average 100 sect points upon completion, while a D-rank faction mission could give anywhere from 400 to 800 sect points. As for the C-rank missions, their rewards went up by 10 times compared to the D-rank ones. A single personal C-rank mission gave 1000 sect points upon completion while a C-rank faction mission could bring in anywhere from 4000 to 8000 sect points. The difficulty of the missions and the corresponding rewards went up dramatically as each tier of difficulty increased. B-rank personal missions gave on average 10.000 sect points upon completion while the B-rank faction missions gave anywhere from 40.000 to 80.000 sect points. However, the number of B-rank missions was much lower compared to the C-rank and the D-rank ones. As for the A-rank missions, a single personal mission could give as much as 100.000 sect points while an A-rank faction mission could bring anywhere from 400.000 to 800.000 sect points. Of course, there were less than 3 A-rank faction missions available on the mission board right now, making these missions a rare commodity. As for S-rank missions, there was not even a single personal mission posted on the mission board, let alone one that required an S-rank faction within the sect. Shenlong even doubted whether there were really enough disciples in the sect to form a faction strong enough to complete an S-rank faction mission. At the same time, he also noticed that many of the D-rank missions weren't too far away from the Holy Sect, while from the C-rank missions and above, disciples needed to travel certain distances in order to complete them. As for why there were so many D-rank missions available so close to the Holy Sect, Shenlong didn't think that the Holy Sect left them purposefully because they wanted to train their weakest outer disciples and not let them travel too far away from the sect. Instead, it was most likely because the central region was so huge, that it was impossible for the Holy Sect to keep everything in check while not expending a huge amount of manpower. Regardless of how many criminals the sect killed, there were still so many of them, that if the Dao King and Dao Emperor realm elders of the sect wanted to complete all the D-rank missions by themselves, they would definitely die from exhaustion. Thus, having the outer disciples do this while giving them rewards, was the best way for the Holy Sect to train its disciples while clearing the unlawful cultivators around it. Seeing that Shenlong had finally retracted his gaze from the mission board, Lu Mei looked at him curiously before she asked, "Longji, is there any missions that you want to choose?" Nodding his head, Shenlong looked at the smiling Lu Mei, before he said in a thoughtful tone, "There are some interesting ones, but for now, we can only focus on the easiest ones instead. After all, even the easiest personal D-rank mission needs a disciple to apprehend or kill a middle-rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator by themselves, and the reward for it is only 50 sect points." Lu Mei agreed with Shenlong, and after a moment's hesitation she said, "Longji, I still haven't solidified my cultivation completely, but I think I can defeat a normal middle rank 4 nascent soul cultivator if I consume the second rank 5 blood ignition pill." A smile was formed on Shenlong's lips the moment that he heard this, as he shook his head without any hesitation before saying, "There is no need to consume another pill. Focus on meditating for the next few days and try to increase your spiritual strength and slowly bring it to the same level as your cultivation level. The next few days are going to be very interesting." Shenlong had already understood that Lu Mei hadn't completely solidified her cultivation during this time. Due to her rapid and abnormally sudden increase in her cultivation, it was only natural that she wasn't completely feeling comfortable with her breakthrough just yet and would need some more time to do so. Advancing her spiritual strength so that her mind and soul wouldn't feel as burdened when she summoned her undead creatures was the most important thing that she had to do. At the same time, although Lu Mei couldn't guess what Shenlong had in mind, she still nodded her head as he saw his gaze that was still focused on the mission board in front of him. Finally, a few moments later, a determined look appeared in Shenlong's eyes as he turned around and exited the assignment hall with Lu Mei in hand. After walking around the sect for barely a minute, Shenlong and Lu Mei quickly arrived in front of a tall and extremely luxurious building that was just a few hundred meters away from the assignment hall that they were in just now. Surprisingly, this building that had 2 large golden doors that were wide open wasn't any less bustling than the assignment hall. No, it actually seemed to have even more people coming and going from its entrance, making it seem even livelier than the assignment hall, while many followers of the various outer disciples had even set up street stalls around it and were selling their goods, making this place have the vibe of a mortal city from the mortal world. After taking a look at the 3 golden words above the building's entrance, Shenlong's lips curved up into a smile, while a light of curiosity filled his eyes at the same time, as he stepped past the building's gates without any hesitation. Chapter 483, Golden Treasures Hall. Monarch of Time. Raising her head, Lu Mei's eyes also took in the words that were plated in gold above the building's entrance, before she followed after Shenlong and entered inside as well. This was the biggest and busiest market within the entire Holy Sect, the Golden Treasures Hall. This was also the place where disciples could find everything that they needed inside the sect. If the Golden Treasures Hall didn't have what a disciple was looking for, then it was extremely unlikely that one would be able to find that thing elsewhere in the sect. After stepping foot inside the bustling hall, a lively scene appeared in Shenlong's field of vision, making him feel as if he had returned back to the floating cloud sect's treasure pavilion. Hundreds of disciples had filled the first floor of the Golden Treasures Hall, and were either standing in front of the countless counters as they observed the items behind the glass cases that were covered by protective formations, or they were discussing with the other disciples around them, looking like they were debating whether to purchase the items they wanted or not. Of course, The scale of the Golden Treasures Hall was simply incomparable to the small treasure pavilion in the Floating Cloud sect. Although this place wasn't meant for cultivation, just the pure qi inside the Golden Treasures Hall was actually even purer than the qi inside Shenlong's own courtyard. Walking with Lu Mei by his side, Shenlong started to walk around the first floor of the Golden Treasures Hall as he curiously took in the scenes around him. Rank 5 and even rank 6 medicinal herbs and pills had filled this place, along with many powerful gold-grade weapons and armor, while even the corpses of some powerful rank 5 and even some early rank 6 magic beasts were for sale as well. Although rank 3 gold-grade weapons and armor were considered things that only powerful Dao kings could usually possess in the Night Star continent, both due to their rarity or their strength, inside the Golden Treasures Hall, they weren't regarded too highly. A single rank 3 gold grade sword was sold for 2,000 sect points, while a peak rank 3 gold grade one could cost anywhere from 10.000 to 40.000 sect points. As for armor at the same level, a single rank 3 gold grade armor was sold for 5,000 sect points, while a peak rank 3 gold grade one easily reached a price of 70.000 sect points. It was obvious that armor of the same level was much more expensive than a normal weapon, especially due to their rarity. At the same time, Shenlong also noticed quite a few Saint low-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills for sale, making every disciple who stepped foot inside the Golden Treasures Hall for the first time suck in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that most of these Saint low-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills were the second parts of the techniques that many disciples had picked from the barrier of knowledge. As he kept walking around the hall, Shenlong even saw some powerful talismans that were also for sale in this place, but their prices could at the very least be considered exorbitant. During this time, he had also noticed that the protective formations covering the glass cases behind every counter were actually strong enough to withstand even the full-powered attacks of average Dao kings without any problems. This meant that every single protective formation behind each glass case was inscribed by formation masters who had reached at least the rank 2 gold grade level, if not higher. However, what made Shenlong slightly dejected was that nearly everything inside the Golden Treasures Hall could only be purchased using sect points, while very few things could actually be purchased with spirit stones. Of course, this problem was only temporary as neither he nor Lu Mei had any sect points at this moment, but it could easily be solved as long as he was willing to sell a few things of his own. Shenlong was certain that as long as he was willing to sell a few of his rarer pills, it would definitely create a commotion in the Golden Treasures Hall. And yet, he wasn't in a rush to sell anything to the hall just yet, as he continued touring around the first floor of the hall with Lu Mei next to him. Finally, a few minutes later, a bright look flashed inside Shenlong's eyes as he suddenly stopped in front of a glass counter and stared at the yellow-colored scroll inside it. At the surface of the scroll, only 4 words were written, but they were enough to instantly attract his attention. Thunder Gods / second part. Price, 50.000 sect points. The second part of the Thunder Gods / below the yellow-colored scroll, the Golden Treasures Hall also listed the martial skills price, causing Shenlong's eyes to narrow for a moment. 50.000 sect points? Just the price of this second part of the Thunder Gods / alone was as expensive as the best peak rank 3 gold grade swords on this floor. And yet, Shenlong also knew that this price made sense as well. After all, a Saint low-grade martial skill was clearly much rarer than a peak rank 3 gold grade weapon. At the same time, a weapon also needed to be maintained by a formation master as well, especially if it was damaged after a tough fight, causing a cultivator to pay even more than the price of a single low-level martial skill in the long run. Of course, martial skills could also be passed down to one's family without any restrictions, allowing more than one person could learn them at the same time, thus making the value of a complete Saint low-grade martial skill simply incomparable to even 5 peak rank 3 gold grade weapons. Just as Shenlong was debating whether he should sell some of his pills or medicinal herbs to purchase the second part of the Thunder Gods / his gaze was suddenly attracted to a small counter a few meters away from him and Lu Mei, while his eyes suddenly lit up with a bright light at the same time. Shenlong's gaze was instantly focused on a single, silver-colored wooden musical instrument with 7 strings, causing a smile to slowly form itself on his lips. Chapter 484, Silverbark Gukken. Monarch of Time. Temporarily ignoring the second part of the Thunder God's slash in front of him, Shenlong was still holding Lu Mei's hand as he took a few steps forward and quickly appeared in front of the small counter that was just a few meters away from him. Lu Mei was surprised by Shenlong's sudden actions, as she looked at him for a second before following his field of view, as she turned her gaze towards the silver-colored musical instrument in the counter in front of her with a slightly confused look on her face. She didn't understand why Shenlong was suddenly interested in this musical instrument. However, seeing that his focus was still on the glass case in front of him, Lu Mei didn't ask anything as she kept staring at the item inside, trying to figure out if there was anything special about it. Shenlong's eyes had turned extremely deep, almost as if he was examining intently the silver-colored musical instrument in front of him. Finally, after staring at it for more than a minute, he slowly lowered his gaze to look at the words that were written below the instrument instead. Silverbark Gukin. Price, 70.000 sect points. The introduction written below the Gukin was extremely simple, only listing the Gukin's name as well as its price, but it still made Shenlong's lips curve up into a smile after reading it. Although the price of the Gukin was considered exorbitant, with just a glance at the look on Shenlong's face, Lu Mei immediately realized that Shenlong was planning to purchase this thing if it was possible. At the same time, the young man behind the counter, who was obviously not an outer disciple judging from his robes but a follower of a disciple of the sect instead, was surprised to see someone stand in front of the counter and stare at the item inside for so long. He had worked here for a long time, but he hadn't seen anyone stare at the silver Gukin with such an interested look as this new disciple in front of him. Usually, everyone who took a look at the price of the Gukin would escape as far away as possible when they actually saw it. After all, 70.000 sect points wasn't a price that any outer disciple would normally be willing to pay for a single musical instrument. This price had already exceeded the average price of the first and second parts of a Saint low-grade cultivation technique or martial skill in the Golden Treasures Hall. Only the wealthiest of disciples would be willing to pay such a price for their own musical instruments, and those disciples already had their own instruments and didn't need to purchase new ones. Staring at the unconcealed smile on Shenlong's face, Lu Mei was the first one to break the silence a few moments later as she asked, "Longji, are you going to buy this Gukin?" It was natural that Lu Mei would be surprised by Shenlong's sudden interest in the Gukin. After all, forget about the Gukin, in the last 3 years, Shenlong hadn't shown an interest in any musical instrument before. At the same time, the young man behind the counter scoffed in his heart when he heard this. He was going to buy the Gukin? In the last 2 months that he had been working on the Golden Treasures Hall, he had already realized how few disciples would be able to afford to spend 70.000 sect points so easily for something like this. It was obvious that these 2 disciples in front of him were ignorant new disciples who didn't know the importance of sect points just yet. Nodding his head at Lu Mei, Shenlong turned his attention towards the young man behind the counter in front of him, and ignoring the weird look on his face, he then asked in a curious tone, "Is there a place that can I sell pills or other items in this place?" Without a change in his expression, the young man behind the counter pointed at a large counter a small distance away from him, where 2 young men and a young woman were standing behind it, before saying, "If you have anything that you want to sell for sect points, you can try selling it there. However, the Golden Treasures Hall won't buy things that it already has a large excess of, like middle grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills or similar pills, nor will it buy any weapons below the rank 3 gold grade." Nodding his head, Shenlong walked towards the counter in the distance with Lu Mei in hand, and seeing that there was no queue, he walked towards the young man on the right of the counter. The young man, who was obviously also a follower of some disciple, had a professional smile on his face when he saw Shenlong and Lu Mei, almost as if he was seeing 2 customers who had stepped into his own shop, before he said smilingly, "How can I help you?" Waving his hand, Shenlong took out 3 different pill bottles from his spatial ring and said seriously, "I wish to sell some rank 5 pills." The young man behind the counter had the same professional smile on his face when he heard this, and without any urgency in his tone he said calmly, "Please allow me to have a look." Nodding his head, Shenlong placed the 3 pill bottles in his hands on the counter in front of him, allowing the young man behind it to inspect them. Even if the young man in front of Shenlong wasn't an alchemist himself, it was obvious that he had certain knowledge of alchemy, as he carefully opened the first bottle and tilted it slightly, allowing a single pill to roll on the counter in front of him before he started to sniff it. The young man's eyes widened slightly at that moment, as he said without any hesitation, "A top-grade rank 5 Chi replenishing pill." Chapter 485, 10.000 Sect Points. Monarch of Time. Naturally, the reason why the young man behind the counter was slightly shocked was because disciples would only try to buy top-grade rank 5 Chi replenishing pills from the Golden Treasures Hall and wouldn't try to sell them instead. After all, which disciple didn't need to replenish their Chi when they run out and they were in a dangerous situation? And yet, although he had already identified the pill in front of him, the young man still took out a silver dagger and carefully shaved off a small part of the pill to verify its effects. After making sure that it was indeed a genuine top-grade rank 5 Chi replenishing pill, he turned his attention towards Shenlong in front of him before he said with that same professional smile on his face, "Young master, if you are willing, the Golden Treasures Hall can purchase your top-grade rank 5 Chi replenishing pills for 20 sect points per pill. For this entire bottle of top-grade Chi replenishing pills you can get a total of 200 sect points right away." Afraid that Shenlong would misunderstand, the young man behind the counter then continued, "Normally, the Golden Treasures Hall will not purchase low or middle grade rank 5 Chi replenishing pills, but it can purchase high or top grade ones for 5 or 20 sect points per pill respectively, depending on the pill's quality." Nodding his head, Shenlong understood that this was indeed normal. He had already seen earlier that a single bottle of high-grade rank 5 Chi replenishing pills was being sold for 80 sect points, which meant that the Golden Treasures Hall would only make a 30 sect point profit if they bought 10 high-grade rank 5 Chi replenishing pills for 5 sect points each. As for top-grade rank 5 Chi replenishing pills, each of them were being sold for 30 sect points each, while a single bottle of 10 pills could be purchased for 300 sect points. Thus, buying Shenlong's pills for 200 sect points would net the Golden Treasures Hall with 100 sect points profit. Naturally, if Shenlong wanted to, he could also set up a stall and sell his pills outside the Golden Treasures Hall just like many other disciples did, and he could probably make even more sect points that way, but considering that he didn't have any followers nor was he planning to accept any of them, he would have to wait for a long time as he sat behind his stall until he completely sold off all of his pills. At the same time, there were some pills that many outer disciples may have not even heard of before, let alone seen them, so selling them at the Golden Treasures Hall would undoubtedly be less time-consuming and more beneficial in the end. Waving his hand, Shenlong then took out 50 more pill bottles from the Stone of Time and placed them on the counter in front of him all at once, causing the young man behind the counter to involuntarily tremble. The young man behind the counter stared at the 50 pill bottles with eyes filled with disbelief, before he looked back at Shenlong and asked in an incredulous tone, "Young master, are these all top-grade rank 5 Chi replenishing pills? Do you really wish to sell all of them?" Of course, it was normal for the young man behind the counter to be shocked by this sight in front of him. After all, a single disciple would usually sell a few pill bottles at most if they were in urgent need of sect points, otherwise they would usually keep the pills for their own consumption. Even those disciples who were also powerful alchemists wouldn't sell 50 pill bottles filled with top-grade rank 5 Chi replenishing pills all at once in the Golden Treasures Hall. And even if they did, this young man in front of Shenlong wasn't usually qualified to even come in contact with them, so he wouldn't know the specifics either. Nodding his head, Shenlong allowed the young man to test a single random pill from each bottle to verify the pill's effects, before the young man raised his head and stared at Shenlong once again, as he continued with a somewhat anxious tone, almost afraid that Shenlong would reject him. "Young master, our Golden Treasures Hall will definitely be willing to purchase these pills for 10.000 sect points if you really intend to sell them, but unfortunately I am not qualified to authorize such a purchase. I will have to trouble you to come with me and go meet Senior Wanziu. This will definitely be beneficial for young master as well if you have more pills that you want to sell in the future." After thinking about it for a moment, Shenlong nodded his head and simply said, "All right," before he and Lu Mei both followed after the young man in front of them, who didn't hesitate to leave the counter to the other young man and the young woman behind it, as he led Shenlong and Lu Mei towards a private room not too far away from them. As they arrived in front of the door of the private room, the young man looked at Shenlong and Lu Mei and cupped his hands before saying, "Please give me a moment to inform Senior Wanziu." Lu Mei didn't pay much attention to the excited young man who hurriedly opened the door of the private room and entered inside before closing it again, and instead, she looked at Shenlong with a bright gaze before asking curiously in a low voice, "Longji, is there something special about that Gukin?" Shenlong's lips formed a brilliant smile when he heard this, and staring at the curious Lu Mei by his side, he then said calmly, "Although that Gukin isn't a weapon and is just a musical instrument, it can definitely be considered a treasure even among peak rank 3 gold grade weapons." Chapter 486, Wanzia, Monarch of Time. Seeing that Lu Mei was still confused by this, Shenlong's smile became even more obvious as he then started to explain. The reason why it's a treasure even among peak rank 3 gold grade weapons is because not only was it created from the wood of a rank 6 silverbark tree, but each one of its strings was actually made using the silk of a rank 6 frigid ice spider. A mature frigid ice spider will easily reach the level of a peak rank 6 magic beast in its life, and even elders like Elder Zwan who have already reached the peak of the Dao King realm may not necessarily be able to fight it head-on. As for its silk, it's impossible to obtain it under normal circumstances. Even a group of 3 or 4 peak Dao Kings won't have any chance to succeed, unless they are all at the same level as Elder Zwan. Lu Mei's eyes widened in shock, as she realized why Shenlong had just said that Gukin could be considered a treasure even when it was compared with peak rank 3 gold grade weapons. Just the silk coming from a peak rank 6 magic beast was already something that couldn't be easily obtained, let alone the wood of a rank 6 tree that Lu Mei hadn't even heard of before. However, before Lu Mei had time to ask any questions, the door of the private room in front of her opened from the inside, as a white-haired old man dressed in white robes stepped out from it, with the young man that had led Shenlong and Lu Mei here following right behind him. The old man stared at the young man and young woman who were standing in front of the room with a calm look on his face for a few moments, before his gaze soon landed on Shenlong as he said calmly, "I heard that you wish to sell 50 bottles of top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills." Although the old man's voice was calm and seemingly uncaring, it was also obvious that it was filled with some interest towards this young man in front of him. After all, he already knew most of the alchemists in the Holy Sect, while the young man in front of him was most likely a new disciple that had just entered the sect. Nodding his head, Shenlong, who had already retrieved the pill bottles from the counter before coming here, took out a single pill bottle from the Stone of Time and tossed it to the old man in front of him before saying, "I also have some more pills to sell aside from the chi replenishing pills." Since the old man was hiding his cultivation, Shenlong couldn't guess his exact level, but just from the aura coming from his body, it was obvious that this old man had already exceeded the nascent soul stage and was most likely a Dao King realm expert. The old man caught the pill bottle and opened it, taking in the fragrance that was coming from the pills inside it, before a small smile was formed on his lips barely a moment later as he gestured with his hand for Shenlong and Lu Mei to enter the room and said calmly, "Come inside." Holding Lu Mei's hand, Shenlong nodded his head calmly as he followed the old man inside the private room, while the young man from earlier bowed and closed the door from the outside. The private room wasn't big in size, nor did it seem to have too much furniture, being practically empty aside from a big couch and a few chairs that were placed around a medium-sized table. But the moment that Shenlong stepped foot inside it, he instantly noticed that the qi inside this room was even purer than the qi in his own courtyard. Of course, although the qi here couldn't be compared to when he was cultivating inside the foggy space using middle-grade spirit stones to feed the heaven-swallowing vine in the Stone of Time, it was still considered extremely pure for normal standards. After all, Shenlong's heaven-swallowing vine was a real heavenly treasure. Sitting on the main seat of the room, the old man gestured for Shenlong and Lu Mei to sit on the couch opposite to him before he introduced himself. "My name is Wanziu, and I am responsible for the alchemy pills on the first floor of the Golden Treasures Hall. How should I address you?" Although the white-haired old man who called himself Wanziu was seemingly polite, his words still hid an aura of superiority, almost as if he was looking at two people who were barely qualified to sit at the same table as him. Of course, as a powerful Dao King and a follower of one of the elders in the sect, it was only natural that he wouldn't care too much about a pair of new disciples. There was a deep look in Shenlong's eyes as he replied in a calm tone, "My name is Shenlong and this is my wife Lu Mei." It was obvious that, unlike some outer disciples, Wanzia hadn't heard of Shenlong's name before today, as he didn't have any reaction to it aside from merely nodding his head in response. Without wasting any time, Shenlong took out the rest of the 50 pill bottles that were filled with top-grade rank 5 qi replenishing pills, and placed them all on the table in front of him, before taking out 2 more pill bottles as well and held it in his right hand. Wanzhou barely threw a glance at the bottles on the table in front of him, before saying in a confident tone, "Our Golden Treasures Hall is willing to purchase these 50 bottles filled with top-grade rank 5 qi replenishing pills for 10.000 sect points." As he finished his words, Wanzhou took out his sect identifying token and placed it on the table in front of him. Although 50 pill bottles of top-grade qi replenishing pills wasn't a small number to sell, it wasn't something extraordinary to Wanzhou either. The old man had already seen some alchemists inside the sect sell even more than that when they needed sect points, thus, a purchase at the scale of 10.000 sect points didn't even enter his eyes. Nodding his head, Shenlong didn't take out his sect identifying token to accept the sect points right away, and instead, he placed the second pill bottle that he was holding in his hands on the table in front of him before saying, "Aside from the qi replenishing pills, I also want to sell these pills as well. I wonder if Senior Wanzhou has seen them before." Hearing the confident tone in Shenlong's voice, Wanzhou narrowed his eyes while a look of interest appeared on his face at the same time, as he stretched out his left hand and sucked the pill bottle in his hands. Staring at the bright red-colored pills inside it, Wanzhou opened the bottle without any hesitation, before he took a sniff of the scent inside it. However, the moment that he smelled the fragrance coming from the bright red pills, his eyes instantly widened in shock, as he turned his eyes and stared incredulously at Shenlong before asking, "What kind of pill is this?" Chapter 487, Selling the Dragon Blood Tempering Pills. Monarch of Time. Although Wanzhou was an alchemist himself and he had also reached the standard of a rank 2 gold grade alchemist long ago, he was still unable to understand what kind of pill this was from its scent alone. No, it was more accurate to say that he had never smelled a pill that emitted such a fragrance in his life before. At that moment, Shenlong's lips curved up into an even more obvious smile as he then said calmly, "These pills are called Dragon Blood Tempering Pills and they can help a cultivator who is training in body refinement to advance even faster." Wanzhou's eyes examined the pills inside the pill bottle with a curious look in his eyes, before he turned his attention back at Shenlong and asked in a questioning tone, "Dragon Blood Tempering Pills? How are they different from rank 5 bone strengthening pills? You should already know that for such pills to allow someone to break through, even a cultivator at the early 5th stage of body refinement will have to consume at least 1,000 of them, and all of them will have to be at the high or top grade as well, otherwise it will require even more of them than that. However, advancing that way after consuming 1,000 pills in one go, it's inevitable that pill toxins will also accumulate in a person's body as well. Even if these Dragon Blood Tempering Pills are top-grade rank 5 pills that don't have as many toxins due to their purity, this isn't something that can be avoided." As a senior alchemist, Wanzhou already knew that for pills like the bone-strengthening pills to allow a cultivator to truly break through to the next stage, a large amount of them had to be consumed in one go, which in turn would lead to the accumulation of pill toxins inside the body. Although breaking through that way could save a cultivator months or even years of training, expelling the pill toxins was no easy feat either, which made pills like the bone-strengthening pills not as enticing in some cultivators' eyes. After all, compared to having to expel a large amount of impurities in the future, some disciples would only choose to consume a small amount of bone-strengthening pills that would allow them to speed up their cultivation just a little bit. Shenlong looked at the old man who was sitting opposite to him and Lu Mei with a calm look on his face, as he shook his head and said seriously, "I am afraid that Senior Wan has misunderstood. These pills are nothing like the rank 5 bone-strengthening pills. Whether it is the medicinal herbs that are required to concoct a single furnace of them or their medicinal effects, the Dragon Blood Tempering Pills are on an entirely different level. After all, a single Dragon Blood Tempering Pill is more potent than 50 bone-strengthening pills combined." The moment that he heard Shenlong's words, the white-haired Wanzhou's eyes narrowed while a look of curiosity and skepticism appeared in his eyes, as he immediately turned his attention back to the pill bottle in his hands. Although there was no way that he would believe that there was a pill whose effects was as powerful as 50 top-grade bone-strengthening pills, just from the Dragon Blood Tempering Pills scent, it was obvious that they were no normal pills either. Without any delay, Wanzhou tilted the bottle in his hands slightly, taking out a single top-grade rank 5 dragon blood tempering pill from the bottle and placed it on the palm of his left hand, before he also took out a small dagger from his spatial ring and carefully shaved off a tiny part of the pill. As soon as swallowed the tiny part of the dragon blood tempering pill that he had placed in his mouth, Wanzio could feel a burning feeling inside his body, almost as if a fire had been suddenly set up inside him. And yet, this feeling only lasted for barely a moment before it disappeared. At that moment, Shenlong saw the old man opposite to him suddenly open his eyes and stare at him in shock, before asking in a disbelieving tone, how is this possible? What kind of medicinal herbs, no, what kind of recipe was used to create this pill? Shaking his head, the look in Shenlong's eyes turned serious as he replied coldly, I am sure that Senior One understands that the recipe of a pill and the medicinal herbs used during the pill concoction aren't something that any alchemist would easily share. Nodding his head, Wanzio took a deep breath to calm himself down, realizing that he had been too rash this time, but the fervent look in his eyes as he stared at the pill bottle in his hands couldn't be concealed. At the same time, the look that he used to look at Shenlong slowly changed. Even though this kid can't be the alchemist who concocted these pills, from the amount of pills that he seems willing to sell, he is most likely an alchemist as well and probably knows the recipe of these dragon blood tempering pills too. Even if he can't concoct any of them right now, he will probably be able to create some of them after breaking through to the middle stages of the nascent soul. However, the most important thing is to purchase these pills first. As he sorted out his thoughts, Wanzio looked at Shenlong with a solemn look on his face, this time no longer looking down on him, but instead facing him as if he was looking at an equal before saying, Brother Shenlong, as you already know, pills like your dragon blood tempering pills haven't appeared in our golden treasures hall before, so it won't be easy to price them accordingly. I also wonder how many of these pills Brother Shenlong intends to sell. Even though Wanzio knew that it was somewhat demeaning for a Dao King like him to call an early-stage nascent soul cultivator as brother, just from the pills that Shenlong had on his possession, Wanzio didn't feel that he was losing any face. Pushing the second pill bottle that he was holding in his hand towards Wanzio, Shenlong took out 2 more pill bottles from the Stone of Time without any hesitation, before saying in a calm voice, I will only sell 40 pills. As for the price, since Senior Wanzio can't calculate it, I don't mind helping you. Chapter 488, Selling the Dragon Blood Tempering Pills, 2. Monarch of Time. Wanzio felt an ominous feeling overcoming him at that moment, as he hurriedly shook his head and said, Don't worry, little brother. How could I allow you to suffer a loss from this? Of course, Shenlong already knew that the bone-strengthening pills that the Golden Treasure Hall sold were just average rank 5 pills at best, and couldn't be compared with his own dragon blood tempering pills that not only required a stock of a mature dragon blood grass and dozens of rank 4 supplementary medicinal herbs, but the perfectly maintained core of a rank 5 magic beast as well. Of course, due to the fact that Shenlong had only killed less than 2 handfuls of rank 5 magic beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in the last 2 years, and only had those few beast cores to concoct more dragon blood tempering pills, as well as the fact that it was nearly impossible for him to keep concocting top-grade rank 5 pills with his rank 2 silver-grade cauldron, Shenlong had barely managed to refine 8 batches of pills before his cauldron exploded, completely destroying his next refinement as well. Thus, Shenlong only had the beast core of an early rank 5 magic beast and the middle rank 5 snow ape inside the Stone of Time. At that moment, Wanzio took a deep breath and looked at Shenlong seriously before he said, Considering that a single top-grade rank 5 bone tempering pill is priced at 30 sect points and Brother Shenlong's dragon blood tempering pill is as effective as 50 bone tempering pills, I can purchase Brother Shenlong's pills for 1500 sect points each. So for 40 pills, I can give Brother Shenlong 60.000 sect points right away. The moment that he finished calculating the price, Wanzio raised his head and had already expected to see an expression of joy on Shenlong's face. After all, 70.000 sect points were practically a fortune for any newly admitted new outer disciple of the sect. And yet, contrary to Wanzio's expectations, Shenlong had a serious look in his eyes as he stared at the old man in front of him before he shook his head and said seriously, Senior Wanzio, it looks like you have already forgotten that the only reason why not that many disciples are willing to buy your bone tempering pills is because of the pill toxins that would accumulate in every disciple's body after consuming so many pills in one go. However, as an alchemist, you should clearly be able to tell that my dragon blood tempering pills are different. Not only are they almost completely clear from any pill toxins, but just a single one of them has the same effect as 50 bone tempering pills. This means that a disciple will only have to consume 20 of my dragon blood tempering pills to break through from the early 5th stage in body refinement to the middle stage. How many years of work will that allow that disciple to save? At the same time, the pill toxins that a disciple's body will accumulate after consuming 20 pills is practically nothing. I bet that even if I set up a shop outside the Golden Treasures Hall and priced each pill at 2,500 sect points, I would still be able to sell 40 pills within a week. Of course, it will be a bit troublesome to make those outer disciples believe that a pill that is 50 times more potent than the bone-strengthening pill really exists, which is why I chose to sell them to the Golden Treasures Hall instead. Wanzio stayed silent for a few moments, before he eventually nodded his head with a serious look in his eyes, as he then continued. Fine. I will buy each pill for 2,500 sect points. For 40 pills, I can give Brother Shenlong 100.000 sect points. Including the 10.000 sect points from the 50 bottle of top-grade rank 5 Qi replenishing pills that I owe Brother Shenlong, the total is 110.000 sect points. As someone who had been in charge of the pills in the Golden Treasures Hall for many years, Wanzio's business instinct was much stronger than Shenlong's. Forget about 2,500 sect points. Even if he sold each pill for 4,000 sect points each, with the Golden Treasures Hall reputation and the pill's effects, it was still possible to sell everything within a week. At the same time, Shenlong understood that Wanzio wouldn't go any further than that regardless of how much he wanted to buy the dragon blood tempering pills. After all, the Golden Treasures Hall had to make some profit with every pill that they sold, and 2,500 sect points per pill was already a high enough price. Considering that the Golden Treasures Hall will most likely sell each pill for 3,500 sect points or perhaps even higher, a normal outer disciple will need at least 70.000 sect points to purchase 20 dragon blood tempering pills. As he reached this conclusion, Shenlong nodded his head a moment later, before he took out his sect identifying token and handed it to Wanzio, who heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. With a smile on his face, the old man sent his soul sense inside his own sect token, before he transferred 110.000 sect points to Shenlong. Although Wanzio wasn't even an outer disciple of the sect, let alone an elder, as a follower of an elder and the person responsible for the pills in the first floor of the Golden Treasures Hall, he was qualified enough to hold his own sect identifying token to complete the exchanges. With a big smile on his face, Wanzio handed Shenlong's token back to him and collected the pill bottles in front of him in his spatial ring, before he stared at the young man and young woman in front of him and asked in a curious voice, "I wonder if Brother Shenlong has any more pills that you want to sell?" Of course, what Wanzio actually meant with this was if Shenlong had any more pills at the same level as the dragon blood tempering pills that he wanted to sell. Although he knew that the chances were low for Shenlong to have more of those miracle pills, in the end the old man still hoped that he could get another surprise. Shenlong thought seriously for a moment, but in the end, he shook his head and decided against selling his blood ignition pills for now, as he held Lu Mei's hand and stood up from the couch before he said, "I will have to disappoint Senior One then, as I don't intend to sell any more pills today." 110.000 sect points were already enough for the current Shenlong and Lu Mei to buy what they needed. At the same time, although Wanzio was disappointed after hearing Shenlong's refusal to sell more pills to him, he still had a smile on his face as he stood up from his seat as well, and walked towards the door of the private room while he waved his hand and said in an easygoing manner, "It doesn't matter. However, I still hope that if little brother Shenlong obtains any more rare pills in the future, you will consider sharing them with our Golden Treasures Hall first." Shenlong didn't respond right away, and as he and Lu Mei were about to leave the private room, Shenlong suddenly stopped and stared at the old man in front of him with a deep look in his eyes, before a slight smile slowly formed itself on his lips. Chapter 489, Buying the Guqin. Monarch of Time. Although Wanzio and even Lu Mei were surprised by Shenlong's sudden action, Shenlong merely smiled as he held Lu Mei's hand and walked out of the private room. How could he not understand that Wanzio was practically certain that he would find out the recipe of his dragon blood tempering pills and was only treating Shenlong as someone who would bring him new recipes? Of course, nearly every alchemist would try to find out the recipe of a new pill as soon as they came in contact with it, and this was nothing new to Shenlong. After all, this wasn't only a test to an alchemist's skills, but it also tested one's knowledge of alchemy and medicinal herbs as well. And yet, Shenlong merely smiled as he walked out of the private room while holding Lu Mei's hand, before he headed directly towards the counter with the silverbark Guqin in the distance. Wanzio stared at Shenlong's back silently for a few moments, before he smiled and returned back inside his private room barely a moment later with an excited look in his eyes. At the same time, as Shenlong and Lu Mei walked towards the counter in the distance, Lu Mei, who had stayed silent for so long, turned to look at Shenlong with her bright black eyes, before she asked curiously, "Longji, are you angry with that old man?" Turning his eyes to look at the serious Lu Mei next to him, Shenlong's smile quickly turned gentle as he patted her head lightly, before he shook his own head and said, "Haha, don't worry Mayor, I am not angry. I just wonder what expression will Wanzio really have when he tries to find out the recipe of the dragon blood tempering pills. Hehe, even if I gave him a set of the ingredients, it would still be impossible for him to find out the correct way to concoct the pill by himself." Lu Mei's eyes widened slightly when she heard this, but she still nodded her head a moment later as she realized what was going on. Indeed, every alchemist would try to find out the pill recipe behind a new pill, and that old man would also be the same. It could be said that finding out the pill recipe behind a pill was also a challenge, as well as an indirect confrontation between two alchemists who both put their skills to the test at the same time. Of course, in order to decipher the real recipe behind the pill, the alchemist that tried to do the deciphering would have to be at least at the same level, if not a level higher, as the alchemist who created the pill recipe to begin with. After all, finding out the complete pill recipe didn't just mean simply finding out which medicinal ingredients were used, but the complete refinement process of the pill as well, including the order that the medicinal ingredients were added inside the cauldron, their maturity age, as well as the intensity of the flames. Even though Lu Mei wasn't an alchemist, she already knew that even the peak rank 3 gold grade alchemists of the Alchemists Guild of the Heaven's Dome City weren't at the same level as Shenlong in terms of understanding of the medicinal herbs and magic beasts. Even if Wanzio was a Dao King Realm expert as well, unless he was a peak rank 3 gold grade alchemist, he couldn't be that much better than the top alchemists of the Night Star continent. A few moments later, Shenlong appeared in front of the counter with the silverbark Guqin and stared at it for a few moments, before he turned his attention towards the young man behind it. Taking out his sect-identifying token, he then looked at the young man in front of him before he said seriously, "I am buying this Guqin." The young man behind the counter had a look of incredulity on his face when he heard this, before he turned his attention towards the sect-identifying token in Shenlong's hands. At that moment, the young man suddenly trembled as he opened and closed his mouth in shock for a few moments, before he eventually managed to stammer out, 1-110.000 sect points. It was obvious that this man behind the counter was unable to believe that this was the same young man and young woman who had appeared here a few moments earlier and had discussed about buying the Guqin in front of him. He had scoffed in his heart at how ignorant these two new disciples were, and that they had clearly no idea that it was impossible for them to obtain 70.000 sect points, unless they had a few treasures to sell that were all at the level of a peak rank 3 gold grade weapon. And yet, the number on Shenlong's sect-identifying token made the young man unable to believe his eyes. Ignoring the young man's reaction, Shenlong placed his sect-identifying jade on the counter in front of him, as only then did the young man in front of him finally react, as he hurriedly took out a wooden token from the counter and accepted the 70.000 sect points with a look of disbelief on his face. Eyes that guy, a descendant of one of the powerful families from the previous batch that entered the sect 2 months ago? How can he afford to spend 70.000 sect points just for a Guqin? No, I saw him enter Wanzio's room earlier. I bet he had to sell quite a few things to afford that Guqin. The disciples around Shenlong and Lu Mei that saw this scene stared at Shenlong with eyes filled with curiosity when they saw him taking the silverback Guqin from the counter and placing it in his spatial ring before they started to discuss with each other. After all, although most people in the Golden Treasures Hall had seen others spend even more sect points in the past, Seeing someone spend 70,000 sect points for a single musical instrument was too crazy. Shenlong didn't pay any attention to the disciples around him that shot curious looks at him and Lu Mei, as he kept touring through the first floor of the Golden Treasures Hall, almost as if he was looking for something. Finally, a few minutes later, his eyes landed on a large counter that was filled with medicinal herbs and alchemy cauldrons. Chapter 490, Sense of Urgency. Monarch of Time. Without any hesitation, Shenlong walked towards that counter with an unconcealed look of excitement in his eyes. Since his cauldron was destroyed back in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and he didn't have a chance to purchase a new one back in the Night Star continent, Shenlong had already decided to buy a new one today. At the same time, Shenlong knew that if he wanted to keep refining rank 5 pills or even rank 6 pills, he needed a gold-grade cauldron as well, or it was only a matter of time until his pill refinement kept failing due to silver-grade cauldrons being unable to stand the pill and the violent temperature of the chi flames. And yet, in the Night Star continent, the peak powers there monopolized nearly every single gold-grade cauldron, making Shenlong unable to find even a single gold-grade cauldron to purchase. However, things in the Golden Treasures Hall were completely different. Things that were practically impossible to buy in the Night Star continent were sold everywhere here. Rank 1, Rank 2, and even Rank 3 gold-grade cauldrons, along with the corpses of Rank 5 and even some early Rank 6 magic beasts, as well as medicinal herbs at Rank 5 and even Rank 6, were all for sale in this place. Shenlong's eyes first fell on the Rank 5 and Rank 6 medicinal herbs. A single Rank 5 medicinal herb could cost anywhere from 100 to 20,000 sect points, depending on how rare each medicinal herb was and how useful it was to an alchemist, while the few Rank 6 medicinal herbs that were for sale were sold at a minimum of 50,000 sect points. Although some of these medicinal herbs were enough to attract Shenlong's attention, since he didn't need any of them urgently, he planned to buy them the next time he visited the Golden Treasures Hall. At the same time, Shenlong also noticed that the prices of the corpses of the magic beasts weren't too different from the prices of the medicinal herbs. The corpse of a single early rank 5 magic beast that was practically intact could be bought for 1,000 sect points, while the corpse of a middle rank 5 magic beast was priced at 5,000 sect points. As for the corpse of a peak rank 5 magic beast, it was priced at 20,000 sect points. Finally, although there weren't many early rank 6 magic beasts, each one of them was priced at 60,000 sect points or even higher than that. Of course, since early rank 6 magic beasts were even stronger than average early stage Dao Kings, it was even harder to hunt those beasts, and even the disciples of the Holy Sect often became food for them as well. Shenlong barely threw a look at the bodies of the magic beasts that were for sale, before he turned his attention towards the alchemy cauldrons at the back of the counter. A rank 1 gold grade cauldron was actually priced at 10,000 sect points, while a rank 2 cauldron costed at least 25,000 sect points. As for rank 3 and peak rank 3 gold grade cauldrons, they were priced at 80,000 sect points or above. After a few moments of deliberation, Shenlong decided to buy a peak rank 2 gold grade cauldron for 35,000 sect points. Although this meant that he was only left with 5,000 sect points for now, getting a good quality cauldron was extremely important to Shenlong. At the same time, it was no exaggeration to say that the Golden Treasures Hall really had everything that an alchemist needed, and this was just the first floor. Shenlong also knew that there was a second floor as well, but he had already bought everything that he needed this time just from the first floor. Of course, the second floor wasn't open to every outer disciple. Only those disciples who belonged to the top 100 factions or they had entered the top 1,000 rankings in the Martial Roll of Honor were allowed to enter the second floor. After all, although having sect points to purchase treasures was important, having the status to match those treasures was equally as important. Seeing that there was nothing else to buy from the first floor this time, Shenlong held Lu Mei's hand and left the Golden Treasures Hall as he walked back towards his courtyard. He had already decided that after Lu Mei's master and disciple ceremony with Elder Xian was over, he would go out of the Holy Sect and take a look at the holy city situated at the foot of the mountain of the sect, before he decided which missions to take on. After all, although Shenlong knew that he and Lu Mei still had 3 months left until they completed their first personal mission, he also knew that his time in the Holy Sect would be anything but easy. At the same time, just from the fact that he had created his own faction and was aiming to rise to the top of the sect, Shenlong understood that this wouldn't be anything simple either. Right now, he couldn't even guess how strong the strongest disciples in the martial roll of honor and the heads of the top factions really were. This caused a sense of urgency, but at the same time a feeling of excitement to rise in Shenlong's heart. A little more than half an hour later, he and Lu Mei arrived in front of his courtyard's entrance, only to see an unexpected scene play along. Zhang Chen was standing outside Shenlong's courtyard, and was facing a white-robed young man with a look in his eyes that was filled with fighting intent. With just a glance, both Shenlong and Lu Mei instantly recognized this handsome white-robed young man who was holding a snow-white sword with both hands as he seriously faced Zhang Chen. That was the same person who had visited Shenlong nearly a week ago while he was still in seclusion, the young White Lord, Bai Longtian. Chapter 491, Bai Longtian's Reason. Monarch of Time. Look, is Zhang Chen really going to fight with Bai Longtian? I don't think they will. After all, the sect's rules forbid fighting outside of the arena. However, what is Bai Longtian doing here? I know that his own courtyard isn't close to this place. Could it be that he has really come here to challenge Zhang Chen? The surrounding disciples who saw Zhang Chen and Bai Longtian ready to fight had started to gather a small distance away from Shenlong's courtyard, as they stared at the scene in front of them while discussing the possible scenarios. Of course, most of those disciples were either disciples who had entered the sect at the same time as Shenlong, Bai Longtian, and the rest, or they were those disciples who had been their opponents during the fourth test. The rest of the outer disciples who didn't recognize Zhang Chen or Bai Longtian barely threw a glance at this scene before they continued with what they were doing. At the same time, Shenlong was also curious as to how those two had ended up in a conflict, especially in front of his courtyard. Without any hesitation, Shenlong then held Lu Mei's hand as he walked towards the entrance of his courtyard. Hey, isn't that Shenlong? Don't tell me that he is going to join the fight as well. I wonder whose side he is going to take. Who is that beauty next to him? Don't tell me, it's the goddess of death, Lu Mei. The disciples who saw Shenlong and Lu Mei walking towards the entrance of the courtyard, immediately recognized him due to how much attention he had attracted in the fourth test, and subsequently they also recognized Lu Mei, even though she wasn't wearing her white veil. However, Shenlong ignored the fervent crowd as he turned his attention towards Zhang Chen and Bai Longtian in front of him, before he said seriously, "Come inside." Taking out his sect identifying token, he then deactivated the protective formations around his courtyard, before he and Lu Mei stepped past the courtyard's entrance. Zhang Chen looked at Shenlong seriously before snorting once, and after throwing one more look at Bai Longtian, he too entered the courtyard. Bai Longtian instead had an excited look in his eyes when he looked at Shenlong, as he followed after Zhang Chen without a second thought. What? This is Shenlong's courtyard? Then why were those two waiting right outside of its entrance? Wait, I heard that Zhang Chen refused senior brother Qian Tao's invitation to join his faction and declared that he would join Shenlong's instead. Right? I heard about this earlier today as well. Maybe Bai Longtian has entered senior brother Qian Tao's faction already, and he came to fight with Zhang Chen to teach him a lesson. But Zhang Chen is extremely strong. I don't think that's possible. Completely oblivious to the discussions among the disciples outside Shenlong's courtyard or the attention that they had both attracted, Zhang Chen and Bai Longtian both stared at Shenlong before they turned to look at each other. Feeling the tension between them that still hadn't disappeared, Shenlong had a calm look on his face as he turned his eyes towards Zhang Chen and asked curiously, "What happened between the two of you?" Of course, what also surprised Shenlong was that within a single week both Zhang Chen and Bai Longtian had advanced in their cultivation. Zhang Chen had already reached the middle of rank 4 in the Nascent Soul, while Bai Longtian had reached the early rank 4 of the Nascent Soul as well. Of course, the reason why they could advance so quickly was because they had both reached the pinnacle of the early rank 4 and peak of rank 3 in the Nascent Soul respectively and were just a step away from breaking through, while the insights that they had obtained from their fights during the fourth test were actually enough for them to keep cultivating even more. At the same time, Zhang Chen ignored Bai Longtian, as he turned his attention towards Shenlong before he replied, "I told you that I would come and visit you in a few days, but when I came to your place I saw this Buddhist idiot standing outside the courtyard. I naturally asked him what he wanted to do, but as soon as I got close to him and saw his face, I could feel a huge irritation and barely held myself back. Bai Longtian nodded his head when he heard this, as he looked at Zhang Chen and said seriously, "Senior brother Zhang, it is because your heart isn't pure. Cultivating in an evil Dao will only give rise to chaos and madness in your heart. This goes against the Dao of the Buddha." Instantly, a look of realization appeared on Shenlong's face as he stared at Bai Longtian and Zhang Chen and understood what the problem was. Zhang Chen's demonic Dao and Bai Longtian's Dao of the Buddha were two opposing Daos, so it was only natural that the two of them would end up fighting with each other. This was a reaction that came from their Daos themselves. Even if Bai Longtian didn't show it to the same extent, it was obvious that he too disliked being around Zhang Chen. At that moment, however, Bai Longtian ignored Zhang Chen and he turned his attention towards Shenlong, before he said with a smile on his face, "Brother Shenlong, even though we both came from the Night Star continent, this is the first time that we actually meet each other. I came to visit you a few days ago as well, but I could only give up since you were in seclusion." As he said this, Bai Longtian cupped his hands at Lu Mei, as a gesture of thanks for informing him about this the last time, and said that he could try again in 1 or 2 weeks if he wanted to meet Shenlong, before he turned his attention towards Shenlong once again. Shenlong nodded his head with a curious look on his face as he stared at Bai Longtian. Unlike Zhang Chen, the young man in front of him had no obvious connection with him, and neither did he have an immortal grade bloodline, which made Shenlong curious as to why Bai Longtian had approached him out of his own volition twice. Feeling Shenlong's profound and penetrative gaze landing on his body that looked like it could peer through all of his secrets, made Bai Longtian shiver for a moment, but the young White Lord still took a deep breath and stared at Shenlong before he said seriously, "I believe that brother Shenlong is also curious as to why I came to visit you twice now." Shenlong nodded his head while even Lu Mei and Zhang Chen were also staring at the black-haired, blue-eyed young man as they waited for his answer. Bai Longtian's eyes, however, were focused on Shenlong, completely ignoring Lu Mei and Zhang Chen, while his tone slowly turned solemn as he continued, "It's because my fate is connected with brother Shenlong's." Chapter 492, Bai Longtian's Fate. Monarch of Time. What do you mean? Lu Mei was the first one to ask when she heard that, while Zhang Chen shot Bai Longtian a hostile glare at the same time. The young White Lord looked at Lu Mei and Zhang Chen for a moment, before he turned his attention towards Shenlong and explained with a serious look on his face, "As brother Shenlong may have heard, my father is the city lord of the White City and is also a peak Dao King realm expert at the same level as the old king of the Shengtian dynasty, Sheng Jun." Shenlong nodded his head without a change in his expression. Indeed, he had already heard that the city lord of the White City, Bai Longtian's father, was a powerhouse in the Night Star continent, one that could even be compared to the old king of the Shengtian dynasty. The look on Bai Longtian's face, as he took a deep breath before he continued, "However, what Brother Long doesn't know, is that 30 years ago, a friend of my father's visited our Night Star continent and came to our White City to discuss something important with my father. That person was a senior who was cultivating in the Dao of Fate, as well as someone who was many times stronger than my father, a Dao Emperor realm expert. Since my father knew that this friend of his was a true powerhouse, as well as a respectable senior even in the central region, my father asked him to take me as his personal disciple." Haha, of course, back then I was only 12 years old and had barely started cultivating, having only reached the peak of rank 1 in the Qi condensation stage. And yet, my father's friend didn't seem to mind my low cultivation, and since he was good friends with my father, he decided to test my fate before he gave his answer. Naturally, my father didn't object to it, and was instead extremely happy that a Dao Emperor realm expert would personally test my fate. However, when that senior tested my fate, he seemed startled and instantly refused to take me as a disciple without a second thought, despite being friends with my father for many years. Instead, he looked at me for a few moments with his deep brown eyes that seemed to have turned even darker at that moment, before he said, "Child, your fate doesn't lie with me. If I take you on as my disciple, it will do you more harm than good. You will have a chance to find your true fate 30 years from now, if you participate in the Holy Sex test. A person whose fate even I cannot peer into will appear at that time. If you follow that person, you will have a chance to exceed your limits and touch the absolute pinnacle. Remember, that cultivation is to fight against the heavens and strive to reach the peak of the world, becoming an immortal. Only by reaching the peak will you be qualified to hold your fate in your own hands. When that senior finished testing my fate, he bade farewell to my father before he left our Night Star continent. Of course, as for who that senior referred to as that person, after seeing the result of the Ball of Fate, it is impossible for it to be anyone else than Brother Shenlong. Ever since that day, I thought seriously of whether I should even take the Holy Sex test in the first place, or if I should stay in the Night Star continent. However, the truth is that I want to chase my dreams. I want to see what the peak of this world looks like. I want to see the pinnacle and hold my fate in my own hands. I want to become an immortal. Bai Longtian's emotions started to pour out along with his words, putting his heart and soul in every single sentence while his eyes seriously stared at Shenlong. Finally, after a brief moment of silence, he then continued. So, I will choose to follow Brother Long? Of course, I know that nothing in life is absolute, and I know that my choice today may also be mistaken, causing me to die in the future as well. But I am willing to follow my heart and take this risk. As long as you are willing to accept me, I will follow you. The entire courtyard had fallen silent, as Lu Mei and Zhang Chen stared at the young man with black hair and blue eyes in front of Shenlong with different expressions in their eyes. At the same time, Shenlong's gaze had turned extremely deep and profound as he stared at the young man in front of him. Although their goals were entirely different, as Zhang Chen wanted to save his mother and take revenge while Bai Longtian wanted to follow his dreams, Shenlong clearly recognized that the resolve in Bai Longtian's eyes and words wasn't inferior to Zhang Chen's in the slightest. Of course, although Shenlong wouldn't simply accept anyone who asked to follow him regardless of their reasons, he also understood that Bai Longtian was extremely talented, and even in the holy sect he could be considered a true genius. Thus, having such a person follow him along with Zhang Chen and enter his faction as well wasn't a bad idea. At the same time, Bai Longtian had actually left a good impression on him, since he was somewhat similar to Zhang Chen in the fact that he was sincere and explained his reasons without holding back. Seeing that Shenlong wasn't responding right away, Bai Longtian took a step forward and stared at Zhang Chen, who was standing by Shenlong's side, before he continued. Brother Long, the truth is that I didn't use my full strength during the sex test. Zhang Chen's eyes widened slightly when he heard this, but an evil grin appeared on his face when he realized Bai Longtian's intentions. He wanted to fight against him to prove his strength, not just to Shenlong, but to him as well. If Shenlong decided to accept Bai Longtian in his faction, this would be the fight to see who would be his strongest and the second strongest general instead. However, Shenlong's lips curved up when he heard Bai Longtian's words, before he smiled and said in an easygoing manner, almost as if he had already expected to hear this from Bai Longtian long ago. I know. At that moment, Shenlong turned his eyes towards Zhang Chen, who was obviously preparing himself for a fight and was sealing his cultivation to the early rank 4 of the nascent soul to match Bai Longtian's, before he said with that same smile on his face, Zhang Chen, don't underestimate him or you may lose. Without your bloodline, you may not necessarily be able to win against him if you guys are at the same cultivation level. Chapter 493, Bai Longtian's Trump Card. Monarch of Time. Both Bai Longtian and Zhang Chen stared at Shenlong with shock in their eyes, each of them for a different reason. Shenlong said these words with so much confidence, almost as if he had already seen through all of Bai Longtian's secrets. At the same time, his gaze that was extremely deep and profound made Bai Longtian think that he was actually saying the truth. And yet, although Bai Longtian wasn't arrogant, he was certain that if they were in the same cultivation level, even Zhang Chen wouldn't be his match without his bloodline. Perhaps Shenlong could fight against him without his bloodline since he probably had many other secrets, but it was impossible for Zhang Chen. The reason behind Bai Longtian's confidence was something that no one else knew about him besides his own father. As for Zhang Chen, he was actually unable to believe Shenlong's words. He was not only a genius who had inherited the bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness, but he had also comprehended both the demonic Dao as well as the Dao of darkness. At the same time, he was also someone who was born with the eternal darkness unique physique as well. It was nearly impossible to find freaks who could compete with him at the same level of cultivation, and yet, he also understood that Shenlong wouldn't say something like this lightly. He had obviously said this to make him go all out during the fight. At the same time, Shenlong smiled leisurely as he stared at Bai Longtian, who had just steeled his heart and had decided to reveal his secret in this fight, before he said in a casual tone, although you can hide this from others, It's impossible to hide your unique physique in front of me. Ha ha ha, you and Zhang Chen are both more similar than you may think. Shenlong's words instantly made Bai Longtian's body to suddenly shiver, while Zhang Chen's gaze that was calmly staring at the young man in front of him instantly turned serious at the same time, before he actually licked his lips in excitement. At the same time, even Lu Mei couldn't hide the shock in her eyes as she stared at the two young men in the center of the courtyard before she turned her attention back to Shenlong. Bai Longtian actually had a unique physique as well. However, the most shocked out of this revelation wasn't Lu Mei or Zhang Chen, but Bai Longtian himself. He couldn't understand how Shenlong had found out about this as he turned his eyes and stared at the calm short-haired young man in shock. Even when he had sparred with Sheng Huang in the past, Bai Longtian had only revealed his Dao of the Buddha and hadn't showed his unique physique to anyone. Aside from his father, no one else knew about this, and yet Shenlong exposed it with a single glance. At that moment, Zhang Chen was the first one to act, as he stared at the young man in front of him without holding himself back any longer. His suppressed cultivation at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul exploded out, while at the same time, a black veil that looked like it had been formed by pure darkness appeared around his body, before it slowly expanded outwards, covering an ever-increasing area around him. You also have a unique physique. Zhang Chen flashed an evil grin as he stared at the dumbfounded Bai Longtian, who couldn't stop himself from asking this question, before he answered casually. Did you think that you are the only one with a unique physique? Remember, in this world, very few people are allowed to stand in front of me, and you are not one of them. Although Bai Longtian wouldn't mind it too much normally if he was being mocked by someone, being mocked when you were about to go all out during a serious fight was an entirely different thing. Don't blame me for this then. As he finished speaking, a bright golden light appeared around Bai Longtian's body, as his body actually started to increase in size. His original height changed, and in just a few moments, Bai Longtian's body had already exceeded 10 meters, 33 feet, in height, looking like a giant golden Buddha. Looking down at the stunned Zhang Chen, whose eyes were burning with a will to fight, Bai Longtian then said in a serious voice, "This is my unique physique, the Golden Buddha unique physique." As he finished his words, Bai Longtian brought down his right palm towards Zhang Chen, as he was the one to make the first move in this fight. The darkness around Zhang Chen instantly churned, turning into a huge palm that was no smaller than Bai Longtian's, as it met his golden palm head-on. Boom! The entire courtyard shook from the impact of the collision between Zhang Chen's and Bai Longtian's attacks, while some of the defensive formations activated at the same time as well, suppressing the after effects of the attacks from spreading to the room and the courtyard's walls. At the same time, Lu Mei had also summoned more than 100 jade white skeletons at the same time, and had them fight together to block the after effects of the fight that were about to hit her and Shenlong. Haha, let's continue? Don't tell me that that's all you have. Bai Longtian's mocking voice resounded behind the huge black palm and throughout, as he stared at the gigantic figure of Bai Longtian in front of him before he actually took the initiative to attack first. His huge black palm clenched itself, turning into a punch, as it traveled through the air, flying towards Bai Longtian's head without any mercy. Since Bai Longtian also had a unique physique, Zhang Chen had decided to really go all out. Aside from when he used his bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness, this was truly his strongest state. Chapter 494, Zhang Chen vs Bai Longtian. Monarch of Time. Bai Longtian's two palms immediately covered his face, forming a wall that blocked Zhang Chen's punch, before his body suddenly started to glow with a bright white light as his gigantic golden Buddha form immediately disappeared on the spot, leaving behind countless afterimages as he circled around Zhang Chen. This was Bai Longtian's Dao of Light? Using his Dao of Light, even with his enormous gigantic golden Buddha body, Bai Longtian's speed was now countless times faster than most early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivators. At the same time, since both his and Zhang Chen's body refinement cultivation had obviously reached the early 5th stage as well, Bai Longtian no longer held back in this fight, as he sent a flurry of attacks towards the young man in front of him. And yet, Zhang Chen simply smirked when he saw this scene, and just before Bai Longtian's attacks could land on his body, a pair of pitch-black wings that were burning with dark red flames were formed on his back as he said calmly, "Demonic wings." Using the first stage of this Saint low-grade martial skill that he had gotten from the barrier of knowledge, Zhang Chen's speed increased by many times, becoming even a bit faster than Bai Longtian's, who was augmented with his Dao of Light. Flying with a speed that was nearly impossible to match for most early rank 4 nascent soul stage experts, Zhang Chen was about to fly out from Bai Longtian's range of attack, but at that moment, a bright golden light erupted from Bai Longtian's body, forming a small barrier that stopped Zhang Chen in his tracks. Of course, Zhang Chen only needed a single moment to destroy the golden barrier created by Bai Longtian's Dao of the Buddha, but that moment was enough for Bai Longtian's attack to arrive in front of him. Knowing that he had no way to dodge Bai Longtian's attack, the darkness around Zhang Chen's body surged, creating another huge black palm that collided with Bai Longtian's golden palm head-on. However, how could Zhang Chen's palm that he had formed in a single moment really fight against Bai Longtian's strike that was further augmented by both his Dao of Light and his Dao of the Buddha so easily? The huge black palm was instantly destroyed, as Bai Longtian's gigantic golden palm continued forward, landing on Zhang Chen's chest and instantly piercing through his defenses, as it sent him crashing back on the ground like a meteor. Unable to resist the overpowering force, Zhang Chen spat a mouthful of blood as his body created a crater at the center of Shenlong's courtyard. Shenlong and Lu Mei both stared at the fight between the two geniuses in front of them, as Zhang Chen's battered figure slowly stood up from the ground barely a moment later, his body filled with injuries. Staring at the serious look on the gigantic figure of the Golden Buddha in front of him, the look on Zhang Chen's face gradually turned solemn as well, as he finally mumbled in a serious voice. "Forget it. I am not losing to you, Kingdom of Darkness." The darkness around his body then started to churn, expanding even further, like a veil of darkness completely submerging the area around him. At that moment, an ominous feeling appeared in Bai Longtian's heart as he felt the darkness around Zhang Chen growing rapidly towards his direction, almost as if it was trying to submerge him. Without any hesitation, Bai Longtian's body lit up as he circulated his Dao of Light, and yet he noticed that he was only able to barely slow down the advancement of the veil of darkness and not completely stop it, let alone destroy it. Lowering his gaze, Bai Longtian suddenly noticed that a small ball of darkness that he hadn't noticed earlier was actually stuck in his right palm. A look of realization instantly appeared on his face as he understood that this black ball of darkness came from Zhang Chen's body, as his last attack had sent him flying to the ground. And yet, just as Bai Longtian was about to try and expel the black ball from his hand, the black ball suddenly exploded as his vision was instantly plunged into darkness. In just a few moments, the veil of darkness around Zhang Chen expanded as well, covering a large area of the courtyard and completely trapping Bai Longtian's gigantic golden figure inside it as well. As the darkness started to spread even further, even Shenlong and Lu Mei weren't able to see through the scene inside it any longer. This was the true power behind Zhang Chen's eternal darkness unique physique, the Kingdom of Darkness. At that moment, Lu Mei turned her head to the side to look at Shenlong, who was seriously staring at the black veil in front of him that had already covered half the courtyard, before she asked curiously, "Longji, which of them do you think is going to win?" Even though Lu Mei could no longer see the fight in front of them, she still believed in Shenlong's judgment the most, and she was also curious about which of those two did he think that was stronger. Shaking his head, Shenlong looked at Lu Mei seriously before he replied, "Zhang Chen is definitely faster in terms of speed thanks to his demonic wings, but his real strength lies more in control and attacking. Although I don't know too much about his eternal darkness unique physique, it is definitely not easy to escape from it. As for Bai Longtian, his attack, defense, and speed are all exceptional, while his Golden Buddha unique physique enhances those attributes even further. If the two of them had to exchange full-powered blows in this situation, they would probably be equal with each other in terms of their attack, but Bai Longtian's defense will definitely be stronger. Of course, that is only under the situation where Zhang Chen doesn't use his bloodline power of the demonic crow of darkness, otherwise, Bai Longtian will have a really hard time against him." Nodding her head, Lu Mei had a serious look in her eyes as she stared at the black veil that had now encompassed more than half of the courtyard. Chapter 495, Outcome of the Fight. Monarch of Time. Knowing that he was trapped inside this place of absolute darkness where he couldn't see anything, Bai Longtian didn't move from the spot he was standing on, and instead, he closed his eyes as he spread his soul sense, trying to find Zhang Chen's location instead. However, his expression instantly changed barely a moment later, as he realized that the darkness around him had already completely suppressed his soul sense, not allowing him to spread it around his body. At the same time, a feeling of danger suddenly sprouted in Bai Longtian's heart as he immediately turned around and thrusted his palm forward. The air whistled from the force of his palm as his hand collided with a huge black palm formed from Zhang Chen's Dao of Darkness. The two palms collided as both Zhang Chen and Bai Longtian were forced to take a few steps back from the impact. However, even though he had managed to repel Zhang Chen's attack, the look in Bai Longtian's eyes turned even more serious than before as he looked around him in his gigantic golden Buddha figure. Inside his kingdom of darkness formed by his eternal darkness unique physique, Zhang Chen's Dao of Darkness was also amplified, making his attacks even stronger than before. However, the most dangerous thing for Bai Longtian was still the fact that he couldn't see where the next attack would come from and he could only rely on his instinct. Finally, the silence broke a few moments later, as countless palms created by Zhang Chen's Dao of Darkness emerged inside his kingdom of darkness, as they bombarded Bai Longtian's gigantic golden figure without stop. And yet, despite being placed in such an unfavorable situation, Bai Longtian still didn't think that he would lose. Although Zhang Chen's attacks were even stronger inside his kingdom of darkness, Bai Longtian knew that his golden Buddha unique physique was definitely strong enough to take them head-on. At that moment none of those two held back any of their abilities any longer, as Zhang Chen's attacks were infused with both his demonic Dao and his Dao of Darkness, making any normal early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator who stood in front of him tremble in fear if they could sense his aura, while Bai Longtian circulated his Dao of the Buddha to its limits, creating a small golden sphere around his body that enhanced his defense even further. No matter how many black palms landed on his body, although he would be forced to take a few steps back in the process, Bai Longtian wouldn't be too heavily injured. Finally, an hour later, Shenlong saw the black veil that had covered more than half of his courtyard slowly dissipate, as two figures appeared inside it, both of them facing each other with serious looks on their faces. Shenlong noticed that Zhang Chen's demonic wings were already on the verge of disappearing as his qi had already been completely depleted, while even his energy from his body cultivation could no longer sustain his kingdom of darkness. As for Bai Longtian, his golden Buddha figure had already disappeared as his body had already reverted back to its original appearance. It was obvious that both he and Zhang Chen had reached their limits, and yet neither of them was willing to stop. After a few moments of tension that seemed like an eternity, Bai Longtian was the first one to speak, as he looked at Zhang Chen opposite to him and said seriously, "Senior brother Zhang is really stronger than I expected. I thought that without your bloodline power I would easily win, but in the end I was wrong." Shaking his head, Zhang Chen had an unresigned expression on his face as he looked at the young man in front of him, almost as if he was unwilling to accept this outcome before he answered. "This time it's a draw, but this isn't the end." Nodding his head, Bai Longtian also didn't want to accept that the outcome of their fight didn't have a clear winner. Although it was a draw this time since both of them had already depleted both their qi and the energy inside their bodies from their qi refinement cultivation, making Zhang Chen unable to sustain his kingdom of darkness any longer and even Bai Longtian to be unable to stay in his gigantic golden Buddha form, they would definitely settle this in the future. At that moment, everyone saw Bai Longtian turning his eyes to look at Shenlong with an expectant gaze, almost as if he was waiting to finally hear his answer. After a moment of silence, Shenlong nodded his head with a smile on his face, before he turned around and walked towards the main room, beckoning for Zhang Chen and Bai Longtian to follow behind him as well. As soon as he sat down on the white cushion in front of his bed with Lu Mei sitting next to him, Shenlong looked at the two young men who sat down in front of him and was about to speak, when suddenly, the restrictions around the courtyard lit up before the image of a peerlessly beautiful young woman with blonde hair and bright emerald eyes appeared in his mind. Realizing that Xiezing Ai had also arrived at this moment, Shenlong then deactivated the restrictions around his courtyard, allowing her to enter inside as well. As soon as Xiezing Ai stepped into the room, everyone's attention was instantly focused on her, as they realized that she had also broken through in these last few days, entering the early rank 4 of the nascent soul stage. At the same time, Xiezing Ai was also stunned when she saw Bai Longtian appear in Shenlong's room, since she already knew from Lu Mei that the two of them weren't familiar, causing Lu Mei to explain the situation that had taken place before Xiezing Ai arrived. Hearing that both Bai Longtian had a unique physique as well and was actually just as strong as Zhang Chen made the beautiful young woman open her mouth in shock as she stared at him for a few seconds longer. After all, Xie Xingyi also came from the Night Star continent just like Bai Longtian, and she clearly knew that the biggest genius of the Night Star continent was rumored to be Sheng Huang and not him. There were some rumors that Bai Longtian may be at the same level as Sheng Huang of course, but since the two of them hadn't openly fought, everyone considered the prince of the Shengtian dynasty as the strongest genius of the entire continent. However, with his unique physique, there was no doubt that Bai Longtian would have been hailed as the strongest genius of the continent instead as he had actually revealed it. Of course, that was under the assumption that a monster like Shenlong wasn't included in this discussion. Xie Xingyi still remembered Shenlong's fight with Zhang Chen from a few days ago and how he had revealed his Dao of Time, causing her heart to thump wildly as she thought back of that scene. At the same time, sitting on his white cushion, Shenlong's eyes swept past Xie Xingyi, Zhang Chen, and Bai Longtian, with a deep look in his eyes, before he took out his sect-identifying token and placed it on the floor in front of him. Seeing that everyone's gaze was focused on him, Shenlong took a deep breath, before his voice resounded throughout the room. If you really want to follow me, you most likely won't have a peaceful life in the sect in the future. Doing so will mean that you will have to fight against the top factions of the sect as well as its strongest geniuses, and many of them are most likely Dao Kings already. If any of you wants to back out from it, this is your chance. Chapter 496, Approached. Monarch of Time. Zhang Chen was the first one to react when he heard Shenlong's words, as he instantly took out his sect-identifying token without any hesitation, and placed it above Shenlong's own. His action by itself seemed to be his answer. Since he had already decided to follow Shenlong, he wouldn't go back on his word no matter what. Besides, aside from Shenlong, he didn't know who else could possibly help him fight against the immortals from the Yu family of the Eternal Darkness world in the future. Perhaps even Shenlong wouldn't be able to help him, but Zhang Chen had already made his choice. Barely a moment after Zhang Chen had extended his hand, Xie Xingyi and Bai Longtian took out their sect-identifying tokens and placed them above Shenlong's as well. Being slower than Zhang Chen by a second didn't mean that Xie Xingyi or Bai Longtian were uncertain or that they were less determined about joining Shenlong than Zhang Chen. Instead, this just showed Zhang Chen's mental preparations, as he didn't even need to think over what Shenlong had said just now before giving his response. The lack of hesitation in Xie Xingyi's and Bai Longtian's actions also showed that they had already decided in their hearts already as well. Shenlong smiled when he saw this scene, as he nodded his head and touched his sect-identifying token in front of him, infusing it with his qi. A bright white light soon covered Zhang Chen's, Bai Longtian's and Xie Xingyi's sect-identifying tokens, before the words Shenlong's faction soon appeared on their surface. And yet, the words only appeared on the token's surface for a single moment as they quickly disappeared a moment later. Lu Mei's face blossomed with a brilliant smile that was akin to spring coming inside the room when she saw the scene in front of her, while at the same time, Shenlong waved his hand, taking out a large wooden barrel and 5 small wine cups from his herb garden in the Stone of Time. After tilting the barrel slightly and filling all 5 cups with the bright red wine, an intoxicating fragrance instantly filled the room and soon spread throughout the entire courtyard. An expression of fervor appeared on Zhang Chen's and Xie Xingyi's faces when they saw the bright red wine in their cups, while even Lu Mei licked her lips in anticipation. As for Bai Longtian, the look on his face was originally a nonchalant one when he saw Shenlong taking out a barrel of wine, but as soon as he smelled the intoxicating fragrance that assaulted his senses, his expression quickly changed into that of disbelief. Placing the wine cups in front of him, Shenlong then handed a cup to Lu Mei, Xie Xingyi, Zhang Chen, and Bai Longtian while he kept one for himself, before he said with a calm look on his face, "Although we have created a faction, it is not eligible to join the faction wars just yet. For a faction to be able to join the faction wars and faction rankings and be able to fight other factions, it first has to complete 5 D-rank faction missions and a single C-rank one. However, forget about the C-rank one, even the D-rank faction missions will be extremely challenging for us right now. Even Zhang Chen is only at the middle of rank 4 of the Nascent Soul while Miss Xingyi and Bai Longtian have just advanced to the early rank 4 as well. So, in 10 days from now, each of us will go and complete 2 personal D-rank missions without any help, both so that we can get a hang of the sex missions and their difficulty level as well as train ourselves. Although none of us lacks combat experience, fighting against middle-stage nascent soul criminals is still the best form of training to hone ourselves and advance as quickly as possible. As he said this, Shenlong turned his eyes to look at Lu Mei next to him, as this was even more true for her. Fighting and killing middle-stage nascent soul cultivators and absorbing their qi was the best way for her to advance her cultivation as well as further comprehend the Dao of Death. As for why Shenlong decided to wait 10 days instead of going right away, it was mainly because Zhang Chen, Xie Xing'ai, and Bai Longtian had all broken through in their cultivation, so they needed at least a week to solidify their cultivation levels. At the same time, Shenlong knew that he couldn't just stay holed up inside his room and cultivate day and night either, and he had to go out and pressure himself in order for his spiritual strength to keep up with his rate of cultivation. Simply sitting cross-legged and meditating wouldn't work. Only by pressuring himself and putting his mind and soul to extreme situations, could Shenlong's spiritual strength match up to his cultivation speed. Of course, Shenlong also knew that 3 days from today, Lu Mei's master and disciple ceremony would also take place in the inner court, so he couldn't leave and go train himself before that either. Shaking her head, Xie Xing'ai looked at Shenlong and pouted lightly as she said, "Brother Long can just call me Xing'ai. Also, Brother Long, the truth is that an elder approached me today and asked me if I wanted to accept her as my master. I actually agreed." Nodding his head, Shenlong wasn't too surprised by this and felt that it was only natural that Xie Xing'ai would be approached by an elder to take her on as a disciple. With both the extraordinary fate that she had shown during the test of the Ball of Fate, as well as the fact that she had an extremely rare unique physique, at least one elder or two would be interested in taking her on as a personal disciple. At that moment, Zhang Chen also spoke barely a moment later as he looked at Shenlong and said in a serious tone, attracting everyone's attention inside the room, "I was also approached by an elder today who asked me if I wanted to take him as my master." Chapter 497. Monarch of Time. Zhang Chen's words didn't cause any waves as Shenlong and the rest all stared at him apathetically. Even if he and Shenlong hadn't been forced to fight against stronger opponents during the 4th test after attracting Elder Xiao Ling's attention who wanted to find out what secrets they were hiding, and even if Zhang Chen didn't have an extraordinary fate after testing himself on the Ball of Fate, just from the fact that he actually had an immortal grade bloodline was enough for many elders to become interested in him. Thus, Shenlong barely looked at Zhang Chen after hearing this, before he turned his attention towards Bai Longtian. Surprisingly, Bai Longtian also nodded his head in response, and after scratching his head in a slightly awkward manner he said, "Me as well. The truth is that I didn't have any hopes of an elder choosing to take me as their disciple, since the only thing that I revealed during the 4th test was my Dao of the Buddha. But Elder He-kun found me almost instantly after we entered the holy sect a week ago, and told me that I have potential in becoming a powerful swordsman even if I haven't comprehended the Dao of the sword, and that he wanted to take me as his disciple." Shenlong nodded his head in response, while inwardly he felt that Bai Longtian was really lucky. Out of the 4 people around him, Shenlong knew that Bai Longtian had the lowest chances of having an elder taking him as a personal disciple due to the fact that he hadn't exposed his Golden Buddha unique physique during the sex test. So, having an elder take a liking to him and choose him as a disciple even though he hadn't shown his full abilities was really a form of luck. At the same time, Xie Xing'ai had a curious look on her face as she seemed to have realized something, and staring at Bai Longtian she then asked without any reservation, "Since you have such a powerful unique physique, why didn't you reveal it during the 4th test? Isn't the goal of entering the holy sect for us to become stronger while also getting a master?" Bai Longtian shook his head, while the look in his eyes was serious as he responded without any hesitation. "Although getting an elder to become interested in me would be easier that way, my strength isn't used as a show to attract attention. I will only use my Golden Buddha physique when I don't have any other choice, otherwise, I feel that I wouldn't be myself anymore if I did it to attract a master that way." Shenlong and the rest all nodded their heads when they heard this, while even the apathetic look in Zhang Chen's eyes when he looked at Bai Longtian diminished slightly as he seemed to have agreed with what he said. Indeed, as cultivators, even if it was to accept a master, none of them would go all out in a fight if they didn't have to, and would definitely save some of their trump cards for the future. This was also part of the reason why Zhang Chen had concealed his Eternal Darkness unique physique and didn't reveal it during his fight. Of course, unlike Bai Longtian, Zhang Chen had already revealed his strongest trump card, which was his immortal grade bloodline. After chatting for some more time, Zhang Chen was the first one to stand up from his cushion as he looked at Shenlong and said that he would spend the next few days stabilizing his cultivation, as well as go and pick 2 personal D rank missions from the assignment hall, and that he would come and find Shenlong again in 10 days, before they left the sect to complete their missions. The truth was that Zhang Chen was just a step away from breaking through to the peak of rank 4 of the nascent soul, and if he wanted to, he could actually step in that level within the next few days, but stabilizing his cultivation after a breakthrough was extremely crucial to every cultivator. Failing to stabilize your cultivation properly could mean that you would be unable to break through any further in the future. It was no different than trying to build an enormous building that reached the clouds. If its base wasn't strong enough, it would at some point be unable to support more weight and would eventually collapse. Even Shenlong had to stabilize his own cultivation in a certain sense, since he had to always purify his qi balls, bringing the older ones at the same level as the new ones, while making every subsequent qi ball even purer with every breakthrough. Bai Longtian soon followed a few moments later, obviously unwilling to fall behind Zhang Chen any longer. After all, Zhang Chen was already a minor stage above him in cultivation to begin with. Seeing that she was the only one who had remained in the room along with Lu Mei and Shenlong, made Xie Xingai's heart start beating faster the moment that her eyes landed on the young man sitting calmly in front of her. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Xie Xingai's eyes that were filled with curiosity stared at Shenlong before she asked in a gentle yet curious voice, "Brother Long, since you are an alchemist, have you ever heard of earth flames?" Earth flames? Lu Mei's eyes were filled with confusion when she heard this unfamiliar term that she had never heard before, but as soon as she turned her head to look at Shenlong, she saw that the look in his eyes had already changed, almost as if Xie Xing'ai had mentioned an extremely rare treasure. Indeed, Shenlong nodded his head barely a moment later as he looked at the young woman in front of him and asked in a tone that didn't hide his curiosity, "Xing'ai, you have heard about the existence of earth flames?" Chapter 498, Earth Flames. Monarch of Time. Xie Xing'ai nodded her head when she heard Shenlong's question, before she shook it barely a moment later as she replied in a hurry. I have only heard of their existence from Master and don't know much about them either. Master is actually the elder responsible for the refinement hall inside the sect. She said that she is in charge of the 2 earth flames that the sect has in its possession. When I asked Master what are earth flames, she simply said that it's something extremely precious for alchemists and formation masters alike, without explaining anything else. A stunned look flashed inside Shenlong's eyes when he heard Xie Xing'ai saying that the holy sect actually had 2 earth flames in its possession. A few moments later, after calming down the upheavals in his heart, Shenlong looked at Lu Mei and Xie Xing'ai in front of him before he explained. Earth flames aren't simple flames, but flames that are born from the essence of this world. They are special, extremely rare, and powerful flames that alchemists and formation masters both need to find if they want to become stronger. For an alchemist to even have a chance of creating a top-grade rank 6 pill, he needs to refine the pill using the power of an earth flame. Only then can the impurities from the medicinal herbs be completely expelled, leaving behind the purest medicinal essence and allow the pill to become a top-grade rank 6 pill. Otherwise, without the use of an earth flame, the chances of producing a top-grade rank 6 pill will be practically zero. Even a high-grade rank 6 pill will be difficult to refine without the assistance of an earth flame. As for rank 7 pills, it's even harder. Without an earth flame, an alchemist will usually be unable to refine anything above a middle-grade rank 7 pill, unless his cultivation has already reached the peak of the Dao Emperor realm. This is why earth flames are considered to be treasures to every single high-grade alchemist. Of course, this doesn't mean that middle-grade rank 7 pills aren't useful, but the difference between a middle-grade rank 7 pill and a high-grade or even a top-grade one is simply incomparable. As he finished explaining the usage of the earth flames, Shenlong saw a look of realization dawning upon Lu Mei's and Xie Xing'ai's faces as they seemed to have suddenly realized the value of an earth flame. If it was something that even high-grade alchemists needed to use, then the value of an earth flame couldn't be estimated. Thus, the holy sect possessing 2 earth flames and having them sealed in the refinement hall was something that exceeded their expectations. Of course, using an earth flame to refine a pill didn't mean that an alchemist would necessarily be able to refine a high-grade or top-grade rank 6 pill. It only meant that their chances would be higher during the pill refinement process. Seeing that Lu Mei and Xie Xing'ai had both realized the importance of the earth flames, Shenlong nodded his head, before he turned his eyes towards the beautiful blonde-haired young woman in front of him and asked, "Xing'ai, is the refinement hall located within the inner court?" Shenlong already knew that the holy sect was divided between the outer court and the inner court. Although he didn't know the specifics, he knew that very few outer court disciples were allowed to step foot into the inner court. At the same time, considering that he and Lu Mei had already walked through a large part of the outer court already, but he had yet to see the refinement hall in the outer court, it was very likely that it was located in the inner court instead. Of course, since no one below the level of a Dao King would have a need to use an earth flame, it made sense that most outer court disciples wouldn't be aware of the existence of the refinement hall within the sect until they entered the inner court. Indeed, Xie Xing'ai nodded when she heard Shenlong's question, before she replied in a gentle voice a moment later. "Brother Long is right. Master said that the refinement hall is located within the inner court. However, according to Master, only the top 1,000 outer court disciples on the martial roll of honor, the members of the top 100 factions of the outer sect, or the personal disciples of an inner court elder are allowed to enter the inner court. The rest of the outer disciples aren't allowed to enter. However, if Brother Long wants to enter the inner court and visit the refinement hall, I will ask my master to allow it for you. There is no need. I was just curious after hearing that the sect actually has 2 earth flames in its possession. Usually, alchemists will absorb the earth flames in their bodies and wouldn't place them in a place where everyone can use them. After all, only by absorbing the earth flames inside their body could a cultivator allow the flame to show its real strength. Shenlong shook his head when he heard Xie Xing'ai's suggestion, but he still rejected it in the end. Regardless, having an outer court disciple who isn't even at the Dao King realm enter the refinement hall would draw too much attention even for him. Although Shenlong wasn't planning to stay low-key inside the sect, showing his full talent as an alchemist was currently out of the question. At least until he reached the Dao King realm he had decided that he wouldn't do so. However, he had now met with another problem as well. As it was right now, Shenlong had already reached the standards of a peak rank 2 gold grade alchemist and was already strong enough to concoct some of the more common rank 6 pills. Even his soul sense, which was his biggest limitation during the pill refinement, was already strong enough for him to complete the refinement of a rank 6 pill without any issue. At the same time, Shenlong estimated that by the time that he broke through to the rank 6 of the nascent soul, he would also reach the standards of a peak rank 3 gold grade alchemist and be able to refine even the most difficult rank 6 pills. However, without the use of an earth flame, it would be extremely difficult for him to refine even high-grade rank 6 pills. As for top-grade rank 6 pills, it would be nearly impossible. Thus, the truth was that Shenlong urgently needed an earth flame. Hearing that the holy sect actually had 2 earth flames within the refinement hall made Shenlong unable to fully stop the waves of greed that were rising in his heart. After all, every alchemist that met with an earth flame would do everything they could to obtain it, and this was even more true for Shenlong. Although most of his memories regarding the earth flames were still sealed in his mind, Shenlong knew that if he could absorb an earth flame and utilize it fully, not only would his skills as an alchemist would rise, but his combat strength would see another leap forward as well, while he would have an extra trump card to use. And yet, he also knew that there was no chance for the holy sect to simply allow him to absorb either of the 2 earth flames in the refinement hall. After all, it was unknown how many alchemists in the sect were eyeing those earth flames already. As for allowing Xie Xing'ai to bring him in the refinement hall and allow him to concoct his pills using the assistance of the flames, although that thought had flashed through his mind for a moment, Shenlong quickly rejected it as well. As a rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, he shouldn't even be able to refine a top-grade rank 5 pill just yet, let alone a rank 6. 1. After all, according to the normal standards, only those alchemists who had reached the peak of rank 6 in the nascent soul stage could reach the standards of a rank 1 gold grade alchemist, while Shenlong had already become a rank 1 gold grade alchemist as soon as he broke through to the rank 3 of the spirit realm. Even as an extreme genius, this wasn't something that could be easily explained even in a place like the holy sect that was filled with monster geniuses of all kinds. Shenlong guessed that even a genius alchemist of the holy sect would only be able to refine a top-grade rank 5 pill at most if he was at the same cultivation stage as him, and he most likely wouldn't be able to do that consistently either. Xie Xingyi was excited when she saw Shenlong's piqued interest the moment that she mentioned the earth flames, since she already knew that Shenlong wouldn't usually show interest in most things. Just from his tone alone, it was evident how interested he was in the earth flames. However, she still felt somewhat disappointed in her heart when she realized that it was probably impossible to obtain the sex earth flames. Almost as if he had guessed her thoughts, Shenlong's expression slowly warmed towards her as he then said in a gentler tone, "Xingyi, don't think too much into it. Although earth flames are indeed rare, they aren't impossible to find either. Additionally, if I really need to use an earth flame to refine a rank 6 pill in the future, I will make sure to ask for your help to enter the refinement hall." Xie Xingyi nodded her head gently when she heard this as she stared at the young man in front of her with a look of determination inside her emerald-colored eyes. After staying in Shenlong's room for a few more minutes, Xingyi was a bit reluctant, but she still stood up with a somewhat complicated expression on her face, as she bade farewell and said that she would come and visit Shenlong and Lu Mei again in a few days. Without waiting for a response, her peerlessly beautiful face had already turned a light shade of red as she looked at Shenlong and Lu Mei next to him, before a veil of shadows covered her body as she then disappeared from Shenlong's courtyard. Chapter 499, Shenlong Plays the Guqin. Monarch of Time. After staring at Xie Xingyi's figure that had already disappeared from the room, Lu Mei turned her gaze towards Shenlong barely a moment later before she then asked, "Longji, what do you think of Xingyi? I am sure that Longji has noticed it already, but Xingyi seems to have developed feelings for you long ago. Actually, the truth is that if Longji really wants it, I won't be against it either. After all, I have already spent a lot of time with Xingyi and it's also obvious that she really likes Longji too. This is also why she joined Longji's faction without any hesitation. So, instead of having someone else take her away in the future, it's better if Longji takes her instead." Shenlong was caught off guard by Lu Mei's sudden proposal, causing his eyes to widen in the process, but he quickly regained a calm expression barely a moment later, as he looked at Lu Mei and smiled gently before he asked, "Mei, isn't it normally I who should say that I am interested in a girl instead of having you do it for me? Do you really want to place another girl in our life?" Lu Mei could feel herself blushing when she heard Shenlong's answer, as it indeed felt like she was trying to match Shenlong with Xingyi out of nowhere. However, a few moments later, the look in her eyes turned resolute as she said, "If it's someone who really cares about Longji, then I won't mind it too much. But I am still selfish, so I still want to be the one that Longji likes the most in the end." Shenlong nodded his head while his lips curved up into a smile as he pulled Lu Mei into a hug and carried her to the bed behind him without responding directly to her request. Removing his outer sacked robes, Shenlong didn't hesitate to unrobe Lu Mei as well, allowing his eyes to feast on her flawless body once again. The expression on Lu Mei's face that was filled with love and gentleness when she looked at him, which was contrary to her usual cold and indifferent expression that she showed to outsiders, only fueled to ignite Shenlong's inner desires even further, as a feeling of lust filled his mind. Placing himself on top of Lu Mei, Shenlong's hands moved directly towards her breasts and her two cherry-like nipples, fondling them and pinching them slightly, making Lu Mei let out moans of pleasure that she could no longer contain due to the intense stimulation. At the same time, Shenlong's hands didn't stop, as his right hand moved downwards, starting to caress Lu Mei's soft body, while his fingers explored every nook and cranny of hers without restraint. A few moments later, the room was filled with sounds of pleasure and ecstasy that lasted for more than 3 hours until they started to slowly die down. Lying on top of the bed with his face up, Shenlong turned his head to the side, to look at Lu Mei, who had half her body placed on top of him and was staring at him with a look filled with love and infatuation on her face, as he then smiled and asked gently, "Mei, do you want to hear a song?" "A song, played by Longji." Lu Mei's eyes instantly sparkled as she remembered the wooden guqin that Shenlong had purchased from the Golden Treasures Hall. Lu Mei had thought that Shenlong had only purchased it because it was a treasure, and she didn't think that he would try to play the instrument by himself. After all, in the past 4 years, he had never shown an interest in any musical instrument. Nodding his head, Shenlong put on his outer sacked robes before he sat on his white cushion in front of the bed and faced Lu Mei before he waved his right hand. A wooden, silver-colored musical instrument with 7 strings immediately appeared in front of him, bringing along with it a scent of vitality that quickly filled the room. Closing his eyes, Shenlong's attention was placed completely on the silverbark guqin in front of him, as his hands lightly touched the strings on the guqin's surface. No sound was produced when his fingers touched each of the icy strings created from the silk of a frigid ice spider, but the coldness of the strings produced a refreshing feeling that made Shenlong feel as if his mind had taken a dive inside a refreshing pool filled with cold water, instantly calming it down. With his eyes still closed, Shenlong touched the first string of the guqin before he plucked it gently. Ping! A beautiful sound instantly echoed throughout the room, making Lu Mei's heart involuntarily tremble when she heard it. It was only a single pluck of a string, and yet the note that it produced seemed to have been something that had already transcended this world. This was unlike anything else that Lu Mei had ever heard in her life. At that moment, as Shenlong held the guqin in front of him, Lu Mei felt that Shenlong's aura had suddenly changed. Pang! Another sound followed soon after, as Shenlong's fingers started to become more accustomed to the wooden guqin. In the beginning, the movements of his hands were still somewhat stiff, creating a weird image of someone who was touching the guqin for the first time, and yet was still producing flawless notes that had already exceeded Lu Mei's wildest imagination. However, as his fingers kept plucking the strings, Shenlong no longer had to think as he played, and instead he allowed his memories and the feelings inside him to all burst out at once, as his hands consecutively plucked the guqin's strings. At that moment, Lu Mei could suddenly feel herself plunging in a dream as an intense and almost irresistible feeling of tranquility filled her mind. The existence of everything else around her seemed to have slowly disappeared, as Lu Mei felt that the only two people left inside the entire holy sect was herself and Shenlong, who was playing the guqin in front of her with his eyes closed. Without even trying to resist this feeling, Lu Mei allowed herself to fall into slumber while her eyes started to involuntarily tear up at the same time. Chapter 500, A Soothing Melody. Monarch of Time. The sound of Shenlong playing the guqin quickly permeated the entire courtyard, but it didn't just stop there. Barely a moment later, the disciples that were walking around Shenlong's courtyard and even in the surrounding courtyards were all dazed, and they were stopped in place, as the indescribable, transcendent-like notes sounded in their ears as well. Even though Shenlong's courtyard had protective formations that didn't allow sound to come in or go out and disturb the rest of the disciples so that they could cultivate in peace, the protective formations around the courtyard that could even block the full-powered attacks of early-stage Dao kings, were actually unable to stop the sound of the guqin from spreading in the surroundings. In just a few moments, every single one of the disciples in the surrounding courtyards, including those who had already reached the peak of rank 6 in the nascent soul stage, had all fallen in a daze as they involuntarily drifted into slumber from Shenlong's performance. Even middle-stage nascent soul cultivators were actually unable to stop their minds from relaxing before falling asleep. In less than a minute, in this area of the sect where this cluster of courtyards was located, the only sound that could be heard was the melodious sound of the guqin that had already transcended this world. At the same time, Shenlong wasn't aware of anything that was going on in his surroundings, as his mind was completely absorbed into playing the guqin. It was only after nearly an hour had passed that the sound of the guqin finally stopped, and yet every single courtyard around Shenlong's had fallen silent as the disciples inside them and those who were previously walking on the streets had fallen asleep and had yet to wake up. Opening his eyes, Shenlong saw Lu Mei lying on the bed with a smile on her face and her eyes closed, while two streaks of tears had fallen from her eyes as they rolled down her cheeks. The notes that Shenlong had played just now didn't correspond to a specific song from his memories. Instead, it was a song that he poured his own feelings into, a soothing beautiful melody that was aimed to calm Lu Mei's heart. Shenlong already knew that Lu Mei was having a hard time resisting the influence of the qi that she was absorbed with the blood absorption art. During her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, even with the pill that he had created by mixing the rank 5 dream ash flower and the icicle soul grass that he had obtained from the lair of the rank 5 snow apes in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he knew that Lu Mei would still have a hard time completing her breakthrough. So, after breaking through to the nascent soul stage as well and unsealing some of his memories inside him, Shenlong had already decided to let Lu Mei hear him play the guqin and allow her to calm both her mind and her heart at the same time. Shenlong already knew from his memories that a cultivator who has enough insights to play a musical instrument well enough could even affect the psyche of other cultivators. With his own skills in music that had already reached the peak of the immortal dimension in the past, Shenlong was certain that as long as he was next to her, Lu Mei wouldn't fall into qi deviation in the future unless something completely out of his expectations happened. Closing his eyes, Shenlong let Lu Mei sleep as he held the guqin in his hands and entered the foggy space in the Stone of Time. However, as soon as he returned in this place, Shenlong noticed that even Little Silver had fallen asleep in the process, as the Black Panther slept next to Little Black. At that moment, with his connection with Little Silver, Shenlong realized that the Panther was on the verge of breaking through to the middle of rank 6. For so long, Little Silver had stayed in the early rank 6 and was unable to break through, even after consuming more than 1,000 stalks of dragon blood grass. But as soon as he heard Shenlong playing the guqin, the Black Panther was quickly swept asleep, while the condensed energy inside his body started to churn. Unlike Little Black, Little Silver hadn't restarted its cultivation from the start and was only a normal silver-winged panther king. Although such magic beasts were still considered rare, normally, an adult silver-winged panther king would only reach the peak of rank 5 and would very rarely become an early rank 6 magic beast. Being on the verge of a breakthrough to become a middle rank 6 magic beast was already something that other silver-winged panther kings couldn't even dream of. And yet Shenlong knew that unless he found some rare medicinal herbs, the beast cores of peak rank 6 magic beasts or the souls of late-stage Dao kings, it would be extremely tough for Little Silver to break through again in the future and ever become a peak rank 6 magic beast. With a smile on his face, Shenlong sat cross-legged on his usual seating spot, and after throwing one more look at the sleeping Little Black and Little Silver, he placed his silverbark guqin by his side before he took out some middle-grade spirit stones and started to feed them to the heaven-swallowing vine one after another. He had decided to stay in seclusion for the next 2 days and try to break through to the early rank 3 of the nascent soul, as well as purify the remaining balls of qi to bring them at the same level as well. After all, in 10 days, both he and Lu Mei as well as Zhang Chen and the rest would all leave the sect to go and complete 2 personal D-rank missions each, so bringing his strength to the peak before that to be able to deal with any unexpected circumstances was vital. At the same time that Shenlong closed his eyes and started to absorb the energy of the pure qi from the heaven-swallowing vine, the entire enforcement hall had already been riled up, as the enforcement disciples of the sect were already heard of the disciples that had fallen asleep on the streets of the sect and were furiously investigating the situation. In the huge building of the enforcement hall located barely a mile away from the assignment hall's location, the elder responsible for the enforcement hall, Elder Kong, stared at the enforcement hall disciples that were kneeling in front of him with a furious look on his face, as he roared angrily in a voice that shook the entire building while the aura of a peak Dao king exploded from his body at the same time. "What did you say?